Chapter 3493. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lin Ling, I know that you have many enemies, and I believe that you can take revenge with your own hands. But as long as you complete the divine trial, the time you need to improve your strength will be greatly reduced. So, you must complete this mission. After seeing Lin Ling put away the stone, the old woman said, "Don't worry, I'll be watching over here. What happened last time will never happen again." Lin Ling naturally knew what the old woman was talking about. He smiled and nodded. "I don't think you can find a second idiot like Zhou Lin in the Snow Wind Academy." The old woman suddenly smiled. Lin Ling immediately bid farewell and left. This trip directly left the final world and headed towards the east border. Speaking of which, with Lin Ling's strength, even in the 9 regions, he was an extraordinary existence, not to mention in the myriad worlds. Therefore, when Lin Ling was walking slowly, those people who passed by him were all shocked and scared out of their wits. Some of the more timid ones even knelt down in the void and kowtowed in the direction Lin Ling left. To them, the strength of the person who passed by before was too strong. They were afraid that even a god could not be compared to him. Another 3 days passed, and the literary world finally welcomed an expert. His face was a little travel-worn, but when he arrived at the literary world, the corners of his mouth immediately revealed a smile. "I've arrived." This person was Lin Ling. For 3 days he kept hurrying along. At first, he used a slow speed, then he used his full strength and finally arrived at the literary world in a short period of time. However, after arriving, he found that the literary world was extremely ordinary. Not to mention the Sage Realm, he did not even see a half-step Sage Realm. But after thinking about it, it was normal. After all, this was the east border. Walking along the ancient yellow road, Lin Ling hid his cultivation and wore a large cloak. Then, he looked at the milky white stone in his hand. After seeing that the surface of the stone had an additional black color, he slowly walked towards a small town at the end of the road. After entering the small town, Lin Ling saw that the environment of the small town was not very good. It was somewhat shabby and the ground was somewhat dirty. It was somewhat different from the isolated small town he imagined. However, as more and more people gathered around, Lin Ling also knew that this was a place where dragons and snakes mixed together. The most important thing was that the order here was much more chaotic than in the final world. But for Lin Ling, it was the same everywhere. He had long been used to it. "Let me go, let me go. What do you want?" At this moment, a woman's pained voice suddenly came from an inn in front of them. Looking carefully, they saw a young girl around 18 or 19 years old being grabbed by the arm by a bald man with a ferocious face. The man was obviously not a good person, and he was currently smiling lecherously. As for the surrounding cultivators, they all frowned at this moment. They seemed to be somewhat accustomed to this. Perhaps they also knew that if they wanted to be the hero to save the beauty, they must have the strength to defeat the bald man. But for this, most of them obviously did not have such confidence. "Sir, you've been staring at me for a long time. Are you not convinced?" Sigh. The bald man hugged the young woman and smelled her fragrance. His gaze suddenly looked towards the other side of the inn and spoke. There, a man was sitting with his back to them. This man had elegant long hair that scattered over half of his face. His sharp gaze was faintly discernible through his hair, giving off an extremely sharp feeling. Snatching a woman in broad daylight. Lawless. Lawless. The purple-clothed man suddenly spoke indifferently. "Husband, save me." Seeing that someone was willing to step forward, the beautiful woman shouted excitedly. "Don't worry, I will save you." The purple-clothed man drank a mouthful of wine and then slammed the table. On the table, an exquisite sword shot out. After the purple-clothed man grasped it, a purple sword flower was shaken out. Kacha! It was as if thunder had struck the inn. The moment the purple sword appeared, the sturdy tables began to crack from the inside. It was extremely terrifying. Purple mist swordsman? As for the bald man, the corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. The blood behind him churned and rushed into the sky, forming a large blood mist. Within the blood mist, a palm shot out and stirred up the blood mist like a tidal vortex. Rumble! What was even more terrifying was that the blood-mist palm actually blocked the purple-clothed man's sword. With such little strength, you want to be the hero to save the beauty? You're a coward. The bald man immediately laughed in disdain. His words made the purple-clothed man's face gloomy. He suddenly bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood on the sword. The tip of the sword suddenly lit up. From the tip to the blade, and finally to the hilt, the entire sword instantly lit up. Then, an ethereal white-haired old man floated out from the sword. San Qing above. The purple-clothed man's expression became dignified. His sword was no longer purple, but an ancient green color. His sword stabbed towards the bald man. This sword was like a high mountain and flowing water, like a white horse galloping through a crack, causing the bald man to be unable to see through it. However, at the critical moment, he opened his right hand, sucked the beautiful woman over, and then used her to block in front of him. Not good. The purple-clothed man clearly didn't expect the bald man to use this move. He die. Seeing that the purple-clothed man didn't dare to use his sword, the bald man controlled the blood wave with both hands and slammed it forward. The purple-clothed man was immediately injured, and it wasn't light. Despicable. He wanted to stand up, but his bones were injured, so it was impossible. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too perverted. Since you wanted to kill me, why did you hold back? You should know that if you held back, I would have killed many more innocent girls. So, you're being too soft-hearted. The bald man pushed the beautiful woman away and said with a laugh, I see that the sword on your body is extraordinary. You should have some background. Moreover, you are so young but your strength is so strong. I think you must have a lot of treasures on you. Ha! He laughed as he walked towards the purple-clothed man. He looked at the people around the inn and said, Who dares to save the beauty? Come, if you don't, then you're trash. The surrounding cultivators had already hidden hundreds of meters away. Hearing those arrogant words, some people didn't want to accept it, but they were stopped by others. After all, even someone as strong as the purple mist swordsman was defeated. If they went up, it would be tantamount to suicide. Let him go, or don't blame me for being merciless. Just as the bald man grabbed the purple-clothed man, a faint sneer suddenly sounded. Hee, looks like there's a knife above the word lust. Many people know about it, but many people can't see through it. The bald man suddenly sneered and slowly turned around. However, with just one glance, he was immediately stunned. Chapter 3494. Celestial Sex. The surrounding people were also stunned. Because suddenly, a man in a large cloak had appeared behind the beautiful woman. He stretched out his hand, and his thumb and index finger were lightly holding the woman's neck. It seemed as if he would kill her if she moved even a little. But fucking hell, that woman was a hostage. Everyone thought that this guy had gone crazy and couldn't figure out the truth. Are you stupid? If you catch her, do you think I'll listen to you? I can catch as many little girls like her as I want. If you have the ability, then kill her. The bald man couldn't help but laugh as he spoke leisurely. However, just as he finished speaking, the mysterious man actually used force, causing the girl to have difficulty breathing. This made everyone even more confused. By now, they felt that the bald man was good and the mysterious man was bad. Interesting. Fine. I'll let him go. Kid, if you have the guts, tell me your name. At this moment, the bald man nodded slightly as if he didn't care at all. Let him go first. If you want to catch up, I'll accompany you later. That mysterious person said in a carefree manner. Seeing this, the bald man had no choice but to release the purple-clothed man. The purple-clothed man stroked his chest and walked towards the mysterious man. His eyes were filled with gratitude. That's more like it. By the way, didn't you ask for my name earlier? My name is Justice. Seeing that the purple-clothed man was released, the mysterious man said slowly, Justice? I'll uphold justice for your entire family. At this moment, even the purple-clothed man hid his gratitude and revealed a slightly disdainful gaze, let alone the other onlookers. Because would true justice kidnap a weak girl to blackmail her? The bald man was still quite manly. In the end, he couldn't bear to see the girl being killed and personally released her. Speaking of justice, the bald man seemed to be more like it. Senior, this seems a little shameless. The purple-clothed man finally couldn't bear it any longer and grumbled. You're just a child. You're inexperienced. Naturally, you don't know what's going on. However, the mysterious man looked at him with disdain. Ah! The purple-clothed man walked very close to the mysterious man. Through the brim of his hat, he could see that the mysterious man seemed to be younger than him. I see that you're not convinced. Since that's the case, you'd better pay attention. However, this time around he sent a voice transmission to the purple-clothed man. The purple-clothed man nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, the mysterious man released the beautiful woman. Then he smiled faintly and said, "All right, we've reconciled. You want your people and I want mine. Since we've hit it off, let's mind our own business." After he finished speaking, he walked out of the tavern in large strides. This caused everyone to be extremely suspicious. However, after the bald man saved the beautiful woman, they looked at each other, and a huge black and red aura instantly erupted. The entire inn instantly cracked open, and a strange monster appeared. The lower half of the monster was a scorpion, but there was a snake above the scorpion. It was a pitch-black snake. What? Are they together? At this moment, the purple-clothed man finally came to his senses. Previously, he had obviously been deceived. Damn it, this also meant that he had been injured for nothing. Kid, I don't know where you came from, but since you dared to ruin my plans, I'll make sure you stay here forever. The scorpion monster spoke in human language. Kid, originally, we didn't want to reveal our identities so quickly. It's all your fault. But since you've exposed our identities, you'll have to bear our wrath. The black snake also spoke in human language, but it was a female voice. Next, the strange scorpion monster stirred up a storm of blood and charged toward the mysterious man. How terrifying! The surrounding people could sense the monster's power, and their faces turned pale with fright. Big brother, be careful. As for the purple-clothed man, he also shouted anxiously. However, he was seriously injured. He wanted to help, but there was nothing he could do. His eyes immediately became more anxious because the mysterious man was targeted by the monster because he was trying to save him. At this moment, the mysterious man finally took off his cloak, revealing a handsome face. He smiled slightly, and then before the huge monster arrived, he kicked it out. Rumble. This kick was so terrifying that the huge monster was kicked into two halves. Its internal organs spilled all over the ground, and smelly blood was everywhere. The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. One kick. However, the monster that was a combination of scorpion and poisonous snake was kicked to death. This was too fucking awesome. Finally, I found some world's will. However, the mysterious man ignored everyone's surprise. Instead, he was looking for something in the dirty corpse. After a moment, his face finally lit up. And he was Lin Ling. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for the purple-clothed man, Lin Ling would have needed a lot of effort to find this person from the world's will. Therefore, after Lin Ling put away the things he found in the corpse, he looked up at the purple-clothed man and smiled. Previously, he found some world's will in the corpse, which made the milk-colored stone have an additional layer of darkness. It was said that if the stone was completely black, it could take away the world's will. Although Lin Ling didn't understand why it was like this, his task was to bring the world's will, that's all. Senior, could it be that you're a celestial immortal? The purple-clothed man was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly knelt down. Lin Ling shook his head speechlessly. What celestial immortal? Last month, I also saw a celestial immortal as powerful as you in the Xiannan Mountain, so I guess that you must be a celestial immortal. The purple-clothed man said again. This made Lin Ling curious, and he asked, what kind of celestial immortal are you talking about? Because if it was a celestial immortal, it would be a powerhouse from the final world, and it might be a competitor. It's a celestial immortal sect called Immortal Temple. The purple-clothed man immediately said, which made Lin Ling's pupils constrict. Immortal Temple? 9 states 10 evils? He quickly asked, how can you be sure? Also, did you see a very beautiful woman? Because they just came here and needed a guide, so they asked people from our sect to help. After talking, we found out that they are called Immortal Temple. As for the woman, there is indeed one. TSK, she's simply a fairy. It's also the first time I've seen such a beautiful woman in my life. The purple-clothed man said one after another. Hearing this, Lin Ling became more and more excited. Could it be that senior sister Yu also came here? Moreover, she was from Immortal Temple. What was she doing here? Could it be that she was related to the world's will? Or was she also a trial taker of God? For a moment, Lin Ling was somewhat suspicious, but he knew that only when he saw an Yuer, all of this would be revealed. Chapter 3495. The Battle of the Puddle. Thank you, Senior Justice. Alright, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. After asking the purple-robed man for directions, Lin Ling rushed over without stopping. Moreover, since the Immortal Temple had arrived here before them, they might have found the world's will first. As he moved forward, Lin Ling gradually discovered that more and more experts appeared along the way. These experts were stronger than the warriors of this world. According to logic, they shouldn't be from this world. Sir, why are you here? Under the ancient green mountain, when Lin Ling was about to hurry on his way, a powerhouse immediately stopped him. Is this your home? Do I need your permission to go anywhere? Lin Ling looked at this group of people indifferently, as if he wanted to see something from them. At this moment, without waiting for Lin Ling to say anything, those people had already rushed over. Their bodies emitted a black light, causing their strength to increase by several times in an instant. Unfortunately, this strength was very strong in the literati star, but it was useless in front of Lin Ling, who came from the final world. The tyrannical song sword immediately appeared in Lin Ling's hand. He slashed with the sword and killed the person in front of him. The remaining people's expressions changed, but they didn't run away. They still tried to find an opportunity to give Lin Ling a fatal blow. Unfortunately, they were still killed by Lin Ling with a single slash. After dealing with these people, Lin Ling continued to move forward, but more and more experts appeared along the way. Moreover, these experts all had a similar characteristic, and that was the black light on their bodies. This made Lin Ling guess that these people might be related to the world's will. No wonder these people were so strong. Rumble. Not long after, deafening sounds came from the front, as if some fierce battle was happening. Lin Ling couldn't help but look over with his 10,000 elephant magic eyes and immediately discovered that there was a huge puddle in front of him. A large number of experts swam out from the bottom of the water and then collided with the surrounding experts. Looking at the surrounding experts, one of them was from the Immortal Temple. Because of the characteristics of the Immortal Temple, all of them were monks. Lin Ling also instantly became excited. He stopped and looked into the distance. He saw that among the countless old monks, a woman in a white dress was standing there quietly. She was holding a green sword in her hand, like a fairy. Lin Ling's eyes were moist. And Yuer. Since Qing province disappeared, senior and Yuer editor, Dark Godler. Now, he had almost traveled the entire 9 provinces, and finally he saw an Yuer again. At that moment, Lin Ling felt like he had returned to the time when he was in the Guyen sect. At that time, he was still a weak young man, and his senior sister had helped him. His senior sister was also the first person who had helped him since Lin Ling had arrived in this world. Senior sister Yu has reached the martial progenitor realm. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Lin Ling checked with his 10,000 elephant magic eyes, and was shocked again. The martial progenitor realm was an expert who had accumulated countless cultivation resources. However, in the Immortal Temple, an Yuer had reached the martial progenitor realm faster than Lin Ling. This also showed how important an Yuer was to the Immortal Temple. Furthermore, the situation doesn't seem right. Lin Ling's gaze once again landed on the huge puddle. He discovered that a huge whirlpool had appeared in the puddle, and there seemed to be a strange force at the bottom of the whirlpool. Furthermore, that miraculous power actually gave off a feeling of life and intelligence. Could this be the will of the world that he was looking for? Lin Ling's eyes finally lit up, and he immediately took out the milk-colored stone from his chest. He immediately discovered that the black force in the stone was gathering in the direction of the puddle. This meant that the will of the world that Lei Gong was looking for was indeed in the puddle. However, how was he going to collect the will of the world? Could it be that he was relying on the stone in his hand? Lin Ling kept guessing, and he looked around the puddle. He discovered that other than the immortal temple, there were also experts from other forces. These experts were not only fighting against the people who had rushed out of the puddle, but they were also occasionally fighting with each other. It was obvious that their target was the will of the world. So many people are trying to seize the will of the world? Could they all be trial takers? Lin Ling could not help but feel suspicious. He even guessed that Yuer could be a trial taker. However, Yuer was one of the 9 states' 10 evils, and it was unlikely that she was a deity's subordinate. Regardless, I should observe the situation before taking action. Lin Ling did not plan to do anything for the time being, and he chose to observe. While he was observing, the experts who had walked out of the puddle were getting stronger and stronger. There were existences comparable to the late-stage martial ancestor realm. These people were no different from martial ancestor realm experts, but they were proficient in using power and seemed to be innately stronger than Jie Yuan. Moreover, they all had spiritual intelligence and were even very clear-headed. However, they still prevented everyone from approaching the puddle. This made Lin Ling guess that these people had been invaded by the will of the world. Although they did not lose their spiritual intelligence, their mentality had changed. On the other side, the Immortal Temple and another unknown organization were fighting against the experts who had walked out of the puddle. Of course, they would occasionally fight with each other. The strongest of the Immortal Temple was a late-stage martial ancestor realm elder Xian, and the unknown organization was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. Although this middle-aged man's realm was lower, his talent was stronger, so his strength was roughly the same as that elder Xian. Looking at the experts below them, the Immortal Temple was in Yuer, and the other side was a man and a woman. Lin Ling did not recognize the man, but the woman. Lin Ling's pupils immediately trembled. It was Long Yang. Why did he meet this woman everywhere? Moreover, every time she appeared, the place she appeared in was extremely extraordinary. Logically speaking, she should not be qualified to come in contact with so many people. Lin Ling's wariness towards Dragon Mother involuntarily increased by another notch. This was because he, Lin Ling, was constantly becoming stronger, but so was Long Yang. They were walking on the same path in the same world. If Lin Ling slowed down one day, Long Yang would definitely surpass him. Based on the hatred between the two of them, the one who would be killed at that time would be Lin Ling. It's a pity that the man beside Long Yang is very strong. Otherwise, this would be an excellent opportunity. Then, Lin Ling secretly shook his head. At this moment, Long Yang and Yuer clearly had their eyes on the power in the puddle. However, for some reason, they did not dare to rush down rashly. Moreover, they did not want to give up easily. Therefore, they could only continue to fight at the edge of the puddle. Yuer, it's been a long time. After the two sides fought for a while, Long Yang suddenly stopped and said with a smile. On the other side, Yuer's expression was ice cold, and she ignored him. Where's your lover? Has he forgotten about you? Your little lover is really amazing. He's a famous figure in the 9 prefectures, one of the 4th leaders of the God-slaying alliance, and he knows a few of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. I heard that he went to the final world. He's a heartless man. That's why I said that you can't trust men. Chapter 3496. The first sage realm from 10,000 years ago. This was because Yu was far too powerful. She possessed 6 great god eyes, and that was not all. She was also a martial ancestor. Moreover, she had a hidden power within her. Thus, she had no chance of defeating him in a clash of strength. Moreover, Yuer's opponent was powerful. Her opponent was the former first sage, Gangzhou, who was also known as the first sage in the 9 regions. Although this general term was from a very long time ago, it was enough to show his strength. Although this person was at the peak of the saint stage, he was able to fight on par with Yuer and was not at a disadvantage at all. On the other side, Lin Ling wanted to help. However, after hearing Long Yang's words, he stopped and looked at Yuer carefully. Unfortunately, he could not see any emotion on Yuer's face. It was as if Yuer did not know Lin Ling at all. This made Lin Ling frown. When he was chased by the fifth demon elder at the Heavenly King Mountain of the Yen province, it was senior sister Yuer who came to save him. How could she not remember him? In fact, even Long Yang frowned. She did not expect Yuer to be so unaffected. She thought for a while and said, Lin Ling has gone to Snow City in the final world. In the final world, sometimes strength is not everything. Having a background is the most important thing. Obviously, Lin Ling does not have any background. Therefore, I saw him offending a duke's son in Snow City. Although it happened a long time ago, I think that guy has been skinned even if he is not dead. As soon as he said this, Yuer, who was originally as pure as ice and as pure as jade, finally had a flicker in her eyes. This flicker was not suitable in a battle between experts. As long as the opponent was not much weaker than you could seize this weakness and attack it. Gang's Ho snorted and stretched his giant hand behind him. The wind and clouds in the sky rolled. One finger reverses the universe. A giant finger suppressed Yuer with 30% of the ancestral power. Moreover, Gang Shou's innate talent was quite strange. She was a white-robed witch with a white horsetail whisk in her hand. She kept swinging it back and forth as if it was providing a magical power to Gang's Ho. That giant finger was naturally blocked by Yuer's divine punishment god's eyes. 2 fingers moves the world. However, the second finger immediately arrived, and before the first finger had even finished, the second finger had already followed up. Now, Yuer's pressure, unless she wanted to use that sealed power. Saintess! The elder from the immortal temple in the distance suddenly shouted anxiously. Was to warn Yuer or Yuer not to be careful. Or Yuer not. However, Yuer didn't seem to have much choice now. Heh, you're a tall and strong man, yet you're bullying a girl. Do you still have any shame? At this moment, Lin Ling finally appeared. How could he watch someone bully his wife? Especially when he saw Yuer being affected because she was worried about him, he felt extremely touched. Therefore, he instantly appeared in front of Yuer. He stretched out his right hand and his entire arm became pitch black, as if it was made of black steel. Moreover, it quietly turned into a dragon claw. Boom! Then Lin Ling clawed out. Rumble! The two collided and the impact swept out in all directions. Gang's Ho was immediately sent flying. When he stopped, he immediately looked in front of him in disbelief. In front of him, a mysterious person wearing a large black cloak appeared. However, his arm was very long and pitch black. It was extremely strange. What was the background of this ferocious person? Even Long Yang frowned and cursed secretly. She had almost forced Yuer into a difficult situation before, but this person suddenly came out to cause trouble and ruined her plans. As for Yuer, her expression remained unchanged. She even looked at Lin Ling's back without any gratitude. Lin Ling didn't care about this. The reason why he wore a cloak was not to bring any surprises. Instead, he wanted Yuer to remember him forever when he took off the cloak. In the past, he had the opportunity to bring Yuer back, but he failed in the end. This caused him to feel guilty toward Yu and the others. This was also a knot in Lin Ling's heart. Lin Ling knew the reasons for his failure. First, he wasn't strong enough. Second, Yuer had lost her memory. Therefore, Lin Ling really cared about whether Yuer had recovered her memory or not. Who the hell are you? After Gang's Ho steadied himself, he immediately asked in a low voice. I should be the one asking you this question. You don't look like a martial ancestor, but your combat strength is not bad. This strength is worthy of praise. Lin Ling looked at Gang's Ho and said calmly. Through the previous collision, he immediately knew that Gang Shou's strength was not simple. His talent was probably in the 5th grade. I'm Gang's Ho, the #1 sage in the 9 provinces 10,000 years ago. Ignorant kid, have you heard of my name? Gang's Ho said proudly when he saw Lin Ling's unconcerned tone. The #1 sage in the 9 provinces 10,000 years ago. Lin Ling's eyes immediately flickered. No wonder he was so powerful. It turned out that he was indeed famous. However, he quickly smiled and said, Senior, the number one sage in the 9 provinces 10,000 years ago, I don't know how impressive you were back then. However, 10,000 years have passed and you're still in the sage realm? The senior? No, brother, don't tell me you think the sage realm is the limit of the martial path? Or do you think you're wasting your time cultivating? You haven't made any progress for 10,000 years. His voice was filled with mockery, causing Yuer to be startled. It was the first time she looked at Lin Ling with a strange expression. She did not expect this mysterious man to provoke Gangsho. Long Nyang, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. Is that guy crazy? Even though the leader had been eliminated, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. This was not something that a junior like him could say. Moreover, this junior did not seem to be a martial ancestor expert. The gang leader was stunned. His face gradually turned from majestic to ashen, and finally, red. It was obvious that this was his scar, but someone insisted on exposing it. Are you angry from embarrassment? No wonder you haven't made any progress in the past 10,000 years. It turns out that you can't be criticized. Unfortunately, in the martial path, if you can't face your own flaws and avoid talking about them, you'll be stuck in the sage realm for the rest of your life. Therefore, I can see that you'll still be in the sage realm in another 10,000 years. However, Lin Ling seemed to be unaware of Gangsho's anger and said to himself, "One finger imprisoning heaven and earth." Chapter 3497. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. I can't remember. Seeing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Although Gangsho was only in the sage realm, he had been in the sage realm for 10,000 years. His foundation was extremely deep, and this was also a powerful asset. Looking up at the blood-red finger, Lin Ling used the realm-swallowing beast talent and dominating song sword. He tried his best to activate 30% of his ancestor's power and slashed toward the sky. Clang! The sound of metal colliding was heard. The moment the sword and the bloody finger collided, countless golden stars shot out. The sound had the power to shatter one's soul. However, the bloody finger was blocked by Lin Ling's sword. At this moment, Longyang and Yuer's expressions changed. They never expected this mysterious person to be so strong. Looking at Lin Ling's sword, both of them felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. One finger seals life and death. Gangsho roared again, causing the giant finger to turn golden. Seeing this, Lin Ling did not dare to be arrogant. After all, Gangsho was the first sage realm 10,000 years ago. Although he was an outdated figure, looking at the current Jojo, who would dare to say that he was the first sage realm expert? Therefore, this showed how extraordinary Gangsho's strength was. Unfortunately, although Gangsho dominated an era, he could not follow the era. He could not escape the truth of being eliminated. This was also the Yangtze River's new generation surpassing the old. And Lin Ling was the wave that came after. This time, Lin Ling also activated the Double Dragon talent and integrated it into his talent. His strength reached 6,000 realms, and his speed reached 600 realms. His integrated talent reached the 4th grade. In a situation where no one could see through, he reached the sky above the golden finger in the sky. His claws pierced into it, and then domineeringly tore the golden finger into pieces. The whole process was simple and violent, but also domineering and magnificent. Longyang, who was far away, covered her mouth with her small hand. She was completely shocked by this scene. How could someone be so strong? Was this a dream? Moreover, from the monster, there seemed to be a familiar smell. Yes, it was the Dragon Clan. What? As for Steelhand, he did not believe that his attack had been destroyed in such a straightforward manner. After all, he was the number 1 sage. You're old. At the same time, the monster in the sky moved its eyebrows, and an ancient stone tablet fell from the sky, directly suppressing the hand to the ground, unable to move. In the past 10,000 years, because you believed in the rules, you completely gave up on yourself. So you used all your time to improve your strength and completely gave up on improving your realm. How pitiful! Although the improvement of the realm is sometimes the least important to an expert, the realm of a warrior determines the upper limit. Moreover, no matter how powerful the martial god was in the past, He couldn't avoid going through some realms of the martial way. This is the principle that the world will never change. But you didn't go through it, how can you be strong? Lin Ling looked down at the Gang's Ho on the ground and said. He shook his head in disdain. If it were me, I wouldn't believe it. No wonder you could only dominate 10,000 years ago. Shut up. On the ground, the Gang's Ho finally roared. How do you know that I didn't try to break through? You don't know anything. You only know how to judge people from a high point of view. You're just that kind of person. Look at you, you're really not convinced. Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed. It was a sarcastic and disdainful smile. Then let me ask you, how many years have you tried to break through? 100 years? 200 years? 300 years? 1,000 years? 2,000 years? 3,000 years? The Gang's Ho could not refute Lin Ling's question. He had only tried for 1,000 years. After 1,000 years of cultivation, he had no effect, so he completely gave up. If I were you, I would still try at this moment. Seeing that the Gang's Ho stopped talking, Lin Ling said lightly, and then returned to his original appearance. The Gangsho's heart was roaring. He did not expect that Lin Ling would try for 10,000 years just to break a legend. This legend had been verified by countless predecessors, and it could be confirmed that there was no hope of breaking through. Perhaps, this was the gap between him and Lin Ling. Senior sister Yu. Ignoring the Gang's Ho, Lin Ling slowly looked at Enuer. Enuer had been looking at Lin Ling before, but when Lin Ling looked at her, she had already restrained the complicated expression on her face. However, she did not expect to meet this man again. This man who had once been stabbed by her sword but had never blamed her. Towards this man, she only had an indescribable feeling. Although, she did not have any impression of this man. However, there was always a voice in her heart telling her that even if she forgot the blooming and falling leaves, even if she forgot the night wind and the quiet moon, even if she forgot time and heaven and earth, she could not forget him. It was precisely because of this sentence that she had a special feeling for this man. At this moment, when Lin Ling saw Enuer's expressionless face, he felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. Why didn't Senior Sister Yu recognize him? But when Longyang talked about him, Senior Sister Yu was really worried. And when the fifth demon elder was chasing after him, if she didn't care about him, she wouldn't have stopped him with her life. I just owe you a favor, so I want to return it to you. That's all. The two looked at each other for a long time, and Enuer finally said indifferently. This made Lin Ling angry. He looked for Enuer everywhere, not because he wanted to hear this from Enuer. Moreover, Yu and the others did not want to hear this either. They wanted Enuer to go home. You're talking nonsense. Lin Ling rushed towards Enuer like a madman, which made Longyang frown in the distance. According to her understanding of Lin Ling was a devil who would do anything to achieve his goal. Moreover, he did things without principle and killed people like flies. But it was undeniable that Lin Ling was very stubborn when it came to feelings. Because last time, Enuer stabbed Lin Ling with her sword, she was also present at that time. And now, she was there again, as if God had arranged for her to be a witness. How dare you? However, just as Lin Ling was about to approach Enuer, an angry roar sounded. Then, a huge swastika fell from the sky, carrying 90% of the ancestral power. It sealed Lin Ling's body and suppressed him from the sky. And the one who attacked was really that elder from the immortal temple. With Lin Ling's current strength, how could he be a match for that elder? He was immediately suppressed and fell towards the pool of water. This scene made the expressions of Longyang and the others change drastically. Because there was a restriction in the pool of water, they didn't dare to approach it. Moreover, the restriction hadn't disappeared, so if Lin Ling fell into it, wouldn't he die without a doubt? But at this moment, a beautiful figure floated past like white clothes that were whiter than snow. She actually followed Lin Ling into the pool of water. Saintus. Chapter 3498. The world had invaded. But at this moment, the sacred swastika covered Lin Ling's body, pressing him into the water like a palm. By the time Lin Ling reacted, it was already too late. He could only hear the sound of the water around him, as if he had entered a wonderful world. The first thing he felt was that the boundary essence in his body seemed to be changing. For example, the boundary essence in his first dantian, the fire boundary essence, seemed to have something more. Lin Ling instantly guessed that those experts who had been changed by the will of the world were more than 10 times stronger than before. It turned out that their boundary essence was indeed different. And now, his first dantian's boundary essence was transforming. Did this mean that he was going to become a person of the world's will? How could this be? No, it was completely impossible. Lin Ling sneered in his heart. He had been practicing martial arts for so long. If he wanted to rely on illusions, bewitchment, and other methods to change himself, it was simply impossible. However, at this moment, an ancient voice resounded in Lin Ling's ears. The world was flawless. He saw a beautiful world. Birds chirped, flowers bloomed, and peach blossoms bloomed. It was like a pure land. There were a large number of cute animals here. It was isolated from the rest of the world, and people would not be shocked by it. It made the whole world full of vitality. But gradually, humans began to be born. In the beginning, they were like the animals, isolated from the world. But as time passed, perhaps because of their confidence or ambition, they did not want to be one of them. They wanted to dominate. Therefore, they took action and began to dominate the world. In the end, the entire world was dominated by humans. Of course, the world was still beautiful after being dominated by humans. It was just that there was an additional distinction between nobility and lowliness. However, a person's heart would never be satisfied. Humans began to kill each other. They fought for the throne, fought for benefits, fought for everything. As time passed, humans began to practice martial arts. From ancient ruins, they learned some of the great Tao of heaven and earth, causing the entire world to have a brief moment of peace. However, this good time didn't last long. For treasures, for cultivation methods, for inheritances, for dignity, the war began once again. Endless slaughter and battle. After a certain period of time, this kind of battle would end, but after a certain period of time, this kind of battle would start. That was originally a beautiful and pure new world. However, under the ambitions of various powerful species, it was riddled with scars and turned into the 9 provinces. Each province was then divided into fragments and turned into a myriad of worlds. However, those powerful species and humans did not care about him at all. They only wanted to become stronger. Of course, there were also many kind-hearted humans. However, their kindness was mostly seen from the perspective of their own kind. They did not care about other races at all. Most importantly, these powerful species, regardless of whether they were humans or something else, seemed to have an endless battle. Therefore, the will hidden in this beautiful world had finally decided to purify the world. A long time ago, this world had been purified by that wisp of will, and most of the powerful species had died. In the end, that wisp of will disappeared again, hiding in the depths of this beautiful world, continuing to shoulder the mission of protecting the world. But now, world cleansing was about to begin again. All of this seemed to take a long time, but in reality, it was like a mysterious light that was instantly imprinted in Lin Ling's heart, allowing him to understand everything, especially human greed, slaughter, betrayal, abandonment, and so on. This made Lin Ling's heart turn gloomy. Speaking of slaughter, he himself was also someone who had endless slaughter. But in the past, he did not care at all. He only cared about the people around him. However, after falling into the pool, he felt a sense of guilt for the first time. His eyes also began to turn black. It looks like this Lin Ling is about to become the world's will. And after he changes, I'm afraid none of us here can stop him. Yes, before we fought the strongest in the pool. They were only the strongest in this world. After being changed by the world's will, their strength increased by more than 100 times. If it's him, not to mention 100 times, even if his strength increased by 10 times, none of us would be a match for him. Then can we take action and bring him up? This is beneficial to all of us. It's useless. Look, his boundary essence has begun to change. Right now, I'm afraid he's already the world's will. The experts by the pool all frowned and said, their expressions extremely solemn. Everything was as they said. Not only could the worlds will change a person's will and thoughts, but it could also change a person's boundary essence. Only after both were successfully changed could one become the world's will. However, the experts by the pool did not know that Lin Ling had 5 dantians. So, if he wanted to change his boundary essence, it would take a long time. On the contrary, when Lin Ling's will and thoughts wavered, he immediately sensed a fragrant wind blowing over. Then, the swastika on his body was removed. A familiar figure appeared. Her clothes were whiter than snow, and her temperament was like ice. It was an Yuer. However, at this moment, her eyes were filled with worry, and it was revealed without any disguise. The moment he saw her, Lin Ling's previously shaken thoughts were instantly blown away as if they had been blown away by a storm. Yes, humans were selfish, but humans also had love. The worlds will had observed humans, deities, ghosts, and demons for countless years. It thought that it understood them very well, so it planned to purify the world. However, it was only observing. It could not understand the kind of love between humans, the kind of sacrifice for others. Just like now, Inuera clearly said that she did not recognize him, but when she saw that he was in danger, she was the first and only person to rush over. This was enough to prove everything. Lin Ling's eyes gradually regained clarity. "Are you okay?" Inuera saw that Lin Ling's eyes had recovered instantly, and she could not help but ask in surprise. "What do you think?" Lin Ling smiled excitedly. Before Inuera could react, he pulled Inuera into his arms. He hugged Inuera tightly, as if he was afraid that she would run away. "In this life, I won't let you leave again. This is my promise." After hugging Inuera tightly, Lin Ling said word by word. Inuera's body trembled, and her heart was beating wildly. Previously, when she saw Lin Ling being attacked by the elders and falling into the pool, she did not even think about it. Who knew that Lin Ling would be fine, and this guy actually took advantage of her? However, when she wanted to resist, her heart rejected it. Especially those dignified words, as well as that masculine voice, made her suddenly like this feeling very much. Chapter 3499. Divine Bodyguard Mansion. Be careful. Being hugged by Lin Ling, Inuera did not resist, but looked at the depths of the puddle and said, "It's fine, the will of the world can't change me, so you can only submit to me." Lin Ling shook his head indifferently, then looked deeply at Inuera and told her about the yearning of Yu and the others. Inuera listened quietly, her heart was moved, and even the memories she lost suddenly became very important. She wanted to know the bits and pieces of the past with Lin Ling, and also wanted to know the bits and pieces of the past with Yu and the others. Not good, Lin Ling look. However, she immediately reminded him again, because the two of them were getting closer and closer to the bottom of the puddle. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled, stretched out his right hand, and a milk-colored stone appeared, and gently patted the bottom of the puddle. With this pat, a sudden change occurred. The entire puddle rolled even more violently, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Even the surroundings of the puddle were filled with terrifying astral winds. The expression of the immortal temple elder, Long Yang, and the other experts changed drastically. Could it be that he is also a trial taker? On the ground, Gang Shou was stunned, and could not help but shout angrily. At the same time, Long Yang's face was ashen. The two of them did not expect that Lin Ling seemed to be looking for Inuera, but in fact his real goal was the will of the world. What a good diversion, they were all fooled. If they knew that Lin Ling came for the will of the world, they would not have let Lin Ling get close to the center of the puddle. Especially the immortal temple elder, he had already started to retreat, but at the same time, he was also extremely vexed. Because Lin Ling was pushed down by him, he thought that Lin Ling would definitely die, but who knew that not only was Lin Ling fine, but he was also a trial taker, and could subdue this part of the will of the world. There was only one goal for all of them to gather here, and that was the will of the world. But in the end, they did not get anything. Boom! The previous puddle had exploded with a terrifying shockwave. The power of the will of the world was able to push the power of a wisp of wind into a grade 10 gale. Therefore, the entire literati star immediately broke apart into pieces that floated in the void. At this moment, two figures rushed out from another direction. They were Lin Ling and Yue. Lin Ling looked at Literati star behind him and sighed. Then, he led Yue forward again. As for Yue, she let Lin Ling hold her hand. Her face was a little red, but she didn't say anything for a while. After a long time, Yue finally spoke. Lin Ling, I'm very sorry, but I still have to go back. What? Lin Ling's body trembled. He stopped in his tracks and turned around to look at Yue seriously. Yue lowered her head slightly and said, because, actually, I didn't find your memories. I just have a very, very familiar feeling towards you, so I have always treated you as one of us. It's okay, as long as we are together, that memory will be found sooner or later. All right. Lin Ling immediately smiled and waved his hand. But I can't do it. I feel that it is unfair to you to be with you based on my feelings. So, if I really want to go back, I want to go back as the real Yue, not as the holy maiden. All right. Yue took a step forward and suddenly tapped Lin Ling's cheek gently, which made Lin Ling stunned. In fact, you should know that even if I didn't find my memories, I have already treated you as my man. All right. Yue's voice was extremely soft when she said the last sentence. Lin Ling was stunned again. He stared at Yue, who lowered her head and blushed. He finally smiled and said, I understand, everyone has their own things to do. I can't tie you to my side just because you are my wife. Don't worry, we will wait for you. Okay. But... Yue nodded gratefully. After looking deeply at Lin Ling, she finally left reluctantly. At the moment she left, she realized how uncomfortable she felt after leaving this man. However, this made her want to know what her lost memories were even more. Because they were definitely very important. No matter what, she was sure that she was Lin Ling's wife in the past. Looking at Yue leaving, Lin Ling's eyes were also filled with reluctance. However, this time, it was as if a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. Although he still didn't bring Yue back this time, in fact, he had succeeded. Moreover, he had also obtained the will of the world. This trip was a great success. Lin Ling continued to fly forward, but he also took out the milk-colored stone in his hand. However, the stone was now pitch black, and it didn't have the terrifying feeling that he had imagined. The will of the world sealed in the stone reacted very calmly. You brat, other than brainwashing, what else can you do? Lin Ling was disdainful of the will of the world. Purify the world? What a boring action. Moreover, he sensed that the will of the world seemed to be for the beautiful new world, but in fact, it was using its powerful strength to bewitch others. In the end, they were controlled by the will of the world. Therefore, as long as someone had ambition, they would be easily controlled. He no longer paid attention to the will of the world. Not long after, a large group of people appeared in front of him. This group of people was well-equipped and walked in the void of the universe. Moreover, there were countless experts, and their aura was extraordinary. When he saw the large group of people, Lin Ling was stunned for a moment. Finally, his gaze fell on the silk banner of the group of people. Bodyguards? Bodyguards of bodyguards? Lin Ling muttered to himself. He suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked at the departing group with ill intentions. Bodyguards of bodyguards of bodyguards. During the great battle of the Yen province, this force had come together with the Flame Emperor to capture him. Later on, when Duan Yi of the Duan family came to capture him, they had participated in this matter. Speaking of which, Lin Ling had never provoked them. The grudges of the pugilistic world have always been like this. If you give me a knife, I will return the favor. However, the bodyguards of bodyguards of bodyguards have already slashed me several times. I, Lin Ling, should return the favor. Lin Ling's gaze turned even colder. For the time being, he did not plan to return to the final world. Instead, he headed in the direction of the group of people. The group of bodyguards was heading in the direction of the Horseshoe Realm. When Lin Ling was about to land on the ground, he immediately heard waves of angry curses. Bodyguards of bodyguards of bodyguards, you will die a horrible death. God damn it. Why do you have to kill people every time? Why do you have to kill people every time? Father, mother. Lin Ling looked over and saw that the group of bodyguards had satisfied and enjoyable expressions. A large number of people were kneeling in front of them. They were probably from the horseshoe realm. At this moment, some of them were begging for mercy, while others were looking at the group of bodyguards with resentment. Obviously, this was not the first time something like this had happened. Chapter 3500. Lin Ling Lin Ling, Lin Ling. Moreover, this place couldn't even be considered as the 9 prefectures. It was merely a small realm in the eastern border. Hee, even escorts are divided into good and evil. Cold laughter rang out, causing Lin Ling's expression to change. He immediately rushed down, but it was already too late. He saw the weapons in the hands of those escorts, be it sabers or spears, but those weapons were all stained with blood. Looking at the ground, he saw more than 10 lives lying on the ground. Some had been severed at the waist, some had their heads chopped off, and some had their limbs severed. Some of them were in their prime, some were elderly, and some were children. After seeing this scene, Lin Ling's eyes instantly turned red. Because he could clearly see that this group of people didn't know any martial arts, while the godly escort family was one of the most powerful forces in the 9 states. How could the godly escort family do something like this? His gaze quietly shifted to the group of people from the godly escort mansion. However, they didn't seem to notice Lin Ling at all. Instead, one of them was attacking the 6-year-old girl. He stepped on her body and raised his butcher's knife up high. With a loud laugh, he was about to behead the little girl. At this moment, Lin Ling roared in his heart. Bang! He disappeared on the spot and reappeared behind the expert. He punched out, and the expert froze in place. The butcher knife in his hand was already raised, but it seemed like he would never have the chance to slash down. That was because, in everyone's eyes, that person had gone limp like mud. To be able to beat a powerhouse into a pulp, it meant that the punch had directly shattered all the powerhouse's bones. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Ling. Who are you? How dare you kill people from the godly bodyguard mansion? Some people immediately looked at Lin Ling angrily, and their bodies also emitted a terrifying killing intent. Just as he finished speaking, a trembling voice came from beside him. He seems to be Lin Ling. The first person obviously didn't react and shouted angrily, "What do you mean by your Lin, my Lin? I don't care which Lin he is. If I don't kill him today, how can I vent my anger?" After saying that, he finally stared at Lin Ling, but after a glance, he subconsciously took a step back. Lin Ling, Lin Ling. Obviously, he had recognized Lin Ling. Is that Lin Ling? Lin Ling. The others, whether they had seen Lin Ling's way, or not, they all took a step back, as if they had seen a demon. In the godly escort mansion, the name of the son of the devil, Lin Ling, was known to everyone. Run! Without Ling Xiu Xiu. Xiu. On the other hand, Lin Ling wore an icy expression as the aura of the dragon god burst out from his body. Following this, a 5-meter-long dragon bow appeared in his hand. With a flick of his arm, the roar of the dragon god could be heard, followed by the dragon god's arrow being fired. The sky was filled with flying dragon gods at an incredible speed, resulting in a dazzling scene. The people who were running away panicked, as they knew that they had no chance of stopping the arrows. They could only run for their lives, but gradually, they realized that it was impossible to escape. Bang bang bang. In just a few breaths' time, corpses fell from the sky as if it were raining. Their bodies were penetrated by the arrows, leaving them dead. Lin Ling frowned as he ignored the corpses on the ground. As a matter of fact, he had already planned to eliminate the Fei Long, Fu Xing, and the Go Dart Studio once he reached the martial progenitor realm. By then, he would have the strength to eliminate them. Even if his opponents were the formidable factions of the 9 continents, they would still be useless against him. This was because Lin Ling had Lei Gong as his backer. But now, he had changed his mind. He would eliminate the Go Dart Studio first. Firstly, the Go Dart Studio did not expect Lin Ling to eliminate them. Secondly, Lin Ling already had the strength to eliminate the Go Dart Studio. Of course, it was obviously impossible to eliminate them completely, but at least he could eliminate 70 to 80% of their main force, causing this hypocritical organization to collapse. "Thank you, my lord, thank you." At this moment, the people around them kowtowed to Lin Ling. "Get up." Lin Ling hurriedly helped them up, and then asked why the Go Dart Studio had attacked them. "They have a branch here. As long as they complete their mission, they will return to this branch to rest. Because they are bored, they kill the people of the Horseshoe World and even compete to see who can kill more. And not only do they kill people, but they also use the creatures, trees, mountains, and seas here for the competition. Anyway, every competition is a time of great disaster for the Horseshoe World. Yes, this group of people is so powerful, but they are too ruthless." Everyone cursed out loud. They all knew that the Go Dart Studio was very powerful, but they still dared to curse. This also showed how ridiculous the Go Dart Studio was. "Then your Realm Lord doesn't care?" Lin Ling asked again. "The Realm Lord died a long time ago, and the new Realm Lord is the chief deacon of the Go Dart Studio. At first, we didn't know, so we asked the new Realm Lord for help. In the end, he broke our legs and hung us in the forest to death. Until now, no one dares to collect our corpses." An old man said while wiping his tears, because the one who died was his brother. And when it came to the sad part, everyone's eyes became moist. Lin Ling looked at them deeply. He had always thought that in a world where the strong were respected, the weak would be bullied, but there was a difference between the weak and the commoners. The commoners had not entered the world of martial arts, and they were even inferior to the weak, so nothing should implicate them. But now, he realized that for some crazy warriors, as long as they were weak, they were all the same. "Thank you for saving our lives, sir. It's not good to stay here for a long time. Why don't you come to our tribe?" The old man said again, causing everyone to look at Lin Ling expectantly. Lin Ling wanted to refuse, but he couldn't bear it, so he temporarily agreed. Following the crowd, Lin Ling roughly asked about the location of the Go Dart Studio, and planned to go there at night to find out. Not long after, they arrived at the tribe. The tribe was very old, and Lin Ling felt sad when he saw it, because most of the young and strong people had died, leaving behind some old people and children. Lin Ling also quietly left behind some treasures. That night, he had dinner with them. After that, they chatted for a while. Only when the sky darkened did Lin Ling leave a letter and quietly leave. According to the memory of the route during the day, Lin Ling went to the address of the Go Dart Studio. The forest at night was quiet and silent. As he moved forward, stars gradually appeared in the dark ahead, as if he had arrived at a city. This city was somewhat lively, and he didn't know whether there were more people in the Go Dart Studio, or there were warriors from other places. And outside the city, there was a dried corpse, which made Lin Ling know that this was the person who asked the Realm Lord for help, but in the end, his legs were broken and he was burned to death. Chapter 3501. Map of the Branch. Within the branch, teams of experts were patrolling. They weren't very strong, but Lin Ling didn't want to alert them unless he caught the deacon first. After all, as a deacon, he must have some tricks up his sleeve. Lin Ling wasn't afraid of him fighting, he was just afraid that he would run away. After sneaking into the branch, Lin Ling's soul force began to spread out and search through the houses. Finally, he found a short and fat middle-aged man in one of the houses. However, this middle-aged man was as fat as a ball. He was pressing on top of an 18 or 19-year-old girl and was excitedly thrusting. The girl was moaning in pleasure. Lin Ling's soul force swept through and he immediately knew that the middle-aged man was the deacon. Because the tribesman had roughly explained to him what the chief deacon looked like, Lin Ling was able to deduce a few things. Shaking his head, Lin Ling's body disappeared and reappeared in the room. However, what surprised Lin Ling was that the middle-aged man was too engrossed. He was actually still doing that kind of thing and didn't even notice that Lin Ling had entered. Being a dog every day, is it fun? Lin Ling had to interrupt the deacon. The moment his voice came out, the middle-aged man stopped his movements and his whole body quivered. He looked at Lin Ling with the help of the light and continued thrusting. At the same time, he said, "Speak, who sent you?" This made Lin Ling stunned. He couldn't help but admire this guy's self-confidence. He didn't even consider his own safety and asked him back. Moreover, at this moment he was still doing this kind of thing. This kind of self-confidence had reached the point of madness. As a realm lord and the deacon of the divine escort mansion, it seems like you can only do things worse than pigs and dogs. Lin Ling couldn't help but shake his head. The middle-aged man immediately glanced at Lin Ling and increased his thrusting speed. He said indifferently, "You should be a country bumpkin who invited you here. No wonder you're so insensible. Wait, after I'm done, I'll play with you." The woman beneath him had long wanted to leave, but she didn't dare to move as the head deacon didn't say anything. She could only continue to cater to him. "You want me to wait? Do you think I have time to wait here?" Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he prepared to attack. However, before Lin Ling could make a move, the middle-aged man let out a loud roar. His entire body seemed to be leaking something as he sat down on the bed. A moment later, he swaggered out of the bed without even putting on his clothes. Lin Ling was originally furious, but he couldn't help but laugh. "I thought I would have to wait for a long time, but in the end, it didn't even take 3 breaths. 3 breaths, man, how sad. Please, 3 breaths don't count as waiting, do you understand?" The middle-aged man swaggered over, but after hearing Lin Ling's words, he was startled at first, then immediately trembled in anger. However, Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him. He moved and immediately appeared in front of the middle-aged man. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand, and with a light flick, the middle-aged man's thing was picked up by the sword. With just a light flick, the man's precious thing would be cut off. Only now did the middle-aged man react. Was this young man so strong? Just as Lin Ling wanted to say something, he suddenly stared at the middle-aged man and couldn't help but laugh. "I see that you are tall and strong, but in the end, this thing is so thin and weak, like an earthworm, What exactly do you want?" The middle-aged man was so angry that he almost vomited blood. "Don't be angry, otherwise, even if I don't move, your little earthworm will be cut off by the sword, because your little earthworm is too small. Now, let me ask you a question." After Lin Ling laughed, he said indifferently, "Are you the head deacon of the branch? How many of them are there in your divine escort mansion?" "I don't know." The middle-aged man immediately shook his head coldly. "I don't know." Lin Ling quietly raised the sword in his hand. Sensing this, the middle-aged man roared, I know, there are a total of 18 branches like ours, and there are a total of 72 branches under the branches." "So many." Lin Ling was secretly surprised and then asked, "Then who are the head deacon of these 18 branches? Don't tell me that they are all head deacons like you, a useless embroidery needle." "Don't talk nonsense. In the 18 branches, other than my place, the other places are all experts, and I only have this privilege because my father is a great escort," the middle-aged man immediately said. "Then you should know the address of the 18 branches. Tell me everything," Lin Ling said again. "This I really don't know." Speaking of this, the middle-aged man obviously didn't dare to speak casually. This was obviously a secret of the divine escort mansion. "Show." Lin Ling didn't say much nonsense, and with a light flick of his sword, a small earthworm was immediately cut off by the sword and fell to the ground. The man was stunned, and then he screamed like a pig being slaughtered, fell to the ground, and kept rolling. Lin Ling sneered, walked over and kicked a few times, and said, "Stop pretending with your earthworm's penis, it won't hurt much even if it's broken." "Nonsense, no matter how small my penis is, it will still hurt." The middle-aged man shouted in pain and replied with difficulty. He was so angry that he almost died. His man's most precious thing was destroyed, and he still had the face to mock him? "I don't like to talk nonsense, so I'll ask you again, where is the address of the 18 branches?" Pointing his sword at the middle-aged man, Lin Ling asked indifferently. "The 3rd brick beside the bed, it has the location of all the branches." In the end, the middle-aged man was afraid of Lin Ling, so he said with difficulty. Lin Ling looked at the bed. At this moment, the girl on the bed witnessed everything with her own eyes. She was so scared that she forgot to wear her clothes. However, Lin Ling didn't have time to admire her, and he didn't want to. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed the girl and threw her to the side. Then he used his realm essence to search around the bed, and finally found a sheepskin map in the third brick. After opening it and looking at it, Lin Ling was sure that this was what he was looking for. Then he turned and left. The middle-aged man was still rolling between his legs, but then he also picked up his penis. Seeing that Lin Ling had left, he let out a sigh of relief. However, just as he was about to inform the others to kill Lin Ling, and even help to fix his little earthworm, in the sky, tens of thousands of arrows had already shot down. Not only did they want to destroy the branch here, they also wanted to destroy the city here. As for the broken penis, since he had lost his life, there was no need to fix it back. The next day, the people of the nearby tribes received good news. The world master of the horse hoof realm had fallen, and the divine escort mansion's branch had been eradicated. For a time, the people of the horse hoof realm were happy as if it was a new year. And Lin Ling had already left the horse hoof realm. He had obtained the map of all the branches, so he planned to take revenge on the divine escort mansion. Chapter 3502. In the Yen state, one of the 18 branches had been destroyed. If he were to go to the remaining 17 one by one, it would be very time-consuming. Therefore, Lin Ling planned to use the dragon demons in the Dragon Pearl. Speaking of which, this was the first time the dragon demons had come out since he went to the final world. Next, Lin Ling held one of the Dragon Pearl fragments and moved his mind. In the blink of an eye, a large number of dragon demons appeared in the void. Each of them was as large as a mountain and as large as a sea. The entire void was occupied by these dragon demons. It was terrifying. Young master. After the dragon demons came out, they looked around curiously and then looked at Lin Ling with a smile. Thank you for your hard work during this period of time, Lin Ling said to all the dragon demons. Ever since he went to the final world, it was inconvenient for him to use the dragon demons. Therefore, he could only hide them in the Dragon Pearl. It's fine. Young master probably doesn't know that not only is there a world in the Dragon Pearl, but it also leads to another world. Therefore, during this period of time, we weren't bored. The dragon demons laughed. One of them, who was the most familiar with Lin Ling, asked, "Young master, are you ready for revenge?" Lin Ling immediately nodded. However, this time, the one I want to take revenge on is the divine escort mansion. As for martial god Wen Tian, I still don't have the strength to fight against him. Okay, where do you need our help? There are 18 branches here. I destroyed one earlier. I hope you can help me destroy 16 and leave the remaining one to me. How about it? Lin Ling took out the map and pointed it out to the dragon demons. Obviously, this was the first time the dragon demons had seen the map of the 9 prefectures. Therefore, they couldn't understand it for a while. However, they could forcefully memorize it. As long as they could memorize it, everything would be easy to find. "Okay, young master, wait for our good news." The dragon demons immediately spread out and flew in different directions in the void. Lin Ling was not worried about them at all because there were many dragon demons. If they worked together, unless there was a martial god, no one could stop these dragon demons. The godly escort mansion is a great force that can be found all over the 9 continents. There must be a reason why they haven't fallen after so many years. I believe that they have quite a number of martial progenitors. However, I have just come out from the final world and have seen the martial progenitors there. Those experts are obviously more talented. Those from the 9 continents are no match for them. In fact, I estimate that the divine escort mansion doesn't even have a 5th grade ultimate desolate body. In the past, the godly escort mansion was an extremely powerful existence to me. But now I can destroy it with a flip of my hand. Lin Ling looked at the map in his hand and was surprised to find that this branch was in the Yen state. I can go back and see master. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. Taking a step forward, ripples appeared in the air. He was like a god who had returned after thousands of years. Step by step, he walked towards the Yen province. His speed didn't seem fast, but in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon. Lin Ling appeared in the sky of the Yen province. Even the new Flame Emperor didn't notice his arrival. Lin Ling's gaze swept across the entire Yen province. The Yen province hadn't changed much from before. Perhaps the only change was that the Flame Emperor had been killed by the 9th God Eye. Lin Ling shook his head. He didn't have any good feelings for the Yen province, so he went directly to find his master. He walked in the sky of the Yen province. Your Excellency, you are in such a good mood. You are casually walking in the Yen province, and you look very unfamiliar. It must be your first time here. At this moment, someone saw Lin Ling and smiled faintly. The person who spoke was a man in white. He was at the peak of the Saint realm. Because his cultivation seemed to be higher than Lin Ling's, he couldn't help but mock him when he saw that Lin Ling was so proud of his cultivation. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't pay any attention to him. Master, this person is so rude. That's right. Master kindly reminded him, but he didn't even look at Master. Seeing that Lin Ling was still walking forward, the disciples around the man in white were immediately displeased. It's fine, it's fine. When he kicked the stone, he knew whether his foot hurt or not. If we ask him now, he will definitely say that the wine is very fragrant and the road is easy. The white-clothed man said confidently as he led the group of disciples forward. Your Excellency, could you be Lin Ling? Not long after, another voice sounded. This voice was extremely solemn. Then, an expert at the initial stage of the martial ancestor realm appeared and looked gravely at Lin Ling. Lin Ling glanced at him and didn't recognize him. He shook his head and continued forward. Senior Zhenanzi of the Miao province. As for the man in white and the others not far away, their pupils violently trembled. This was because Senior Zhenanzi was an extremely ancient existence, even more ancient than the previous Flame Emperor. He knew everything that happened in the Yen province, so he was highly respected. Now he actually knew the man. Most importantly, when Senior Zhenanzi greeted the man looked indifferent. Oh my God, that man seems to be only at the 7th Heaven Sage realm. With such strength, when did he have the qualifications to be a boss? It seems that you really are Lin Ling. I didn't expect to meet you again. Seeing that Lin Ling was ignoring him, the expert who had appeared wasn't angry. He followed behind and said calmly, May I ask if you have anything to do with the Flame Emperor's death? What? When these words came out, even the man in white and his disciples were shocked. The Flame Emperor had died a long time ago. Everyone in the Yen province knew about this. Furthermore, the Flame Emperor had gone to one of the 7 forbidden lands of Huanyu and finally died there. Although no one knew how the Flame Emperor had died, anyone could imagine that the battle must have been intense. It was probably the highest level battlefield in the 9 states. But now, that expert was saying that the Flame Emperor's death was related to a junior at the Saint Realm? Wasn't this joke a little too big? When Lin Ling heard the question, his expression didn't change. He calmly replied. The Flame Emperor had died in the Starry Sky Forest, killed by the 9th God Eye, so he could only say half. After all, this wasn't Lin Ling's doing. However, the 9th God Eye and Lin Ling were friends, so it couldn't be said that they had nothing to do with each other. It's true. It seems that the rumors are true. Lin Ling, what happened back then? Please tell me. Hearing Lin Ling's reply, the expert's expression changed greatly. He quickly chased after him and asked again. Scram. However, Lin Ling was still walking forward, but his shadow suddenly bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Its ferocity was monstrous. The martial ancestor expert's heart was about to explode. He didn't dare to continue chasing. He stopped in place, his heart trembling violently. He didn't even dare to raise his head to look at Lin Ling. This undoubtedly scared the man in white and the others so much that they fell from the sky to the ground. The martial ancestor expert was so frightened by a single word that he didn't dare to move. Was this still the weak 7th Heaven Saint in their eyes? Chapter 3503. A Long Talk with Master. Looking around, the Great Change Nebula sect was filled with talented people. It was much livelier than before. Master. After Lin Ling arrived, he did not care about the rules and shouted. His shout shocked the entire sect. All the disciples were shocked, and then they were furious. It was the same for those elders. However, when they clearly saw the person who had arrived, their anger immediately disappeared. What replaced it was shock and disbelief. That was because Lin Ling was back. Sect leader. Someone immediately sent a voice transmission to the Great Change Patriarch. In fact, the Great Change Patriarch had already sensed that someone was approaching. However, he was now sure of who it was. As for Xing Shiyun, he rushed out from the West Mountain. When he saw Lin Ling with his hands behind his back, he was overjoyed. He did not expect that the disciple he took in Qingzhou back then had become a godlike existence in the 9 states today. Moreover, compared to the last time when he sent him back, the current Lin Ling was even more indescribable. It felt as if Lin Ling had returned from the world of God and had already received God's mantle. My good disciple. After Xing Shiyun rushed out, he immediately stopped and looked at the sky excitedly. Lin Ling also saw Xing Xiuyun and couldn't help but smile excitedly. He took a step forward and stood in front of Xing Xiuyun, bowing slightly. Good. It's good that you're back. Xing Shiyun excitedly helped Lin Ling up. He was so happy that he did not know what to say. On the other hand, Lin Ling smiled and asked, Master, have you been staying in Yen State all this time? Of course not. I went back to Spirit State some time ago and stayed there for a while. By the way, Master Tantric missed you. Xing Shiyun immediately said. Oh, what about Master's wife? Master, how long do you want to drag this out? You're living in Yen Province now, but she's in Spirit Province. If the two of you are separated for a long time, maybe she'll find someone else to marry. Anyway, other than your bad temper, you don't have any other good points. I think you're much better than that Master Tantric. Lin Ling teased. Xing Shiyun immediately felt awkward. He laughed dryly and said, Actually, there's nothing between us. She's not your mistress yet. He naturally knew who Lin Ling was talking about. It was the island master of Peach Blossom Island whom Long Yang had worshipped in the Spirit Province. Since there's nothing between you two, I'll immediately tell Master Tantra to marry that island owner. Hearing this, Lin Ling turned around and left. No. Xing Shiyun immediately pulled Lin Ling back, her face turning even redder. Seeing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh, Master, she has waited for you for so long. What's the point of wasting time like this? Since both parties like her, I'll arrange this marriage for you. This, all right then. Xing Shiyun lowered her head and said. From afar, Lin Ling looked more like a master, while Xing Shiyun looked more like a disciple. However, Lin Ling could tell that Xing Shiyun liked that woman very much, but he couldn't bring himself to ask for her hand in marriage. If an ordinary person were to ask for her hand in marriage, they wouldn't have the right to do so. Only Lin Ling was suitable. How about this? After I'm done with the matters in Yen Province, I'll go back with you. I'll also go back to Qing Province to take a look. Lin Ling immediately made up his mind. Since his master was getting married, he would definitely support him. Therefore, his return to the final world would probably have to be delayed. Were you going, disciple? Hearing that Lin Ling was going to leave temporarily, Xing Shiyun immediately asked curiously. There's a branch of the mansion of Divine Escort here. Today, I'm here for him. Last time, the mansion of Divine Escort hunted me down. Today, I'm here to hunt them down. Lin Ling didn't hide anything and said with a faint smile. At this moment, Tai Yi Ancestor and the others were standing in the distance. They didn't dare to interrupt and could only quietly listen to the conversation between the master and disciple. When they heard Lin Ling's words, Tai Yi Ancestor and the elders immediately gasped. The disciples were even more curious. Elder, who is this? Why does he look so arrogant? Yes. I just heard from the elders that this guy's realm is not even comparable to the sect leaders. I don't know what right he has to be arrogant. Yes. The disciples were whispering to each other. He's the son of devil, Lin Ling, speaking of which, he's also your elders. Therefore, when you see him, you must show him sufficient respect. Yes. The elder of Tai E Nebula sect immediately said, The son of devil? Yes. Some people's expressions changed, while others didn't react. Obviously, not all of these new disciples had heard of the son of devil, Lin Ling. The mansion of Divine Escort is very close to the Flaming Emperor. If you go to collect the debt, I'm afraid the Flaming Emperor will stop you. Sigh. At this moment, Xing Shiyun looked at Lin Ling, who was leaving, and couldn't help but feel worried. Flaming Emperor, If he doesn't know what's good for him, I don't mind demoting him. Sigh. However, the young man's domineering voice came from afar. Under the blazing sun, the young man walked away step by step. At this moment, the radiance that radiated from his body was even more terrifying than the flaming emperor of Yen State. Tai Yi Ancestor didn't know if Lin Ling was bluffing, but for some reason, when he looked at the back of the young man, he had a feeling that if the young man wanted to kill him, he could do so with just a flick of his finger. This feeling made Tai Yi Ancestor shiver. Since when had Lin Ling reached such a level of strength? He was much more powerful than Tai Yi Ancestor. Moreover, this feeling was so strong and so real. He couldn't help but look at Xing Shiyun. Then he shook his head in shock. He didn't expect that Xing Shiyun, who had been very ordinary all his life, would recruit such a terrifying disciple. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the Devil King. This was because he was probably the only one who dared to ignore the flaming emperor in Yen State. At this moment, Lin Ling was walking in another direction. Everything seemed casual. However, as he got closer and closer to the mansion of Divine Escort's branch, a scholarly middle-aged man suddenly appeared in the sky in front of him. He held a scroll in his hand and was reading as he walked. He gave off a very good temperament. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, then he smiled disdainfully. He ignored him and strode over. When he passed by the middle-aged man, he didn't even look at him. This unusual action undoubtedly caused the middle-aged man to be taken aback. He thought that Lin Ling would interrupt him and ask him a question. However, Lin Ling acted as if he didn't see him. Are you stupid? Please, if you want to use strange methods to attract people's attention, you should at least come up with something new. This method hasn't been popular for 3,000 years. Just as he was surprised, Lin Ling's disdainful voice suddenly came from behind him. The middle-aged man was stunned, and he suddenly felt a little embarrassed and angry. He deliberately pretended to be mysterious, but in Lin Ling's eyes, there was no mystery in all of this. Instead, it seemed very vulgar. Tell me, what do you want from me? Lin Ling's voice floated over again, with a touch of coldness in it. Chapter 3504. Half an hour. I am the Flame Emperor. May I ask the son of the devil, Lin Ling, why are you here? I hope you can come up with a good reason to convince me. Otherwise, even if you are a famous person in the 9 states, I can't help you. After all, I am responsible for the people of the Yen State. The middle-aged man carried Lin Ling on his back as he spoke plainly. Convince you? So that's how it is. However, I don't like to persuade others. Therefore, I didn't come here with good intentions. I came here for the Divine Escort Mansion. That's all. Lin Ling's voice drifted over. I don't care what grudges you have with the Godly Escort Mansion, but this is the Yen State. As long as the Godly Escort Mansion is in the Yen State, they are under my rule. I have the right to protect them. Therefore, before you make a big mistake, put away your thoughts. The middle-aged man frowned and threatened. I'm sorry. I don't mean to look down on you. From the beginning, I didn't take you seriously. Your words are like farts to me. Lin Ling smiled disdainfully. How dare you? The middle-aged man finally turned his head and looked coldly at Lin Ling. Make your move. Lin Ling smiled as well. The two powerful people immediately clashed in the sky. However, although the middle-aged man was the newly appointed Flame Emperor, his strength was extremely impressive. It had only been an hour, but Lin Ling was already retreating in defeat. Son of the devil, Lin Ling, why are you forcing me to make my move? You should know that as the Flame Emperor, I won't allow anyone to cause trouble in my territory. Although you are very famous and arrogant, sometimes arrogance is built on strength. As time passed, Lin Ling became weaker and weaker. The middle-aged man's aura increased greatly and finally defeated Lin Ling. However, after he was defeated, Lin Ling, who was in front of him, suddenly disappeared. Everything disappeared, as if he had never been there. This stunned the middle-aged man. Then he realized that he had been fooled. Previously, he had only been fighting against his illusions. The real Lin Ling had long since left. This made him feel extremely ashamed, as if he had no face to see anyone. Previously, he had said so much, But it turned out that everything was just an act. Lin Ling was simply treating him like an idiot. He didn't even have the mood to say another word of nonsense. And that was indeed the case. At this moment, Lin Ling had already arrived at the Godly Escort Mansion's branch. In just 1 hour he had fought his way from the outermost perimeter to the core. And this was the reason why he was playing slowly. The ground was littered with corpses, and blood flowed like a river. Those who didn't die were all injured. They held their chests and hid in fear, not daring to fight anymore. They all knew that the enemy was the son of the devil, Lin Ling. This was because this person introduced himself as soon as he arrived. He did not hide anything at all. However, they didn't expect that the son of devil, Lin Ling, would be so arrogant as to threaten to crush their branch. However, ordinary experts were unable to stop Lin Ling. They could only rely on the chief escorts of the branch. As Lin Ling continued to fight, an expert finally appeared. It was a 4th-layer martial progenitor realm cultivator, a skinny old man with a monkey-like mouth. It was obvious that he possessed a great status in the Godly Escort Mansion. After his appearance, the escorts fell silent. That's right, this person was one of the first batch of escorts of the Godly Escort Mansion. His name was the Green Robe. The son of devil, Lin Ling. If you join our Godly Escort Mansion, you will be appointed as the chief escort of a branch. What do you think? The skinny old man placed his hands behind him. He did not attack Lin Ling right away. What? The crowd was shocked by the decision. Some of the seniors stared at the skinny old man in a questioning manner. However, the skinny old man only harumphed coldly, as if he were saying, "What do you know?" The crowd no longer dared to ask any further. Only the skinny old man knew that they had offended Lin Ling in the past in order to earn the favor of the Flame Emperor. However, Lin Ling was still very weak at that time, thus they did not think there was anything to be afraid of. Furthermore, the Godly Escort Mansion would surely help Duan Yi of the Duan clan, thus they had offended Lin Ling once again. However, to their surprise, Lin Ling was still alive even after facing the Duan clan. This made them realize that they had made the wrong move back then. Therefore, they were now trying their best to salvage the situation. They hoped to give Lin Ling a great status so that Lin Ling could join them. That way, not only would they be able to resolve their grudge, they would also be able to rope in an expert. The son of devil, Lin Ling, what do you think? The skinny old man asked after a while. Lin Ling remained silent. He only smiled. What are you smiling at? The skinny old man immediately frowned. I'm smiling. What's the big deal about being a chief escort? Lin Ling was still smiling, but he also spoke up. Everyone's eyes widened when they heard this. However, some of them doubted their ears. Lin Ling only needed to nod his head and he would become a chief escort. There were a total of 18 chief escorts, and they were the 18 people with the highest status below the god of escort. These people generally did not need to guard their escorts, but they were constantly receiving imperial crystals. Their status was also high, and they could mobilize the experts of the branch. How could Lin Ling reject such an offer? What did you say? The skinny old man felt humiliated. Old man, I think you look like a monkey. Your ears should be fine. Lin Ling shook his head. Then let me be clear. I'm here today to destroy your branch. Even if I were to become a god of escort, I don't think I'm qualified enough, let alone a chief escort. How dare you? The skinny old man was finally enraged. He stretched out his thin and withered hand as if he wanted to break through all illusions. Prajna, hatred. Blood battle song, song of the vast sky. The palm formed a ferocious ancestral power that reached 50%. It suppressed Lin Ling. As for the old man's talent, it was a battle chart, an ancient battle chart. It seemed to be a time chart used by the gods to record ancient battles. The moment this talent was used, the mournful song changed the color of the world. Chief Escort. Upon seeing this, everyone was overjoyed. From their point of view, the skinny old man's means were the strongest and invincible. This guy has an ultimate third-grade desolate body. Lin Ling muttered to himself. In the 9 provinces, ultimate desolate bodies were very rare. As for a third-grade desolate body, it was 1 in a million. It was no wonder the old man could become a chief escort. Lin Ling growled as the tyrannical song sword floated out from behind him. Instead of retreating, he advanced. The tyrannical song sword slashed at the battle song in front of him. This strike stirred the universe as demonic aura billowed. Moments later, a horrified voice was heard. Ancestral power? You also have ancestral power. The voice came from the chief escort. Lin Ling did not answer him. His 3 talents fused together and grew rapidly, transforming into a monster. Furthermore, he put away the tyrannical song sword and used his dragon claw to resist the enemy. However, although the dragon claw did not seem to have any ancestral power, the power it brought was even more terrifying than ancestral power. This was because the dragon claw suppressed the physical strength of the body. Chapter 3505. What if Lin Ling reached the martial ancestor realm? He did not dare to imagine it. Seeing the dragon claw coming at him, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. He opened the war map and formed a magnificent army that charged forward. This was supposed to be his ultimate technique, but he had not expected it to be used for defense. Speaking of which, the chief escort was extremely depressed at this moment. The magnificent army continued to charge forward and blocked the dragon claw for a while. However, the magnificent army could not hold on for long. This made the elder's face turn paler and paler. Son of the devil, Lin Ling, do me a favor. Yes. At this moment, the Flame Emperor finally arrived. He was immediately shocked. First, he did not expect the divine escort mansion to be beaten to such a state within an hour. Second, Lin Ling was actually suppressing the chief escort. One should know that the chief escort was stronger than him, unless he used the ancient power. Third, Lin Ling seemed to have really become the son of the devil. His entire body was pitch black, and his hands were like dragons. Rumble. However, as soon as the Flame Emperor finished speaking, a terrifying ancient monument came crashing down from the sky. The ancient majesty was extremely terrifying. Bang. Unstoppable, the Flame Emperor was directly suppressed to the ground. He could not turn around at all, which stunned everyone. They thought that the son of the devil, Lin Ling, would definitely die when the Flame Emperor arrived. In the end, the dignified number 1 God Emperor of the Yen state could not withstand a single blow. Furthermore, this was when the son of the devil, Lin Ling, was fighting the chief escort. What if it was a one-on-one battle? At the thought of this, everyone shuddered. It was only now that people realized that the son of the devil was completely different from the rumors. He could now do whatever he wanted in the 9 states. Where has he been all this time? Why has his strength changed so much? Many people secretly wondered. Ancient power. At this moment, the Flame Emperor let out a low roar. In the sky, the ancient palace began to descend. It was majestic, as if it recorded all the secrets of the Yen state from ancient times to the present. The ancient power was a power that the gods had left behind for the 9 prefectures' god emperors to control the divine prefecture. The ancient power of the Yen state was obviously stronger than that of other places. Once the palace appeared, the entire Yen state was shaken. This made many people realize that there was going to be a great battle in the Yen state. Rumble. Almost at the same time, the time and space divine steel on the Flame Emperor's body was knocked over. As for Lin Ling's huge demonic body, a huge ancient palace came down on him. This allowed the chief escort to escape. He shouted, "Kill him, Flame Emperor." Through the previous battle, he knew that Lin Ling had reached a terrifying level. It could be said that no one in the godly escort mansion was a match for him except for the god of escort. As for the divine escort mansion, other than the first fortune and second fortune, no one else in the Fu Hang Manor was a match for Lin Ling. Only 1 or 2 assassins from the assassin organization could threaten Lin Ling. If they didn't kill Lin Ling now, the 9 prefectures would fall into chaos. Lin Ling, I've said it before. This is the Yen state, my territory. At this moment, the Flame Emperor spat out blood and stood up with an ugly expression. Previously, when he was smashed by Lin Ling, his face was covered in dirt. Of course, he was furious because Lin Ling didn't take him, the Flame Emperor, seriously. Who do you think you are? On the ground, Lin Ling stood like a giant. His hands were holding the sky, one on the left and one on the right. The dragon god roared. Go to hell, Lin Ling. Son of the devil, you still have the nerve to live. Today you're dead. Many people saw that Lin Ling was being suppressed and started cursing. However, after Lin Ling raised the ancient power even higher, they were so scared that they didn't dare to speak. Rumble. Lin Ling raised his hands to the sky and raised the ancient power even higher. Oh my God, this freak. Even the ancient power can't stop him. Everyone retreated, their faces turning even paler. Don't be afraid of him. My ancient power is not something he can break free from. The Flame Emperor was also shocked by Lin Ling's power. How was he still human? He was simply the great demon king of the 9 states. You think I can't kill you? Let me tell you, although I didn't kill the previous Flame Emperor, his death was related to me. Today, you, the new Flame Emperor, dare to be arrogant in front of me? Lin Ling raised the ancient shrine with both hands and looked down at the Flame Emperor as he spoke. Hearing this, the Flame Emperor was furious. In Lin Ling's eyes, he seemed to have become a junior. This was a great humiliation. Arrogant. The head escort also shouted angrily. The dignified emperor god of the Yen state was such an insignificant existence in Lin Ling's eyes. Lin Ling had gone too far. The emperor god of the Yen state was ranked second in the 9 states. Other than the emperor god of the Miao state who could compete with him, the other emperor gods could only admit defeat. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. At this time, Lin Ling raised his right hand high. What was terrifying was that the huge ancient power was lifted by him again, and it was with only one hand. How terrifying! Is this guy still human? Everyone was so scared that their eyeballs almost fell out. However, what made them even more terrified was that Lin Ling stretched out his other hand. The dragon bow appeared, and the dragon god's arrow was shot out majestically. How is this possible? The Flame Emperor was tongue-tied. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. The reason why he was not afraid of Lin Ling was that he was confident in his ancient power, and Lin Ling definitely could not break it. However, he now realized that Lin Ling could not break the ancient power, but he could resist it and use the extra time to launch a powerful attack on the Flame Emperor. This was indeed the true terror. Countless dragon god's arrows were shot out. They were many times more powerful than before. The head escort's face changed greatly. As for the Flame Emperor, he only wanted to retreat and shake hands with Lin Ling. He knew that he thought too highly of himself if he thought that he could stop Lin Ling with his strength. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Thousands of arrows pierced through the heart and blew the Flame Emperor into pieces. The poor Flame Emperor, who had just ascended to the throne, was now chasing after the previous emperor. The Yen state could be considered to be in troubled times. With the Flame Emperor dead, the head escort knew that the situation was over. He was not willing to die so easily, so he self-destructed all his realm essence. The self-destruction of a level 4 martial ancestor almost destroyed the entire Yen state. After all, the strongest in the Yen state was only a level 1 martial ancestor. A level 4 martial ancestor was the limit. Everyone immediately panicked and hurriedly looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's body was huge, so he was naturally the most affected. His entire body was blown into 2 halves, but he recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The self-destruction could even kill a martial ancestor, but Lin Ling, a sage, was unharmed. How terrifying was Lin Ling's physical defense? The son of the devil, Lin Ling, is simply an omnipotent god. The remaining people of the divine escort mansion looked extremely dispirited. They knew that after offending Lin Ling, they would have to fight with Lin Ling one day. However, they did not expect that day to come so soon. Moreover, it was not a fight, but Lin Ling who attacked them first. Chapter 3506. Surrender. The branch was the main branch of the escort agency. How could the entire godly escort mansion not be implicated when it was uprooted? Unfortunately, they didn't know that there were other branches that had been annihilated just like them. Every injustice has its perpetrator. Lin Ling, used to say in the Yen state that whoever tries to kill me will be repaid in the future. I believe that everyone here has more or less heard of this. Therefore, you don't have to be too surprised. Now, you can resist, but you won't stop me from killing you." Lin Ling, who was like a demon, looked at the remaining people. In his eyes, the space-time divine steel came crashing down. Every glance killed countless people. Every glance sent people into reincarnation. Every glance ended karma. In the end, all the escorts of the godly escort mansion were killed by Lin Ling. Not a single one was left alive. The Yen state suddenly became peaceful because the top experts were all dead. Lin Ling smiled. He didn't go to the Grand Change Nebula sect. Instead, he went to the Universal Void. He planned to take action against the headquarters of the godly escort mansion. At this moment, an old man was sitting quietly in the headquarters of the godly escort mansion. Behind him, an ancient silk banner was fluttering. The banner looked a little tattered, but it was the first banner of the godly escort mansion since its establishment. The banner was extraordinary and priceless. Only the head escort god of the godly escort mansion was qualified to receive it. The godly escort mansion of the Yen state has been annihilated. The head escort master is dead. The murderer is the son of the devil, Lin Ling. Someone looked at the old man and said with a face full of anger. Obviously, although the godly escort mansion knew that Lin Ling would take revenge, they didn't expect him to destroy the branch so quickly and crazily. Inform the other branches and ask all the head escorts to come back and kill Lin Ling together. The old man's face was extremely gloomy as he gave the final order. Head escort god, bad news? However, at this moment, someone rushed in anxiously. He didn't even bother to salute and shouted, "The branch in Yuzhou has been uprooted. Not a single one of them is left." What? The head escort's expression became uneasy. Head escort were in trouble. However, this was only the beginning. More people rushed in, and the news they brought was that another branch had fallen. Following that, more and more news of the destruction of the branches came. In the end, all 18 branches were uprooted, not even a chicken or a dog was left. Plop. The head escort sat down powerlessly, a look of panic on his aged face. This was clearly a premeditated operation. In a short period of time, all 18 of their branches had been launched at the same time, and they had destroyed them one by one. The 18 branches of the Mansion of Divine Escort were the foundation of the escort agency. They were also the unshakable foundation of the escort agency. Their branches were spread all over the 9 regions and the 10,000 worlds. However, now that they were destroyed, it meant that the vitality of the Mansion of Divine Escort had been greatly damaged. It would be difficult for it to return to its former glory 10,000 years ago. That was because all the dots had been removed. Without the dots, how could he receive the darts? Who is it? We've worked so hard to build this branch for so many years. Who is so ruthless as to uproot it? Who else could it be? Other than the son of the devil Lin Ling, who else could be so ruthless? Does the son of the devil Lin Ling have such power? Of course he does. Don't forget that when Duan Yi was in Qingzhou, if martial god Wen Tian hadn't appeared, Duan Yi would have died there. Therefore, Lin Ling must have a great force that's second only to the martial god. Ancestor, head escort god, what should we do? Everyone in the headquarters was terrified. They had never expected that because of Lin Ling, their escort agency, which had a long history, would end up in such a situation. As for the oldest old man in the godly escort mansion, he sat there quietly. His face was cold and he sighed. At first, he was furious and wanted to go all out to kill Lin Ling. However, after calming down, he realized that unless he was a martial god, he wouldn't be able to kill Lin Ling. Moreover, a real martial god also wanted to kill Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was still alive and well. This meant that someone was secretly protecting Lin Ling. Therefore, he knew that Lin Ling couldn't be offended. The godly escort mansion could only swallow this bitter pill. Son of the devil, who else can force me to this point except for you? Roar! The head escort god roared at the sky. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was dispirited. Head escort god. Everyone immediately shouted, extremely worried. Don't worry, I'm fine. Inform the son of the devil, Lin Ling. Just ask him how this matter will end. I hope that the son of the devil will state his conditions and let our godly escort mansion go." Then, the old man looked at everyone and said, "Head escort god, why are you letting him off so easily? He destroyed our branch. We should fight him to the death." Yes, we still have to fulfill the son of the devil's conditions. This is humiliating us to death. Is there no other way? Hearing the old man's words, everyone became anxious. There's no other way. If we continue to fight with the son of the devil, our godly escort mansion's business will forever be destroyed in our hands. We can't win this battle. We can never win. We can only surrender. This is the only way out. The old man couldn't help but sigh. His expression seemed to have aged a few hundred years in an instant. Everyone was shocked once again. The godly escort mansion had reached the point where there was no way out. It was really unbelievable. Okay, I'll inform him. Finally, someone made a decision. At this moment, Lin Ling was still in the universal void. Not long after, the dragon demons returned one by one, holding a large number of treasures and silk banners in their hands. After seeing them, Lin Ling immediately knew that all the branches of the godly escort mansion had been destroyed. This made Lin Ling sigh. The godly escort mansion was the only escort team recognized by the 9 regions. It had been established for so many years and had not collapsed. It must have its own capabilities. However, today all 18 branches were destroyed together. It was impossible not to sigh. Thank you, everyone. Seeing the dragon demons return, Lin Ling immediately thanked them. Then he asked them about their next plans. However, to their surprise, the dragon demons wanted to return to the Dragon Pearl because the Dragon Pearl led to another world. There were still many things that they had not finished in that world. Lin Ling was speechless. According to his guess, after the dragon demons left the Rainbow World, they would definitely want to explore the universal void. Although Lin Ling was reluctant to let them leave, he would not force them to stay. However, Lin Ling asked them to leave. Now, it seemed that they did not want to leave and were relying on the Dragon Pearl. In this regard, Lin Ling naturally agreed. With these dragon demons, unless a martial god level expert came, no one could touch him. While he was rejoicing, the people of the godly escort mansion also arrived. After seeing Lin Ling, they were extremely polite and explained the purpose of their visit. Chapter 3507. Huge sum of money. Surrender? Lin Ling was filled with disdain. He was not done yet. Senior Demon's son, please spare our lives. Give us a way out. This is also a great contribution to the 9 prefectures. Seeing that Lin Ling was in a bad mood, the person cried out. Their head escort god was right. Lin Ling wanted to kill them all. Fortunately, he had surrendered. Otherwise, the mansion of divine escort would have been wiped out. Surrender so quickly? The new heavenly court? Didn't the Flying Dragon organization help you? Lin Ling looked at the person and said calmly. The Flying Dragon organization has been minding their own business most of the time. Why would they care about us? Moreover, I'm afraid they can't wait for us to be wiped out. As for the new heavenly court, unless when Ian Martial God intervenes, when Ian Martial God won't care about us. Senior Demon's son, please spare the mansion of divine escort this time. We won't dare to offend Senior Demon's son again. Furthermore, Senior Demon's son can make any conditions for us. The person kept pleading. From his words, it could be seen that they had no other choice. Are you so sure that I will make conditions and not eliminate all of you? You should know that I had no grudges with you in the beginning. In order to curry favor with the Flame Emperor, you joined forces with them to attack me. Do you think I'll let this go? The mansion of divine escort's surrender was obviously out of Lin Ling's expectation. Therefore, he did not agree immediately. We were blind in the beginning. However, what happened has happened. Therefore, I hope that Senior Demon's son will be magnanimous and forgive us this time. The representative of the mansion of divine escort cried out immediately. Lin Ling also began to ponder. Although he could obtain some treasures from destroying the mansion of divine escort, it would not be much. Now that the mansion of divine escort had surrendered, he might as well make some conditions to maximize the benefits. First, compensate me with 30 billion royal crystals. Not a single cent more, not a single cent less. Second, help me suppress Fu Hang Manor, the Flying Dragon Organization, and the new Heavenly Court. Thirdly, if it's someone from Qingzhou, as long as they ask for help, you must agree unconditionally. If you agree to these 3 conditions, the godly escort mansion will have no more grudges with me. Lin Ling also stated his conditions. That person's jaw dropped. 30 billion Monarch crystals? How was that possible? These Monarch crystals were enough to nurture a martial progenitor. Secondly, helping Lin Ling suppress Fu Xing Manor, Flying Dragon Organization, and the new Heavenly Court was also a thankless task. As for the third place, it wasn't a big deal. Well, this is a serious matter. Can I go back and discuss it with the head escort god? That person immediately looked at Lin Ling and said. However, Lin Ling didn't care and waved his hand, saying, I'll give you 3 days. If you agree, come to the Yen province and find me. Thank you, senior. Thank you, senior. That person immediately accepted the order and left. Lin Ling pursed his lips. His plan couldn't keep up with the changes. Originally, he wanted to destroy the headquarters of the godly escort mansion. However, it seemed that it would take him 3 days to do so. I'll go back and discuss with my master about his marriage. I'll also wait for 3 days. Lin Ling slowly walked back to the Yen province and went straight to the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect. Everyone in the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect knew that Lin Ling had killed the Flame Emperor. What was more terrifying was that Lin Ling had killed the Flame Emperor while another expert was present. He was so bold that he treated the Yen province as his home. Therefore, when everyone saw Lin Ling, there was only respect and fear. Even the Grand Simplicity ancestor was the same. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't pay much attention to them. He chatted with his master and then returned to the Spirit Province to discuss the marriage with the Vajrayana sect's masters. When Lin Ling returned to the Spirit Province, the entire Spirit Province was undoubtedly in turmoil. Lin Ling thought that it was difficult to prepare for his master's wedding. Therefore, he decided to stay longer and immediately headed to the Qing Province. When the Qing Province knew that Lin Ling had returned, it was no surprise that it was in an uproar. Ancestor Tai Yen, Yu Yu and the rest were already there to welcome him. After Lin Ling, Ancestor Tai Yen, and his son Lin Ling caught up, he was surprised to find that Yu Yu and Xian Yuange had reached the 5th level of the Saint Realm. Moreover, their ultimate desolate bodies had reached the 4th grade. This surprised Lin Ling. This was because there weren't many ultimate desolate bodies in the final world. It was a miracle that Yu Yu and the rest could grow to such a level in the Qing province. Later on, he found out from his conversation with Yu Yu and the rest that not long ago, Yu Yu and the rest had gone to a small realm in the north. They had a fortuitous encounter that led to a crazy increase in their realm and talent. It seems that everyone has their own fortuitous encounter. Anything is possible. After Lin Ling asked, he couldn't help but feel happy for Yu Yu and the rest. This was because fortuitous encounters were something that could only be encountered by chance. Since they had encountered it, they had to grasp it. Fortunately, Yu Yu and the rest had grasped it. Yu Yu, your talent is the same as mine. We both have the bloodline of the dragon race. As for you, you have the power of the radiant dragon god. Especially after reaching the 4th grade, your potential and power are extremely terrifying. Xian Yuange, your ultimate desolate body can't compare to Yu Yu's. However, I can give your talent a hint of a dragon's aura. This is because I have the dragon bone and dragon soul. It won't be difficult for me to change it for you. Furthermore, I have treasures on me. If you cultivate them, your overall strength will increase by a lot. Lin Ling constantly gave them pointers. Furthermore, he was extremely happy to see Yu Yu and the rest becoming stronger. Lin Ling was also extremely happy. Of course, while Lin Ling was giving them pointers, he also told them about Anuer. When Yu Yu and the rest heard that Anuer had agreed to come back, they were so happy that they danced with joy. As for the Fire Spirit Princess, the Second Dream, Lu Su Su, and all of Lin Ling's women, they were also extremely happy when they heard the news. They surrounded Lin Ling and enjoyed the rare moments that came with great difficulty. Upon closer inspection, each of these women were extremely beautiful. In any world, each of them would be pursued by thousands of men. However, they were all willing to follow Lin Ling alone. They waited for Lin Ling without any complaints or regrets. This moved Lin Ling. At the same time, he would sometimes ask himself if he was worthy. Of course, they had been through too many ups and downs together. Their feelings for each other were firm. Hence, even Lin Ling had only casually asked himself a question. He wouldn't be swayed by it. When Lin Ling brought them to the Yen State, the Divine Weapon Mansion also sent news that they had agreed to all of Lin Ling's conditions. It was so straightforward that even Lin Ling felt that it was a little unreal. However, on second thought, he immediately understood why the Divine Weapon Mansion had agreed so quickly. That was because all 18 divisions had been destroyed. The only thing left in the Divine Weapon Mansion was the headquarters. If the headquarters were destroyed, the Divine Weapon Mansion would cease to exist in this world. Hence, would they still consider it for a long time at a time like this? Here are 30 billion royal crystals. The representative of the Divine Weapon Mansion cried as he handed over the royal crystals. Chapter 3508. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Fu Hang Estate's decision. In the final world, Lin Ling had only gotten 30 billion royal crystals from extorting a deputy governor. The deputy governor of the final world was obviously more valuable than the godly escort mansion. Hence, this showed that the godly escort mansion was sincere in their apology. Yu, take these royal crystals and use them for your cultivation. However, don't tell anyone. Lin Ling handed the 30 billion royal crystals to Yu and the rest. This was because he still had 30 billion royal crystals in hand and could upgrade his 5 great elixir fields to another level. However, Lin Ling had no plans to upgrade them at the moment. After the people from the godly escort mansion left, Xing Shiyun's wife was brought over. The entire Grand Simplicity Nebula sect began to bustle with activity as they prepared to help Xing Shiyun get married and start a family. Generally speaking, many people from the Green and Spirit continents were not allowed to enter the Yen State. However, the Emperor of the Yen State had been killed by Lin Ling. Hence, who would dare to stop them? Many people even knew that Lin Ling was in the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect. However, the experts from the Yen State did not dare to look for him. They even guessed that the reason why Lin Ling had attacked the Flaming Emperor was that it was too troublesome to enter the Yen State. Lin Ling wanted to break this rule and thus killed the Flaming Emperor. Many people thought that this was very likely. In other words, they were even more in awe of Lin Ling. Because of a moment of anger, he had killed the Emperor God. Even the ancient power was useless against him. Such an expert could do whatever he wanted in the 9 continents. Lin Ling did not know what they were thinking. While waiting quietly, he quietly left the Yen State and headed to the headquarters of the Fu Hang Estate. Tomorrow was the day of Xing Shiyun's wedding. The night before, Lin Ling still went to the headquarters of the Fu Hang Estate to kill people. There were 13 blessings in the Fu Hang Estate. Other than 13 blessings, who Lin Ling had some impression of, the only other person left was Glorious Sunset. Speaking of which, Lin Ling had met Luo Riyao in Qingzhou. At that time, Fu Hang Manor and Lin Ling were friends and had helped Lin Ling once or twice. Later on, Fu Hang Manor was afraid of the Duan family, so they targeted Lin Ling. Other than these 2 people, Lin Ling did not recognize anyone else. Since they didn't know each other, he didn't intend to give them any face. It was very cold. It was extremely cold. Lin Ling easily found 11 blessings of Fu Xing Manor and invited him out. When the other party saw that it was Lin Ling, his face turned serious. Furthermore, Shi Fu was an old man in his 70s or 80s, whose cultivation was around the 4th layer martial progenitor realm. Unfortunately, this little bit of strength was useless against Lin Ling. In less than 2 hours, the old man was killed by Lin Ling and his head was left behind. Lin Ling did not leave but waited on the way. When the senior from 9th Blessings appeared, Lin Ling defeated him and killed him. In the end, he used their heads to leave a blood letter for Fu Hang Manor. They were killed by me, Lin Ling. My purpose is simple, revenge. Fu Hang Manor only has two choices now. 1. Fight with me, Lin Ling, until one side is completely annihilated. 2. Surrender and pay 100 billion royal crystals, and this matter will be settled. The blood letter went straight to the point. 1. Fight. 2. Use money to buy a house. When the blood letter fell into the hands of the experts of Fu Hang Manor, everyone knew that things were going to be troublesome. Lord Yifu, Lin Ling is too arrogant. He killed 2 of our lords. Damn it. It's fine that he killed them. We haven't even done anything yet, but he wants us to surrender and pay 100 billion royal crystals. What a joke. Does he think he's worthy? Why don't we mobilize all of Fu Hang Manor to kill him? Fu Hang Manor was a major force in the 9 states. How could they take this lying down? Moreover, it wasn't as if Fu Hang Manor hadn't been threatened before, but had they ever given in? However, this matter is not as simple as it seems. Since Lin Ling dares to bully us in such a domineering manner, he must have a certain level of confidence. Someone said immediately, "What a joke. If he is confident, why does he have to be so sneaky? He can just kill us openly." However, someone was not convinced. As far as I know, he is currently in the Yen province and is holding a wedding for an elder of the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect. That elder is his former master. Therefore, he did not come here openly. I think there are only 2 possibilities. First, he does not dare to go against Fu Xing Manor, so he does not dare to come. 2. He is not free. Some of the commerce experts were analyzing the situation. Moreover, according to the information, Lin Ling killed the Flame Emperor in Yen State. Moreover, the strongest chief escort in Yen State was also killed by Lin Ling. He can do whatever he wants in the 9 states. Therefore, the blood letter he left behind doesn't seem to make any sense. That's right. I have also received news that the 18 branches of the Mansion of Divine Escort have all been destroyed. Lin Ling's original intention was to exterminate the Mansion of Divine Escort. However, some of them begged for mercy, so he did not exterminate them. Perhaps he has tasted the sweetness of victory from the Escort family, so he used the same method to deal with us. What? This guy has become so powerful. Through continuous analysis and communication, the faces of the experts from Fu Xing Manor became more and more solemn. Their previous fearlessness had been shaken by the current situation. He left the blood letter saying that if we don't do as he says, he will destroy Fu Hang Manor. However, 100 billion royal crystals is too much. Yes, why don't we send someone to talk to him? Luo Riyao had a friendship with him in the past, let him go. Fu Hang Manor did not dare to delay and sent Luo Riyao to Yen State to look for Lin Ling. After receiving the order, Luo Riyao was extremely excited. In the past, he was just an ordinary person in Fu Hang Manor. However, after meeting Lin Ling, he had a meteoric rise and climbed up the social ladder. However, just when he thought that he would get higher and higher, Fu Hang Manor suddenly broke off with Lin Ling, which made him feel extremely regretful. However, because of this, he rarely went to look for Lin Ling. He was afraid that he would be implicated by Lin Ling and cause all his hard work to go to waste. However, he did not expect that Lin Ling would play such an important role again. In the entire Fu Hang Manor, only he could meet Lin Ling. If this negotiation was successful, he would have made a great contribution again. Lin Ling, the kid I met in Qing State, has become a figure in 9 states today. Now that I think about it, everything seems to have changed. Thinking of Lin Ling in the past and thinking of Lin Ling now, Luo Riyao could not help but feel emotional. After a long time, he appeared in Yen State. Because of Xingxiu Yun's wedding, he also sent a congratulatory gift and met many old friends. These old friends were all from Qing State, such as those from the Martial God Battalion, 8th Lord, Red Jade Tiger, and so on. Ah, old friend, long time no see. Seeing these old friends, Luo Riyao was extremely excited. Chapter 3509. Goodbye, Luo Riyao. It could only be said that some people could only share trials and tribulations, but not riches and honor. Luo Riyao was the kind of person who couldn't share riches and honor. However, without Lin Ling, Luo Riyao would still be a very ordinary person. Lin Ling still had some feelings for Luo Riyao. However, after knowing that Luo Riyao had never come to Qingzhou for his own future, his impression of Luo Riyao instantly soured. When Luo Riyao entered Grand Simplicity Nebula sect, he saw Lin Ling at first glance. He was stunned. In the past, Lin Ling was just a junior in his eyes, a rising star. Luo Riyao had also taken care of him in Qingzhou. However, now, the man sitting at the head of the table had a calm and steady aura. He was no longer the junior he used to be. He was more like a hero of the 9 prefectures. Luo Riyao didn't even dare to look at the man in the eye. Luo Riyao, you and I know each other. If you're here on behalf of Fu Hang, you can go back. At this moment, Lin Ling's voice drifted over. Lin Ling, what do you mean? This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, causing Luo Riyao to frown. Am I not clear enough? I'm asking you to go back. Lin Ling squinted his eyes and looked at Luo Riyao indifferently. Lin Ling, you and I are considered friends. Fu Hang sent me here to negotiate because of this. They thought that it would be easy to talk among friends. But now you're chasing me away? You should know that not everyone in Fu Hang is as easy to talk to as me. Luo Riyao said word by word. It was obvious that he was unhappy and thought that Lin Ling was too heartless. Fu Hang is not easy to talk to? I don't think they are difficult to talk to. Moreover, if they are difficult to talk to, I will make them easy to talk to. Luo Riyao, go back and tell Fu Xing Manor that my previous request will be increased by 20%. If Fu Xing Manor still doesn't do a good job, then increase it by 30% until it reaches 80%. Go back. Lin Ling shook his head and said, Lin Ling, what? Are you deliberately targeting me? Luo Riyao was here on behalf of Fu Xing Manor, but now that he was chased away, how would Fu Xing Manor view him? Moreover, Lin Ling's request had also changed. This was definitely intentional. On purpose? Not really, I can only say that I don't like you. Hearing this, Lin Ling said lazily. In the distance, Qi Yuhu and the others smiled. They smiled happily. When he heard that Lin Ling was targeting him, Sunset's entire body turned gloomy. His body trembled as he stood there. Many people in the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect were looking at him, whether they knew him or not. This made Luo Riyao feel very embarrassed. He gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, Lin Ling, you and I have known each other for many years. Why do you have to do this? The grudge between you and Fu Xing Manor is between you and him. Why do you have to put the blame on me? Don't you think you are too petty? Anyone could tell that he was a little angry. This made Qi Yuhu, who used to know Luo Riyao, feel very uncomfortable. Luo Riyao was blaming them? Moreover, what right did he have to ask Lin Ling to treat him well? What right did he have? He, Luo Riyao, was a senior executive of Fu Xing Manor. Because he knew Lin Ling, he was given the opportunity to negotiate. However, Lin Ling did not give him face and asked Fu Xing Manor to replace him. This made Luo Riyao unhappy. He thought that Lin Ling did not give him face. This Luo Riyao was thinking too highly of himself. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. He did not want to explain anything. All these years, have you ever come back to see them? Answer me. Yes. Yes. Luo Riyao immediately looked up and explained, based on your relationship with Fu Xing Manor, if I come back, it will not be good for anyone. It will also bring inconvenience. Yes. Get out now. However, before Luo Riyao could finish his words, Lin Ling had already ordered him to leave. I'll give you half an hour to get out of my sight. His voice was full of dominance. He wanted Luo Riyao to get out. Moreover, Lin Ling's meaning was clear. You don't have to explain anything. Just get out. Luo Riyao immediately looked up. His eyes were full of disbelief. However, after seeing Lin Ling's cold expression, even if he was dissatisfied, he could only leave with his tail between his legs. Of course, with this departure, he also lost all face. What the selfish person? Lin Ling asked him if he had come back once in all these years. He said no. This means that he was afraid that we would implicate him, so he never came back. What kind of person is he? If it wasn't for Lin Ling, he would be nothing in Fu Xing Manor. He relied on Lin Ling to make his fortune. How dare he be so arrogant? People drink water and don't forget the person who dug the well. What about him? Sigh, just think of it as knowing a dog. Everyone who knew Luo Riyao whispered to each other. They had completely seen through Luo Riyao. Luo Riyao was forced to leave. He was naturally unhappy. After a long time, he returned to the headquarters of Fu Xing Manor and told them Lin Ling's conditions. The expressions of Fu Hang Manor and the other cultivators changed drastically. Lin Ling's conditions were increased by 20%? Immediately change someone to negotiate with him. Lord Yifu's mood instantly soured. Obviously, Luo Riyao didn't make Lin Ling happy. Otherwise, Lin Ling wouldn't ask for a change. Damn it, chase Luo Riyao to the West Kingdom to look after Fu Xing Manor. Immediately ask someone to negotiate with Lin Ling again. Although Fu Xing Manor was unhappy, Lin Ling was the boss, the master. Unless they chose to fight at all costs, they endured it again. Luo Riyao waited outside quietly. Not long later, he finally saw Lord Ba Fu walking over. Due to his dissatisfaction with Lin Ling, he wanted to add insult to injury. However, Lord Ba Fu said to him indifferently, Luo Riyao, go to the West Kingdom in the future. This headquarters is no longer suitable for you. The words were like a bolt from the blue. Luo Riyao's mind roared. What? West Kingdom? Isn't this asking me to go back to the 10,000 worlds? Luo Riyao couldn't believe it. He was afraid that he had heard wrongly. When he was working in Qing State's Fu Xing Manor, he thought that he was the worst. Who knew that he was going to go back to the West Kingdom, which was worse than Jojo? How can this be? How can this be? Luo Riyao kept shaking his head. He could accept the demotion, but how could he accept the fact that he was worse than he was at the beginning? Remember, you were promoted because of Lin Ling. So, whether Lin Ling and Fu Xing Manor are enemies or not, he can affect your future. If one day, you can't be responsible for the communication between Lin Ling and Fu Xing Manor, then you are useless. Lord Ba Fu looked at Luo Riyao coldly and turned to leave. Chapter 35:10. 8th Heaven Saint Realm. Once upon a time, he had achieved meteoric success, but he had never once visited Lin Ling. He thought that Lin Ling was from a different world from him and could not be compared to him. But now, he understood that no matter how he had changed, his future would be decided by Lin Ling. At this moment, Fu Hang Manor had sent out a new expert to negotiate with Lin Ling. In response, Lin Ling had raised the price to 120 billion royal crystals. At first, Fu Hang Manor did not agree, but after considering that this might be the last chance for them to make peace with Lin Ling, they finally agreed. Most importantly, they knew that the 9th God Eye had also come to Yen Province. The 9th God Eye was the strongest under the demigod realm. If he joined forces with Lin Ling, Fu Hang Manor would have a hard time stopping them. Fu Hangzhuang also deeply understood that Lin Ling had grown up. He was already a big shot in the 9 prefectures. Therefore, after they handed over the royal crystals, they reached an agreement with Lin Ling that they would never participate in the matters between Lin Ling and the new heavenly court. In this way, Lin Ling only had 2 enemies left, the new heavenly court and the Flying Dragon organization. Lin Ling had no intention of negotiating with the Flying Dragon organization. The main reason was that they were not as rich as Fu Hang Manor. Therefore, even if the Flying Dragon organization surrendered, Lin Ling would not get any benefits. As for the new heavenly court, needless to say, Lin Ling and them would not rest until one of them was dead. After the matters between Fu Hang Manor and the Divine Escort Mansion were settled, Lin Ling had no intention of staying in Yen Province. He planned to return to the final world. On this day, Lin Ling waited for his master's wedding to be settled before he chatted with all his family and friends. After catching up, Lin Ling bid farewell and left. Just as he left and arrived at the universal void, the old woman appeared. She had obviously been waiting for Lin Ling for a long time. Lin Ling also handed over the will of the world to the old woman, which made the old woman somewhat excited. By the way, Senior, my wife's talents have greatly improved. I wonder if you can recommend them to the final world? Lin Ling looked expectantly at the old woman and said. The old woman smiled and nodded. You stayed by their side during this time and helped them improve their strength. I also saw that they have reached the strength to enter the final world. Therefore, I will recommend them to a school. Thank you, senior. Lin Ling was overjoyed. You finished most of your tasks in the 9 continents. In the following days, you should strive to reach the martial progenitor realm as soon as possible. Only by reaching this level will you be able to see a new sky. Come, let's go back. The old woman nodded and led Lin Ling and Yen State towards the final world. Lin Ling had completed the second trial. Logically speaking, he should also receive the same reward. However, the old woman had handed the will of the world to Lei Gong. Therefore, Lin Ling had to wait for the time being. At the same time, the news of Fu Hang Manor and Godly Escort Mansion shaking hands with Lin Ling reached the new heavenly court. Wenyan Martial God also received the news, but he did not say anything. However, the others were very unhappy. While they were cursing Fu Hang Manor, they also had the idea of attacking Lin Ling. However, Wenyan Martial God knew about this and suppressed it in the end. There was no doubt that the experts of the new heavenly court were puzzled, because Lin Ling was ceaselessly growing stronger, and his objective was to destroy the new heavenly court. So, why hadn't they killed him yet? After all, based on Lin Ling's monstrous progress, it would be impossible for them to kill him if they were given a little more time. Unfortunately, Wenyan Martial God did not explain much about this. He only forbade people from touching Lin Ling. In fact, Lin Ling was not afraid of Wenyan Martial God attacking him. This was because Lin Ling could clearly see how terrifying Lei Gong was. However, everything was as Lin Ling had guessed. Wenyan Martial God did not attack Lin Ling. Peaceful days passed quietly. Lin Ling once again lived in seclusion in the courtyard, isolated from the rest of the world. He rarely returned to Snow Wind Academy. On the contrary, there were still many legends about Lin Ling in the academy. During this period of time, Lin Ling had also used all the cultivation resources to improve his realm. This was because his current space-time divine steel had reached its limit: Dragon Bone, Dragon Soul, and the realm-swallowing beast. These talents were very difficult to increase. Therefore, when there was no progress, Lin Ling could only work on his realm. Most importantly, he now had a lot of royal crystals. He did not lack cultivation resources in the short term. Therefore, after spending some time, Lin Ling successfully reached the 8th stage of the Saint Realm. This was the late stage of the Saint Realm. Lin Ling was not happy or sad about this result. He continued to use the royal crystals to increase his cultivation and stabilize his realm. When his realm stabilized, Lin Ling slowly exited from his cultivation state. After checking his cultivation, Lin Ling was very satisfied. This was because he was now in the 8th stage of the Sage Realm. He was only 2 stages away from the peak of the Sage Realm. Lin Ling came to the final world to learn martial arts. The time he spent was not even enough for 100 years. His progress was terrifying. At this rate, I will be able to step into the martial ancestor realm in less than 10 years. When I return to the martial ancestor realm, it means that I have returned to Li Xiaoyao's heyday. However, compared to Li Xiaoyao's time, I am much stronger now. Back then, Li Xiaoyao cultivated all kinds of martial arts and comprehended the power of the ranks and the power of the ancestors. In this generation, I am only focusing on the chaos divine skill to increase my physical strength and talent. Therefore, although I don't have many tricks up my sleeve, my foundation is much more solid. Lin Ling thought to himself. Now, his methods were more like using brute force to subdue 3 intellect. Young master, congratulations on coming out of seclusion. When Lin Ling walked out, Dou Kening and the others immediately congratulated him. Hehe, how long have I been in seclusion? Lin Ling looked at Dou Kening and said as he picked Xiao Yu up. Young master, you have been in seclusion for a year. Dou Kening said respectfully. A year was not a long time. Oh yes, young master, when you were in seclusion, the Deputy Dean of Snow Academy looked for you and asked you to go to the hidden Fog Island. Dou Kening suddenly thought of something and reminded him. When did that happen? Lin Ling looked at Dou Kening. It happened a month ago. Dou Kening said immediately. When Lin Ling heard that, he did not care. It had happened a month ago. By now, the so-called Hidden Fog Island had already started. Therefore, he did not need to care about it. Young master, you are out of seclusion. At this moment, the old woman also appeared. She slowly walked into the small courtyard and looked at Lin Ling with a respectful expression. Lin Ling greeted her politely. The old lady nodded with a smile and said, "Lin Ling, if you are going to the Hidden Fog Island, you can still make it there." Chapter 35:11. A Dragon Ball. The old lady explained, "Young master, if you were to rush to the Hidden Fog Island from here, you would definitely be in a rush. So, it doesn't matter if you go or not. However, there are 8 academies going to the Hidden Fog Island this time. One of them is Yu Yu's academy. So, Yu Yu and the rest might be participating. That's why I reminded you to participate." "Yes." "I see." "Yes." Lin Ling was stunned. Then he smiled and said, "You and the rest have come to the final world. Which academies are they in?" "Yes. They are in Lu Ming Academy and Fei He Academy. These 2 academies are also main city academies. Their history is not much weaker than Snow Academy," the old lady said immediately. Lin Ling was even happier for Yu Yu and the rest. Although he knew that Yu Yu and the rest would definitely become academy students, he did not expect it to happen so quickly. In that case, Lin Ling would have to rush to the Hidden Fog Island. "All right, senior, I have decided what my reward is." After making his decision, Lin Ling suddenly looked at the old lady and said, previously, when the old lady went to hand in the will of the world, she had reminded Lin Ling to think about what his reward was and to tell her when he returned. This was also the reason why Lin Ling had been working hard during this period of time. He wanted to find out what he was lacking the most. "I have a plan." Hearing that, the old lady suddenly looked forward to it. "I want a Dragon Ball." Lin Ling looked at the old lady and said word by word. His words stunned the old lady at first. Then she smiled bitterly. Dragon Ball, this was the essence of the Dragon Ball. Only the king of the Dragon God would be born. This meant that even the purest Dragon God bloodline might not have a Dragon Ball. Such a treasure would be a precious treasure in the eyes of any force, even in the eyes of the 9 states martial gods. "Senior, is it difficult?" Looking at the old lady's bitter smile, Lin Ling felt that he had asked for too much. The reason why he chose the Dragon Balls was because he found that he had greatly improved in many aspects, except for the Dragon God talent. That was why he made this request. "It's not that difficult. It's just that I'm more surprised by your conditions. Don't worry, I reckon that Thunderlord will agree to your conditions. You completed the second trial very well and sealed the will of the world. Moreover, as far as I know, there were a total of 5 people who tried to snatch the will of the world. The fact that you were able to succeed in the hands of so many people shows your ability." The old woman smiled and nodded, which made Lin Ling immediately excited. This meant that Lei Gong agreed. And as long as he obtained a Dragon Ball, Lin Ling might be able to improve the Dragon God's talent, greatly increasing his strength. Of course, Lin Ling was just casually mentioning it. He did not expect Lei Gong to really have one. It seemed that Lin Ling had underestimated Lei Gong's wealth. "I'll report this to Lei Gong. Now, you should go to the Hidden Fog Island first. I reckon that I'll be able to bring back the Dragon Balls by the time you return," the old lady said to Lin Ling with a smile. "All right." Lin Ling was undoubtedly even more excited. However, he asked curiously, "The Wind Snow Academy rushed to the Hidden Fog Island a month ago. Will I be too late if I go now?" "It's okay. These academies were only sparring in martial arts at the beginning. That's why they only started to enter the Hidden Fog Island now. If you rush there from here, it'll take you about 3 days." The old lady analyzed. With the old lady's affirmation, Lin Ling was finally relieved. Since Yu Yu and Lin Ling were there, he would definitely rush over. "Xiao Yu, come with me to see Sister Yu Yu and the rest." "Yay! I haven't seen Yu Yu and the rest for a long time." Thinking of Yu Yu and the rest, Xiao Yu was undoubtedly very happy. After kissing Lin Ling on the cheek, she immediately urged Lin Ling to hurry over. Lin Ling laughed and left a few words to Do Afterimage and the rest before leaving Snow Wind City. Although it was Lin Ling's first time going to the Hidden Fog Island, it was extremely famous in the final world. Therefore, it was not difficult to find the direction to it. As for the Hidden Fog Island, It was a gathering place for the strong to retire. Some people who had become disillusioned with the mortal world or wanted to enter a new world once again would come to the hidden fog island to live a peaceful life. Moreover, the hidden fog island itself had magical powers that made the people who lived there very comfortable. As time passed, more and more people came to live on the hidden fog island. According to the old lady's directions, Lin Ling brought Xiao Yu along and traveled alone. They traveled for a total of 3 days. Soon, a large cloud of fog appeared in front of them. It covered the sky and the sun, and it was extremely beautiful. Lin Ling knew that they had arrived at the hidden fog island. Looking at the surroundings of the hidden fog island, he saw a large number of people gathered there. It was obvious that they were all students from the 6 academies. This also meant that Lin Ling had finally made it. If I were a little late, Yu Yu and the rest would have entered the hidden fog island. If I wanted to find them again, I would have to wait outside. Looking at the large group of people in front of him, Lin Ling could not help but feel happy. The 6 academies in front of him were Snow Wind, Lumin, Flying Crane, Ray Glow, Guan, and Saija. These were the major academies in the main cities, and their backgrounds and seniority were not weak. At that moment, the 6 academies seemed to be planning to let their students enter the hidden fog island for training. However, before the training, the elders of the academies were talking and introducing the students who were participating in the training as well as their strengths. Wow, so beautiful! Is that Beauty with the Dragon's Bloodline the new junior from Lumin Academy? Beautiful, too beautiful. No, I want to transfer schools. I want to go to Luming Academy. Go ahead. I only need the junior with the eyes that seem to be singing. Say, that one is also extremely beautiful. Around them, whispers could be heard from time to time. Moreover, although they were whispering, their voices were not soft at all. Of course, many people were also looking at the 2 beauties. The 2 beauties looked to be in their early 20s, but not only were they beautiful, even their talents had reached an extremely terrifying level. They did not look like freshmen at all, but more like seniors. Together with the freshmen, they became the focus of the various academies in an instant. Even Zhuang Yanming and the other freshmen from Snow Wind Academy stared at the 2 beauties with their hearts thumping nonstop. Beauties like Chu Yun and Fairy Xen Yen might think highly of themselves, but when compared to the ultimate grade 4 desolate body of others, they were immediately overshadowed like fireflies. Most importantly, they were just freshmen. Another Dragon Clan talent, and it looks even purer than Zhuang Yanming's. TSK, no wonder everyone is so crazy about it. Chu Yun exclaimed. The talent of the dragon tribe. This is the little dragon girl. Honestly speaking, if not for the fact that I have some self-awareness and know that such a little dragon girl does not belong to me, I'm afraid that I would have taken action. Zhuang Yanming sighed and said. Chapter 35:12. Everyone was jealous. Thus, their eyes were filled with surprise. It wasn't because of everyone's admiration for them, but because they were surprised that with their talents, they could actually cause such a great reaction in the final world. If Big Brother Lin Ling hadn't given us all the treasures to cultivate, I'm afraid that we'd just be ordinary existences right now. Brother Lin Ling, it's always like this. So many people are looking at us. Doesn't he think about this kind of situation for us? The 2 women said helplessly. They were Yu Yu and Shen Yuange. Junior sister Yu Yu, the trial on the hidden fog island is about to begin. Although the trial is not a small matter to you, there are always accidents. Why don't I go with you and protect you during the journey? His name was Duan Tianzhan. Not only was he a member of the Duan clan, but he was also one of the elites of the academy. Seeing that he was looking for an opportunity to get close to the beauty, the others couldn't stand it anymore and invited him with smiles. However, Yu Yu and the others actually ignored them. They casually swept their gazes over them and were suddenly stunned. Because in the distance, a slender figure was walking over in an unbridled manner. Such a figure would undoubtedly become the focus of attention in this kind of situation, and the outcome would definitely not be good. However, when Yu Yu and the others saw it, they were extremely excited. Who is that guy? He looks so bold. Are you late? Fuck, he's so confident even though he's late. I'm afraid he's the only one from the 6th grade academies. Idiot. Many people also saw the person who came. Most of them were disdainful. If they knew that grandstanding fellow, he would definitely be scolded by his elders. Unfortunately, the newcomer still did as he pleased and appeared before everyone's eyes. Most importantly, he didn't pay any attention to the crowd, nor did he greet them. Instead, he directly walked towards the two beauties. Now, it was even more impossible for people not to notice him. This guy is too bold. With such a style, he should be from the 9 continents. Those fellows from the 9 continents are so overbearing. If they take a fancy to someone, they will directly snatch it. Unfortunately, that idiot forgot that this is the final world. I bet he'll be slapped away by the beauty before he even gets close to her. Even more people started to laugh in schadenfreude. The person who came was none other than Lin Ling. At this moment, he didn't care about the gazes around him and directly went to Yu and the others. Yu and the others also looked at Lin Ling excitedly. Ever since they came to the final world, they had been looking for Lin Ling. Unfortunately, the final world was too big and they couldn't find him in a short time. However, they were sure that Lin Ling would definitely come to find them. And now Lin Ling had indeed come. Without waiting for Yu to speak, Lin Ling grabbed Yu's hand. Wow! The crowd immediately went into an uproar. That guy was really straightforward. However, this straightforwardness wasn't over yet. Lin Ling's other hand grabbed Xian Yuange's hand again. This time, Lin Ling had a beauty each. Furthermore, they were beauties with ultimate grade 4 desolate bodies. It was impossible to say that they weren't jealous. Everyone's eyes were burning with anger. What made them the most indignant was that the two beauties, Yu and Yu, not only did they not resist, they even looked very happy. And this was undoubtedly the crux of the matter. As long as Yu and Yu resisted, they would definitely rush forward and tear that shameless man to pieces. Lin Ling, you have finally come to find us. Yu ignored the gazes of the crowd and continued looking at Lin Ling excitedly. Xian Yuange was the same. This also made their school unable to watch any further. A teacher asked, "Teacher, he is my husband, Lin Ling." Yu replied while blinking her eyes. Without a doubt, everyone's hearts immediately felt like they were being torn apart. He is also my husband, Lin Ling. However, what made people feel like their hearts were being torn apart was not just one stab, but 2. This was because Xian Yuange had also admitted it. This also made the surroundings suddenly turn eerily silent. It was fine that the man had obtained 1 beauty, but he had obtained 2. Furthermore, this man's eyes were too sharp. The wives he had found were not only beautiful, but they also had ultimate grade 4 desolate bodies. Such a rare occurrence had actually happened to the man. Comparing oneself to others was infuriating. Many people's eyes turned red. They wanted to say something, but they did not know what to say. They could only watch as Lin Ling accompanied Yu and Yu. They wished they could transform into Lin Ling and replace Lin Ling. Of course, this was just wishful thinking. It was still possible when one thought about it. Wait, isn't today the time for our 6 schools to exchange pointers? Shouldn't all unrelated people be chased away? That man is not from our school. If it were up to me, we should chase him away. A few men could not find a way to interrupt Lin Ling, so they wanted to forcefully interrupt him. That's right. Deputy Dean, this person's public appearance in our 6 schools is a great humiliation to us. If it were up to me, we should chase that guy away. Chase him away, we must chase him away. More people roared. Their faces were filled with sneers. It was as if they could already see the scene of Lin Ling being chased away and watching his beautiful wife leave him. Upon thinking of this, many people could not help but laugh out loud. I'm sorry. That youth is actually a student from our school. However, he was late, so he came late. However, everyone's excitement and anticipation were quickly interrupted by others. It was a few teachers from Snow Wind Academy. This was because they recognized that the guy who ignored everyone and directly reminisced with his wife was very similar to their school's Lin Ling. No, it should be said that they were exactly the same. That way of doing things in his own way was simply 100% the same. What? Everyone had just found an excuse to attack Lin Ling, but they had all failed. This made them so angry that their noses were crooked. Junior sister Yu, is this person your husband? I don't think much of him. After all, you have a 4th grade ultimate desolate body. His strength is definitely not much stronger than yours. And for a man to rely on his wife, such a man can't do much. It's possible for him to be called that. It's also possible for him to be called a gigolo. That's right, a gigolo. Many people suddenly chuckled. Their words were also extremely unpleasant to the ears. What does it have to do with you? He is our husband. No matter what he is, we like him. Furthermore, it will never have anything to do with you. Yu Yu's expression immediately turned ugly. However, Xian Yuange was a little witch. She smiled and suddenly hugged Lin Ling even more tightly. Furthermore, her entire body moved closer to him. Upon seeing this, Yu Yu immediately followed suit. Chapter 35:13. Hidden Fog Island. Lin Ling naturally sensed everyone's jealousy. He smiled bitterly because he didn't expect Yu Yu and the others to be so popular. However, other people's jealousy was one thing, but Lin Ling wouldn't refuse to acknowledge his wife just because of fear. So, he also held Yu Yu and the others' hands and walked towards the Snow Wind Academy. However, how could the people from the other 5 great academies allow Lin Ling to come and go as he pleased? If Lin Ling took away Yu Yu and the others in front of them, then what face would the 5 great academies have left? Wait! At this moment, someone finally stepped out and blocked Lin Ling's path. Sir, what kind of man are you to hide behind a woman? Furthermore, another person walked out. These two were both experts of the Shen Air Hall and had illustrious reputations. After they walked out, many people laughed excitedly because they could sense that Lin Ling was going to have a good show to watch. Scram! However, Lin Ling also spoke indifferently, but he didn't even look at them. Scram! Everyone laughed. Their laughter was extremely loud. Only they knew how powerful the experts of the Shen Air Hall were. Lin Ling actually told them to scram? In this way, no matter how good their mentality was, it was impossible for them to let Lin Ling go. After all, if Lin Ling was a little more polite and spoke with a better attitude, the other party wouldn't be so angry. However, Lin Ling directly told the other party to get lost. Scram! The two exchanged glances with one another before they shook their heads and burst out laughing. They were both martial progenitors, but Lin Ling was asking them to piss off? Just as they were about to speak, a light flashed in front of them. Lin Ling had already made his move. The two of them were stunned at first, and then they became furious. That was because this unknown fellow had actually attacked them, and he had even attacked them. How dare he do that? The two of them exchanged glances and were already prepared to see how Lin Ling would die. The crowd gasped. Not only did he ask them to scram, but he actually took the initiative to attack them. Even if Yu Yu and the others pleaded for mercy, it would be useless. Boom. Lin Ling's attack was very simple. It was just a light bump with his shoulder, and no one cared about this bump at all. Because when one reached their level, without powerful ancestral power and extraordinary talent, everything else was nothing but paper. How dare you bump into us? Be careful, your shoulder will break. The two of them snorted disdainfully and didn't use any means to defend themselves. Boom. However, when Lin Ling's arm bumped into one's shoulder, a loud boom. It was as if that person had been hit by a meteor and was shot into the distance at a speed that could not be seen with the naked eye. The others? Just as he was about to shout, Lin Ling's arm slammed into him. Boom. The sound of space being shattered echoed as the other person's robe was instantly torn apart. His expression was extremely serious, as if he had encountered a mortal enemy. He even summoned his family's heirloom armor. Kakaka. However, the armor cracked under Lin Ling's attack. My family heirloom lion god armor. The student let out a pained cry. Then, like a shooting star, he shot into the distance and disappeared without a trace. One had to know that the student was an expert of the Shen Air Hall and an emissary of God. But now, the emissary of God had been sent flying, and the armor that the god had rewarded him with had been shattered. Yu Yu's husband's strength was too terrifying. Who is he? Why is he so powerful, but I've never heard of his name? Oh my god, I can't even see his moves clearly. Tisk he, with such strength, could it be that he's an expert of the third hall? Everyone who wanted to watch a good show was dumbfounded at this moment. Duan Tianzhan from the Duan clan narrowed his eyes as he looked at Lin Ling with a grave expression. The most ironic thing was that even now, he still didn't know who Lin Ling was. On the contrary, the people of the Snow Wind Academy were used to it. Lin Ling was the number one in the Shin Air Hall. If he was not powerful, then it would be strange. Teacher, why did you gather at the hidden fog island? Lin Ling led Yu and the others towards the Snow Wind Academy. Regarding this mission, to be honest, he didn't really care about this kind of thing. But since he was already here, then he would stick to it. The purpose of this gathering on the hidden fog island is to have a martial Dao exchange. Since the hidden fog island is not a trial for new students, there are no requirements. The teacher from the Snow Wind Academy looked at Lin Ling and said, although it was the first time he had spoken to Lin Ling, but he had seen how strong Lin Ling was. So that's how it is. How long will it take? Lin Ling asked again. About 3 months, I guess. The teacher immediately replied. Lin Ling nodded. To him, the hidden fog island could be a part of it. But since Yu and the others were participating, then Lin Ling planned to follow them for 3 months. Lin Ling, are you going to represent the Snow Wind Academy? The teacher asked again. Of course. Lin Ling did not hide anything and replied immediately. That's great. The teacher immediately became happy, and so did Zhuang Yanming and the others. This time, the students from the Snow Wind Academy participating in the Hidden Fog Island were from the Shin E Hall, the Shin Air Hall, and the Shin Air Hall. Among them, the Shin Air Hall was the strongest. But since Lin Ling was also participating, then the strongest in the Snow Wind Academy would definitely be Lin Ling. Have you found out? Who is that person? Yes, the son of the devil Lin Ling. I heard that he is the number one in the Shin Air Hall of the Snow Wind Academy. So it's him. The students from the other 5 academies immediately narrowed their eyes. Many of them had evil intentions in their eyes. There were even murderous intents. Although they hid it well, they did reveal their murderous intents towards Lin Ling. The murderous intents were undoubtedly from the Duan family and the new heavenly court. These 2 forces and Lin Ling would not rest until one of them was dead. Lin Ling did not care about all of this. Even if he knew, he would not care. This was because if anyone dared to kill him on the Hidden Fog Island, then Lin Ling could guarantee that they would not leave the Hidden Fog Island alive. The Hidden Fog Island is open. Everyone go in. Remember, visit those seniors. It will definitely be of great help to your martial arts. Finally, a teacher shouted. Then, the students from the 6 academies entered the Hidden Fog Island. The teachers did not follow them and allowed the students to show off their skills on the island. Lin Ling brought Yu and the others into the Hidden Fog Island. They then realized that it was a huge island. The entire island was covered by a hazy fog and an ancient aura permeated the air. Brother Ling, it's been a long time since I trained with you. Yes. Yu and the others were undoubtedly happy to be able to follow Lin Ling. Yes. But Brother Ling came to the final world earlier than all of you, so he is considered half a master. All of you are considered guests, so Brother Ling will be the tour guide and bring all of you around. Yes. Chapter 35:14. Master Qingyun. Since Brother Ling is a tour guide, do you know what's on the Hidden Fog Island? Xian Yuange teased. His words made Lin Ling smile awkwardly. Lin Ling did not know much about the Hidden Fog Island. This is the residence of a few retired seniors. They have been here for tens of thousands of years. Although they have retired, their knowledge is still there, so the academy has arranged for us to visit them for guidance. Xian Yuange said immediately. So it's a place of cowardly ruffians. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded in realization. Brother Ling, why do you say that? If your words were to spread out, those seniors would definitely be unhappy. Xian Yuange and Yu were immediately surprised by Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling, on the other hand, didn't really care. He shook his head and said, if these martial artists who live in seclusion here had courage, why would they rest here? A truly courageous martial artist, no matter how big the storm was, would still move forward resolutely. If he stopped and had the thought of returning home, this meant that he was not far from being eliminated. Big Brother Lin Ling is right. Hearing this, Xian Yuange and the others suddenly understood. The three of them chatted as they walked, feeling relaxed and at ease. Just as they walked further and further away, several figures suddenly appeared where they were standing just a moment ago. The son of Devil Lin Ling. Since we've run into him today, we have to kill him no matter what. That's right. I heard that a big shot has taken a liking to him. Even Sir Wentian Martial God doesn't dare to touch him. Therefore, the hidden Fog Island is an opportunity. Rumor has it that his strength is not weak. However, we are all emissaries of God, so killing him shouldn't be too difficult. Soon, these people disappeared without a trace. On the other side, Lin Ling was casually walking with Yu Yu and the others, and they encountered some demonic beasts along the way. However, these demonic beasts couldn't enter Lin Ling's eyes at all, so it didn't take long for them to be killed by Yu Yu and the others. Lin Ling also took the opportunity to guide Yu Yu and the others. Big Brother Ling, our teacher warned us that there is only one purpose for this trip, and that is to pay a visit to Master Qingyun. Yu suddenly said after the three of them had walked for a long time. Master Qingyun was a respected senior in the final world. However, he had been severely injured in a battle in the past. Since then, he had retreated from this world and lived in seclusion. All the academies respected him, so all the students who entered the hidden Fog Island had to visit Master Qingyun. Of course, this wasn't a hard and fast rule. It was just that it would be best if they could visit. Since that's the case, let's go take a look. Lin Ling naturally didn't care. He saw that Yu Yu and the others were looking forward to it, so he followed their wishes. Master Qingyun isn't hard to find. Xian Yuange seemed to have done her homework before coming. She grinned and was in charge of leading the way. Lin Ling followed the two girls and realized that there weren't any cities on the hidden Fog Island. There were only small rural towns. The martial Dao masters lived in these rural towns. It was quite interesting. When they arrived at Master Qingyun's place, Yu Yu and the others realized that it was extremely lively. All the students from the various academies were paying a visit to Master Qingyun. It seemed that as long as they could get Master Qingyun's signature, they would be rewarded when they returned to their teacher. They could even be promoted from God's first hall to God's second hall. Hey, isn't this the first demon son of Snow Wind Academy's God's second hall, Lin Ling? You're really late. Don't tell me you're looking down on Master Qingyun. At this moment, a laugh suddenly rang out and interrupted everyone's conversation. In an instant, countless people looked at the three people who had suddenly arrived. The three of them were Lin Ling, Yu Yu and the others. The first hall of God's second hall, Lin Ling? I seem to have heard of his name. This guy seems to be very famous in the 9 states. Not long ago, I heard that he destroyed the Flame Emperor of the Flame State. He's so arrogant. Sigh, people nowadays think that they have some ability and are impatient. They don't know that there's always someone better than them. Suddenly, whispers could be heard from all around. Many people had heard of Lin Ling's name. However, Lin Ling had ignored them previously. This made them target Lin Ling in their hearts. After all, everyone present was the best of their respective academies. In the 9 states, every one of them was a domineering existence. How could they submit to others so easily? He, the son of Demon Lin Ling. I heard that he's going to enter the divine list. As expected, ordinary people like us can't compare to him. Divine list? You must be joking. How could he be qualified with his mediocre skills? That's a fool's dream. Only God's messengers can enter the divine list. I don't think he's God's messengers at all. Speaking of the divine list, everyone's emotions were heightened. Everyone sat in 2s and 3s and expressed their opinions. However, Lin Ling and the others were still standing. The main reason was that no one came to greet them. Master Qingyun's people did not seem to care about Lin Ling either. Of course, Lin Ling and the others were guests after all. They had come from afar. Therefore, even if Master Qingyun's people were too lazy to greet them, they still had to put up a front. Junior brother Lin Ling, Please forgive us for our previous neglect. We were very surprised when we heard that you've entered the divine list. That's why we forgot to greet you. After a while, a representative of Master Qingyun said with a smile. He seemed to be apologizing, but in reality he did not mean what he said. Sigh, no wonder he has to hide in the hidden fog island. He's so silly and not smart. If such a person leaves the hidden fog island, he won't have a future. This is what they mean by seeing a spot and knowing the whole leopard. At this moment, Lin Ling sighed and said, "What?" The people who were still discussing earlier all had their mouths wide open. Lin Ling seemed to be mocking Master Qingyun's people. Did I hear wrongly? Why don't you try slapping me? Someone exclaimed. Slap. The person next to him immediately slapped him, telling him that he was not dreaming. Lin Ling was indeed mocking Master Qingyun's people. Silly and not clever at all. He must be talking about Master Qingyun's people. As the saying went, seeing a spot and knowing the whole leopard. It meant that Master Qingyun's people were silly. Therefore, Master Qingyun was probably no better. No wonder he had to hide in the hidden fog island. If he did not hide in the hidden fog island, he would not have a future. As soon as this was said, more and more people exclaimed in shock. Indeed, Master Qingyun was not very powerful. Otherwise, he would not have hidden in the hidden fog island. However, he had seniority. Otherwise, the academy would not have sent students to visit Master Qingyun. However, a student from the academy had just said that Master Qingyun was worthless. If this student's teacher was here, he would probably be enraged to the point of no return. Lin Ling, you're too outrageous. You're smearing the reputation of our 6 great academies. You're making Master Qingyun think that the quality of our batch of students isn't high and that we don't know how to respect our teachers. Chapter 35:15. Provocation. As for the students from Snow Wind Academy, especially Zhuang Yanming, Chu Yun and the rest, they were all secretly laughing bitterly. Lacking in quality and not knowing how to respect one's teacher? This sentence was very accurate, because Lin Ling had always been like this in the Snow Wind Academy. Not to mention teachers and seniors, even the headmaster, that guy did not even put them in his eyes. Duan Tianzhan thought that by putting such a big label on Lin Ling, he would definitely embarrass Lin Ling. What he didn't know was that Lin Ling didn't care at all. Things are going to get interesting. Lin Ling doesn't put anyone in his eyes in the Wind Snow Academy, but there are 6 academies gathered here. The other 5 academies won't tolerate this kind of humiliation. Yeah, and not only the people from the other academies, even Master Qingyun's people don't like Lin Ling. Chu Yun and the others immediately started whispering to each other. Lin Ling dared to speak before because he felt that Grandmaster Qingyun's people were neglecting him. They made him stand for so long and didn't even invite him to take a seat. But who would have thought that Grandmaster Qingyun's people wouldn't accept it? What do you mean by respecting your master? This young master, may I ask if this Master Qingyun is your master? Or your father? Lin Ling looked at Duan Tianzhan and asked calmly. What nonsense are you talking about? Duan Tianzhan said angrily. Great Master Qingyun is a grandmaster of the Mount Tai and the Big Dipper. How could he be my father? You are such a despicable person. This Master Qingyun is not your father, nor is he your master. Why are you so agitated? Maybe you didn't even treat your master so grandly. You're just a wretched wretch. Lin Ling shook his head and looked calmly at Duan Tianzhan. Duan Tianzhan was immediately enraged, but Lin Ling spoke again. I think this Master Qingyun is actually a martial arts senior who was eliminated. Although he has some experience in martial arts, his experience may not be accurate. Otherwise, why would he be eliminated and hide here in seclusion? So all of you don't listen to what others say. Just focus on pursuing your own martial arts. This tone was simply the tone of a senior. Those who didn't know him would think that Lin Ling was Master Qingyun. This time, everyone was so angry that their noses were crooked, but they couldn't refute it for a while. Yu and the others were secretly laughing. They knew what Lin Ling meant. Lin Ling despised deserters the most. Even if Grandmaster Qingyun wasn't strong, as long as he was still working hard, he was worthy of the title of Grandmaster. However, Grandmaster Qingyun was just a deserter, hiding in seclusion. Why should he be respected so much? Moreover, Yu and the others knew that Lin Ling treated them the same way. Lin Ling had been here for so long, but Master Qingyun didn't let anyone greet him. That was why Lin Ling didn't put him in his eyes. Your Excellency, be careful of your words. Everyone was furious. Grandmaster Qingyun's people were even more furious. Someone immediately said in a bad mood. Lin Ling naturally heard the anger in those words. He didn't care and smiled. This place is isolated from the world. What kind of disaster can there be? In my opinion, this place is actually a country of women. When this country of women was mentioned, everyone was even more furious. Lin Ling actually used this kind of analogy. Could it be that he was saying that this place of seclusion had no risk and was suitable for women to live in? What an imposing manner. It's very similar to our imposing manner in the past. Men, come and take a seat. At this time, a smile suddenly sounded. Many people knew that it was Grandmaster Qingyun's voice. As expected of Grandmaster Qingyun. A great person like you is magnanimous. You don't care about this clown at all. Yes. Moreover, this person's spirit is too sharp. Sooner or later, he will kick an iron plate. Yes. Hearing Grandmaster Qingyun's voice, flattering voices came from all around. Lin Ling didn't care at all. Looking at the 3 chairs flying towards him, he wanted to receive them. But soon after, he immediately discovered that there was something wrong with those chairs. Their speed was very fast, reaching 300 world speed. Very clearly, this Grandmaster Qingyun purposely wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. On the surface, he asked him to take a seat. But the speed of the chairs was very fast. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to catch up with them. If Lin Ling didn't find a chair to sit on, he would definitely become a laughing stock. This little friend, why don't you sit on it? Could it be that you don't like my broken bamboo chair? As if sensing Lin Ling's difficulty, Grandmaster Qingyun's voice floated out. His words were filled with thick sarcasm and ridicule. At first, the surrounding people were still doubtful. But gradually, they reacted and one by one, they began to laugh. So, weren't you very arrogant before? Now that you are invited to sit, you don't even dare to sit. Sit. Sit my ass. Those chairs have already surpassed 300 world speed. He can't even see through that kind of speed, so how can he sit? Looking down on Senior, now you know regret. After the laughter, all kinds of mocking voices rang out. In the eyes of the crowd, the 3 chairs were spinning around. Their speed was extremely fast. Let alone catching them, just being able to see them meant that their strength was somewhat extraordinary. Little friend, why don't you sit? At the crucial moment, Grandmaster Qingyun's kind voice occasionally floated out. It seemed like a question. But in reality, everyone knew that he was trying to suppress Lin Ling. Grandmaster Qingyun, is this how you treat your guests? Lin Ling smiled and asked with his hands behind his back. That's not it. It's just that some people are arrogant and unruly. That's why the Academy wants us, the older generation, to suppress them and let them know that there is always someone better. So when dealing with those who break the law, we have to be a bit stricter. Grandmaster Qingyun's voice floated out again. Is the Academy blind? It's not good to find some real warriors. Why do they have to find some deserters, women, cowards? Could it be that the Academy wants to teach us that in the future, if we feel that the road ahead is difficult, we can find a place to hide and live in seclusion? Obediently become a deserter? Lin Ling immediately sneered. What a venomous mouth. This time, Grandmaster Qingyun couldn't hold it in anymore. His expression was extremely ugly. But at this moment, Lin Ling's voice floated out again. Moreover, does the Academy think that by finding some deserters, they can suppress us? Hee, the Academy really knows how to joke. This speed is just that I, Lin Ling, don't want to sit. Otherwise, if I want to sit, even if the sky falls and the earth rends, nothing can stop me. Shameless boasting. Fuck, he can't even see through the speed of those chairs. He actually dares to boast like this. If you have the ability, then let him continue standing. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the surrounding people were boiling with anger. Lin Ling couldn't see through the speed of the chair's rotation. In order to not lose face, he actually said that he didn't care. Ha! Grandmaster Qin Yun also thought so. He let out a disdainful laugh. However, before his laughter ended, a sound rang out. Lin Ling was still standing there. However, his left arm stretched out and actually grabbed onto one of the rotating chairs. Bang! Chapter 35:16. Bullshit. With such little speed, it's really like a turtle crawling. At the same time, Lin Ling said in disdain. What? He can actually see through the speed of 300 worlds? Everyone immediately stopped mocking him and spoke in grave voices. Although 300 world speed wasn't considered a top speed to them, they had always believed that Lin Ling didn't possess such a speed. Master Qingyun also frowned slightly. However, he immediately sped up the speed of the chair. He did not believe that a junior could be so powerful. The speed of the chair has increased again. I'm afraid it has reached the speed of 400 worlds. 400 world speed, that's a speed that no early-stage martial ancestor can achieve. As expected of Master Qingyun. Some of them began to see stars, but some of the stronger students could clearly see that the speed of the chair had increased. However, as soon as they cried out in surprise, Lin Ling didn't even look in front of him. With a grab of his arm, he forcefully pulled down another chair at a terrifying speed and finally placed it on the ground. This is your chair. Sit. When his voice drifted out, the entire place fell silent. How could Lin Ling catch it with the speed of 400 realms? One had to know that this kind of 400 world speed did not maintain the state of shooting in a straight line. Instead, it rotated in all directions irregularly. It was absolutely impossible to rely on luck to catch the chair. It was also impossible to rely on one's eyesight. Because even with eyesight, without the corresponding speed, one would not be able to catch the rapidly shooting chair at all. To be honest, playing these little tricks is really beneath my status. While the crowd was still in shock, Lin Ling said nonchalantly, "Did I lose my identity?" Even Master Qingyun didn't say these words, and you, Lin Ling, actually have the nerve to say it? Could it be that in front of Master Qingyun, you are the real master? As for Master Qingyun, he was undoubtedly feeling the most awkward because he had wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson in front of everyone, but in the end, Lin Ling had taught him a lesson. His eyebrows twitched, and before he knew it, the last chair had begun to roll madly, and cracks had appeared in the surrounding space. Obviously, the last chair had been pushed to its limit by him. 500 sector speed. Even an ordinary late-stage martial progenitor would not be able to achieve such speed. As for Lin Ling, he was only at the Saint realm. He had never experienced such speed in his entire life. Ignorant brat. After activating the speed of 500 worlds, Grandmaster Qingyun was elated. He had been living in seclusion here for so long, and this was the first time he met someone who dared to look down on him. But now, he wanted that ignorant brat to regret underestimating him. Bang. However, just as his words fell, the void rippled. Lin Ling's arm made a quick tug in the air, and a dragon claw light appeared. In the next moment, a chair seemed to have been summoned, and Lin Ling smashed it heavily onto the ground. And Lin Ling directly sat on it. When I want to sit, no one can stop me. Whenever I want to sit, I will sit. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling sat in the center of the crowd with his legs crossed. He was as arrogant as he could be. However, the surroundings had long since become deathly silent. Grandmaster Qingyun appeared and stared at Lin Ling with fear in his eyes. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently and said fearlessly, "I've already said it." "What, master?" "To put it bluntly, he's a deserter, a woman, and a coward. I really don't understand why the Academy wants us to visit these outdated martial artists. To be honest, they're completely useless to our martial arts journey." His words were unbridled. However, Grandmaster Qingyun's face turned green and red. He could not refute him. "Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant." After a short moment of silence, Duan Tianzhan finally reacted and pointed at Lin Ling angrily. Now, the more he looked at Lin Ling, the more he disliked him. He wanted nothing more than to kill him on the spot. "What? You don't accept it? Alright, I'll give you a chance. If you can bring back the chair that I threw out, what's the point of me apologizing to you?" Lin Ling narrowed his eyes and looked at him. Then he stared at a student beside him. When that student was looked at by Lin Ling, his entire body trembled inexplicably. The shock that Lin Ling had given him was simply too strong. "Why are you so flustered? I won't hit you." Lin Ling looked at him calmly. With a kick of his right leg, that student's chair flew up. Then Lin Ling grabbed it and threw it into the distance. With this throw, Lin Ling had secretly used 5,000 boundary force. It was like a real dragon swinging its tail. The most frightening thing was that although the throw was very strong, Lin Ling could leave the chair unscathed. This showed how precise his control of his physical strength was. And when Lin Ling threw the chair, it instantly disappeared. That speed was definitely more than 500 boundary force. "Go and find it." Just as everyone was in disbelief, Lin Ling looked at Duan Tianzhan and said calmly. Duan Tianzhan's eyes were trembling. It was too fast. He could not react at all. Now, he could not even sense where the chair was flying. If you can't find it, then don't talk nonsense. Seeing that Duan Tianzhan was unable to speak, Lin Ling paused and suddenly shouted. This voice directly frightened everyone to the point that their hearts were pounding. "Hugo, let's go. I said that visiting seniors is quite boring." Ignoring everyone's shock, Lin Ling said in a bored manner. He held Yu's hands and slowly left. As for Master Qin Yun and the other strong cultivators of the various academies, they were all sitting there in silence. Their hearts were extremely heavy because so many of them had been humiliated by Lin Ling alone. "Kill him, we must kill him. His strength is at most comparable to an initial stage martial ancestor. We have a middle stage martial ancestor. That's right, I have a grade 4 ultimate desolate body. Even if he doesn't die, he will lose a layer of skin." Duan Tianzhan and the others stood up and shouted coldly. "Your Excellencies, you want to kill him?" The experts from Wind Snow Academy stood up and said. "This has nothing to do with you. Let me tell you, if you dare to help him, don't blame us for killing all of you." Duan Tianzhan immediately pointed at those people. He said coldly, "Help him?" The experts from Wind Snow Academy shook their heads. They did not intend to help Lin Ling. Instead, they wanted to remind Duan Tianzhan that Lin Ling's strength was stronger than he had imagined. But now, there was no need to remind them. It could only be said that Duan Tianzhan had underestimated Lin Ling. Of course, this included Master Qin Yun. Chapter 35:17. Teach Lin Ling a lesson. After leaving Master Qin Yun's residence, Lin Ling did not have a destination in the short term. Initially, he wanted to leave the hidden fog island. However, he was afraid that he would be a burden to Yu and the rest. Therefore, he decided to rest on the hidden fog island for the time being. "Big Brother Ling, I'm afraid that your strength can be ranked among the top of the 36 academies." "Yeah, I heard that the divine 3 halls of the 36 academies have a divine list. All of them are emissaries of God, and even some teachers are included. If you can enter the divine list, then you will be an extremely famous expert in the final world." While walking with Yu and the others, kept explaining. Lin Ling didn't know much about this because after he came to the final world, he spent most of his time cultivating in Snow-Blowing City. He didn't know much about the powerhouses in the final world. Seeing Lin Ling's frown, Yu and the others smiled. They knew that Lin Ling must be confused. All the experts of the 3 halls can compete for the divine ranking. Rumor has it that this is the best opportunity to become a god's emissary. It can be said that those who enter the divine ranking are 100% emissaries. On the other hand, not all emissaries can enter the divine ranking. There is another benefit to entering the divine ranking, and that is that you have a chance to meet the gods. Yu is right. Basically, as long as they are confident in themselves, they will try their best to become a master on the divine list. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. "God's messenger, so that's how it is. If I remember correctly, in order to become a holy knight of God, the first thing you need to do is become a God's messenger." That's right. The holy knights of God have supreme authority in the final world. They can travel between the main cities and sub-cities. Even if they violate the rules, they will be safe and sound. Yu said again. Shi and Xian Yuan. clearly yearned for the divine paladin. However, Lin Ling didn't pay much attention to this. If he remembered correctly, Duan Yi was a two-talisman god's sacred knight. In the end, he had still been killed by Lin Ling, and the Duan family hadn't dared to seek revenge. You must be Lin Ling. Kneel down. After a long while, when Lin Ling and the other two were about to find a quiet place to rest, several voices immediately sounded. A dozen figures appeared in the sky, and when they saw that Lin Ling and the others wanted to rest in a quiet mountain range, they immediately attacked. They activated their world essence and completely destroyed the quiet mountain range on the ground. Lin Ling, do you think you'll have a good time after offending us? After destroying the mountain range, those people coldly looked at Lin Ling and the others and said, "You guys are too much. What academy are you from?" Yu Yu and Xian Yuan could no longer hold themselves back when they saw the other party's unbridled behavior. "Yu Yu, this matter has nothing to do with you. We're here for him. As for which academy we're from, it's best that you don't ask. It won't do you any good to know." Those people calmly looked at Yu Yu and the others and said. Then, they stared at Lin Ling and said, "Weren't you very arrogant? Why don't you have anything to say now? Or are you afraid?" At this moment, Lin Ling stared at them in surprise. He hadn't expected these people to be so brazen. However, after thinking about it, he understood. Lin Ling was very famous in Snow City. Even the elites of the Snow Wind Academy didn't dare to provoke him. However, this didn't mean that the other academies would give him face. Firstly, the elites of the other academies didn't know Lin Ling's background. Secondly, their backgrounds weren't small. Therefore, when they persuaded Lin Ling, they directly attacked Lin Ling without any hesitation. Lin Ling also had a strange feeling because he hadn't been bullied like this in a long time. "What do you want?" Lin Ling asked indifferently. "What do you want?" Hee, many people want to see a good show. The number of people is beyond your imagination. So no matter what, you have to leave something behind. This way, we can report to the higher-ups. Those people thought that Lin Ling was afraid and couldn't help but sneer. "What if I refuse?" Lin Ling was still expressionless. Hee, it's not up to you to refuse. I don't know what kind of person you used to be, but this is the final world. Your previous tricks won't work in the final world. Brothers, the leading young man suddenly shook his head and smiled. Then he waved his hand heavily. Obviously, he didn't want to know Lin Ling's previous experience. He just wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson so that he could report to the higher-ups. If he knew Lin Ling's experience, he probably wouldn't dare to act rashly at this moment. Because in the 9 regions, in the 10,000 realms, Lin Ling's name had long been recognized as one of the most untouchable existences. Sage Realm? After receiving the order to attack, the others sneered. They took a step forward and grabbed at Lin Ling. Their strength was not weak. They had a 3rd-grade ultimate desolate body and the strength of an early-stage martial ancestor. Logically speaking, it would be easy for them to capture Lin Ling with such strength. It was a pity that they didn't find out what Lin Ling represented in the Snow Wind Academy, and how much value Lin Ling, the number 1 in the Shen Air Hall, had. At the same time, Lin Ling also made his move. He didn't need to use any means. All he needed was the space-time divine steel. Wherever he looked, the space-time divine steel would suppress. It was impossible to guard against. What kind of talent is this? Not good, it's at least a 5th-grade ultimate desolate body. Heavens, this person actually has a 5th-grade ultimate desolate body. After a single exchange, those people immediately knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. 5th grade, he actually had a 5th grade desolate body. Furthermore, this ultimate desolate body was very strange. It was fast and could attack silently. In just a few breaths, those people were immediately smashed to the ground. Their minds were constantly buzzing, as if they still couldn't believe what had happened in front of them. A sage had actually defeated them, martial ancestor, so easily. How was this possible? Speak, who ordered you to do this? Who else is involved in this matter? Lin Ling had his hands behind his back as he looked at the group of people indifferently. Throughout the whole process, Lin Ling was not worried at all about this group of people. "I don't know. If you have the ability, kill us. Otherwise, don't even think about knowing anything." Those people who were suppressed by the space-time divine steel said stubbornly as they shook their heads. They were extremely sullen. They had thought that they would have some achievements, but in the end, they were defeated by Lin Ling in a single exchange. It was simply embarrassing. Hee, even if you don't say it, I've already guessed it. However, Lin Ling shook his head indifferently as he looked into the distance. You've been watching for so long. Do you plan to continue watching? In the distant sky, a large number of people suddenly walked out. It was Xing Daiming and the others. It was obvious that Lin Ling had already noticed them. Lin Ling, the person who wants to attack you is Duan Tianzhan. Zhuang Yanming and the others immediately said when they walked out. They weren't worried about Lin Ling at all. They knew that ordinary people wouldn't be able to harm Lin Ling. I knew it was him. When Lin Ling heard their words, he wasn't surprised and nodded. Chapter 35:18. Strip them naked and hang them on the streets. By the way, this Duan Tianzhan has an older half-brother called Duan Wuzhan. He is the holy knight of the 4 talisman gods, and together with Duan Wuhan, they are collectively known as the 4 talisman twins. Suddenly, someone seemed to have thought of something and said solemnly, Duan Wuhan? Lin Ling's eyes suddenly lit up. Last time in the Starry Sky Forest, Lin Ling had come into contact with Duan Wuhan. Duan Wuhan was the only Duan family youth who had survived the catastrophe in the Starry Sky Forest. Of course, this was also the reason why the Duan family's old ancestor had protected him. No wonder he's more arrogant than ordinary Duan clan disciples. So that's why. Lin Ling nodded in realization, but he didn't care too much about it. He estimated that his current strength was weaker than Duan Wuhan's, but not by much, so he didn't have to worry about anything. Strip them of their clothes and hang them nearby. I think the students passing by will be very interested to see them. Lin Ling continued, but his words made Zhuang Yanming and the others' eyes light up. Strip off my clothes? Moreover, they were hanging all around. Interesting. One must know that those who could enter the hidden fog island were all prideful people. Now that they were stripped and hung on the street, it would be worse than being killed if word got out. How dare you? Sure enough, the people suppressed by the space-time divine steel all started roaring furiously. Hee, they're asking me if I dare? Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed mockingly. These guys probably didn't know what kind of person he was. Lin Ling, Zhuang Yanming and the rest laughed mockingly. They had never seen anything that Lin Ling did not dare to do. Rumble. Lin Ling's brows twitched, and the time and space divine steel pressed down again, severely injuring those people. After that, they were stripped of their clothes and hung on the streets. What kind of academy are you guys from? The hidden fog island is a place to cultivate one's mind. What are you guys trying to do by taking off your clothes here? Dirty. I didn't expect the students nowadays to be so dirty. Moreover, it's fine if you're naked, but you don't even have the slightest self-awareness. Look at that thing, it's even smaller than my little finger. It really raped my eyes. The hidden fog island was a place where some powerhouses retired and returned to their hometowns. Therefore, many of the older generation martial artists who lived in seclusion started pointing and gossiping when they saw those people running around naked. The naked people's faces were as red as their buttocks. They couldn't wait to put on their clothes and leave, but Lin Ling had injured them again. Their injuries made it impossible for them to untie the ropes, so they could only continue to be hung up. What made them want to vomit blood the most was that the people on the side of the road were not only pointing at them, but they also complained that they were not good-looking. One of the old women even used a stick to lift up their pants, then sighed and said, "Hee, you're so small. Can you still do it?" How can I face people in the future? Lin Ling, you and I are absolutely irreconcilable. Those people really vomited blood, and some of them even fainted. Fortunately, they were saved by people who were passing by, but in exchange, they were pointed and gossiped by the other students. Lin Ling and the others continued to move forward. Along the way, they naturally encountered people who tried to provoke them. In the end, they were all stripped naked and hung on the streets. In the blink of an eye, even Duan Tianzhan received the news. How dare you? When Duan Tianzhan heard the news, he was furious. This was because everyone knew that he was the one who gave the order to teach Lin Ling a lesson. In the end, Lin Ling stripped all the people who came to teach him a lesson and hung them in every corner of the hidden fog island. In this way, everyone knew that Lin Ling was humiliating him and completely ignoring him, Duan Tianzhan. This Lin Ling is too arrogant. He hung all the people who provoked him on the streets. He has offended all 5 academies at the same time. Other than the Wind Snow Academy, which other academy has not been hung? However, this Lin Ling is really powerful. This is because there are a few top experts from the Shen Air Hall who could not subdue him. The people who followed Duan Tianzhan started to whisper among themselves. They started to take Lin Ling seriously. This was because there were only 2 reasons why Lin Ling dared to be so unscrupulous. First, he was truly fearless and full of confidence. Second, Lin Ling was a lunatic who did not care about the consequences of his actions. If it was the second reason, it would not be a big deal, but the first reason was the most frightening. Oh no, young Master Duan, Lin Ling is here. Just as Duan Tianzhan and the others were furious, someone shouted in panic. Then, they saw 3 figures slowly walking over from the distant horizon. Around the 3 figures were a large number of people who seemed to be from the Wind Snow Academy. Most importantly, the person leading the 3 figures could not be more familiar. Who else could it be but Lin Ling? This time, the people around Duan Tianzhan all frowned. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. They had not even taught Lin Ling a lesson, and Lin Ling had taken the initiative to come knocking on their door. Lin Ling, what is the meaning of this? From afar, Duan Tianzhan looked at Lin Ling and roared angrily. Lin Ling was not only not giving him face, he was simply not taking him seriously. Around them, the people from the various academies were also watching and gasping. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. Duan Tianzhan, right? Your little tricks are really useless against me. Lin Ling also stared at Duan Tianzhan. Ever since he knew that Duan Tianzhan was going to teach him a lesson, Lin Ling did not intend to hide anything. Today, my purpose is very simple. I'm going to teach you a lesson, then strip you naked and hang you on the streets. This will be the end of this matter. Then Lin Ling spoke again. Arrogant enough. This guy is even more arrogant than young Master Duan. Yes, young Master Duan and Lin Ling are not on good terms. Young Master Duan has not even made a move, and Lin Ling has already made the first move. Is he not afraid of offending some big shot? Perhaps Lin Ling is also deliberately mystifying things. The people around started to whisper, and they looked at Lin Ling with a little more respect. As for Duan Tianzhan, he was undoubtedly infuriated. He wanted to strip Lin Ling naked and did it openly. Since young, this was the first time he had been oppressed by someone in such a domineering manner. Why can't bear to? Let me give you a piece of advice. If you wait until I make a move, you'll suffer a lot. Seeing Duan Tianzhan gnashing his teeth, Lin Ling spoke again. Bullshit. When have you ever seen someone take off their own clothes? Stop acting in front of me. I want to see who's going to take off whose clothes today. Duan Tianzhan roared angrily and activated his strength. 4th grade Ultimate Desolate Body, Level 3 Martial Ancestor Realm Cultivation. His strength was indeed not weak. No wonder he was so arrogant. Unfortunately, such strength was not enough to deal with Lin Ling currently. Lin Ling's opponents, other than the experts from the 3rd hall, were not opponents that he cared about. Chapter 35-19. Settle the score with Master Qingyun. Lin Ling had also fused his talent. His skin turned pitch black, and at the same time, the illusionary god world appeared, controlling a part of the world. His speed was extremely fast, and in addition to the endless illusions, Duan Tianzhan could not see him clearly at all. I have to say that I overestimated you. I originally wanted to defeat you in 10 moves, but from the looks of it, I don't even need 10 moves. Lin Ling's voice was ethereal. As for Duan Tianzhan, his eyes were wide open. His talent, Red Afterglow Ghost, could not see through Lin Ling's means at all. Bang! Almost at the same time, an earth-shattering force struck Duan Tianzhan's chest. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The void around Duan Tianzhan's body cracked. Following that, he swept his gaze and immediately discovered that his talent, Red Afterglow Ghost, had been destroyed by Lin Ling's punch. Pwah! He spat out another mouthful of blood, and his entire body began to bend over like a cooked prawn. What? Duan Tianzhan has the power of the ancestors, and as much as 30%. But against Lin Ling, this power of the ancestors was not even used before Duan Tianzhan was defeated. How is this Lin Ling so strong? The faces of the people from the various academies turned pale. They were naturally aware of Duan Tianzhan's strength. With his status as a god's second hall, he had once defeated an expert from the god's third hall. However, such strength was nothing against Lin Ling. Subconsciously, many people looked at the Snow Wind Academy's experts and realized that they did not look surprised. This meant that the Snow Wind Academy's experts had long known of Lin Ling's strength. Why can't you strip yourself for no reason? Why must I do it? At this moment, Lin Ling was shaking his head. The space-time divine steel had appeared to suppress Duan Tianzhan. Following that, he waved his right hand and stripped Duan Tianzhan of his clothes, throwing him to the ground. To defeat him, Lin Ling, one had to have at least a 5th-grade ultimate desolate body. Otherwise, it was nothing. You guys seem to be very close to Duan Tianzhan. Do you want me to do it, or do you want to do it yourselves? After knocking Duan Tianzhan unconscious, Lin Ling looked at the people from the academy and said, "Well, we're innocent. We didn't intend to attack you. Spare my life, spare my life. Don't go too far so that we can meet again in the future." Everyone who was close to Duan Tianzhan started to panic. Such an excuse is no different from what a 3-year-old child would say. However, Lin Ling shook his head. He had been practicing martial arts all his life. What had he not seen? So, those kinds of words were useless. He knew very well that if his strength was inferior to his opponent today, the one who would be humiliated would definitely be him. Strip it? I'll give you 3 breaths of time. Otherwise, if you wait for me to make my move, I won't leave a single piece of cloth for you. Without further ado, Lin Ling's voice turned cold. Take it off, I'll take it off right away. You don't have to do it. I can do it myself. Those experts from the academy suddenly gritted their teeth and began to strip off their clothes one by one, leaving only their underpants on. Tut-tut, I didn't expect Gao Yuming, who is known as the god of war Yuming, to wear a doo-doo. Ah, the great master wears a doo-doo. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? That guy named Li Dao doesn't wear underpants. This is a bad habit. But there's so much hair between his legs. What's the use of that? Look at that thing. It's so small. If you don't look carefully, you won't even see it. Seeing those experts stripping themselves naked, the gloating voices in the surroundings grew even louder. As for those who had stripped themselves naked, each of them revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. However, although they had stripped themselves, at least they didn't have to be hung up. After Lin Ling left, they could immediately put their clothes back on. As for those who were stripped naked by Lin Ling, they were unlucky. They had already fainted, so they could only continue to be hung up and admired by others. This guy's way of doing things is really ruthless. Next, many people stared at Lin Ling with fear. They had never expected Lin Ling to do such a crazy thing. It was as if Lin Ling didn't care even if the sky was pierced through. Is this the husband of Yu and the other girls? He's really domineering. I originally wanted to rob Yu and the other girls. Now it seems that I'd better not think about it. Many people also began to whisper to each other. The main reason was that when Lin Ling appeared at the beginning, no one knew him. But he had 2 beautiful girls with him, which must have caused many people to be dissatisfied. However, after this incident, those voices of dissatisfaction had become much quieter. However, Lin Ling obviously didn't intend to give up, because he knew that if these experts dared to target him, Lin Ling, there must be someone behind them. Duan Tianzhan was obviously not enough. The other person must be someone with an extraordinary status. There weren't many people with charisma and reputation who had a grudge against Lin Ling. Therefore, Lin Ling quickly guessed who the other big shot was. It must be the so-called Master Qingyun. Master Qingyun was highly respected. However, because Lin Ling didn't take him seriously, he must have supported the other experts to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Lin Ling didn't have much to do on the hidden fog island. Since he had encountered such a situation, he might as well play with him. With Yu Yu and the other girls, Lin Ling walked toward Master Qingyun. What? This guy is walking toward Master Qingyun. Oh my god, don't tell me he's going to strip Master Qingyun too. I think that's very possible. Looking at Lin Ling, who left in a carefree manner, everyone was shocked. Thinking of the conflict between Lin Ling and Master Qingyun, they felt that anything was possible. Not long ago, Lin Ling had visited Master Qingyun with the others. However, because there were many people at that time, Master Qingyun ignored Lin Ling and neglected Lin Ling. At that time, Lin Ling immediately retaliated against Master Qingyun. Now that Duan Tianzhan was targeting Lin Ling, Master Qingyun was probably one of his supporters. If Lin Ling knew about it, how could he let Master Qingyun go? He must be crazy. Although Master Qingyun has retired and returned to his hometown, he was still an expert in the past. That's right. Moreover, Master Qingyun is still a senior. Lin Ling is going to settle the score with him. That's not giving him any face. Many people started to discuss among themselves. They were completely convinced by Lin Ling's way of doing things. At that moment, Lin Ling was still walking with Yu Yu and the others. When Yu Yu and the others found out about Lin Ling's actions, they were also shocked. Big Brother Ling, Master Qingyun is an existence of Mount Tai and Northern Dipper after all. Aren't we being too reckless like this? Yu Yu, the so-called master, is just a label that others gave him. To be honest, I don't think he's a master. Instead, I think he's a deserter. Chapter 35:20. A breath of immortal qi turned into divine qi. Who are you guys? As Lin Ling and the other two headed to Master Qingyun's residence, Master Qingyun's disciples were not happy about it. Hee, I'm here to ask if Master Qingyun has sent someone to teach me a lesson. Lin Ling went straight to the point and spoke slowly. The disciples were shocked. Lin Ling was being too straightforward. They immediately said, "We don't know what you're talking about. Furthermore, do you know who Master Qingyun is? Is it necessary for him to teach you a lesson? You think too highly of yourself. Yes or no? I hope Master Qingyun can come out and say it himself. If it's a misunderstanding, Master Qingyun can come out and explain himself." Lin Ling spoke calmly. Master Qingyun's disciples were immediately put in a difficult position. Normally, Master Qingyun would say that it had nothing to do with him. However, if he said so, wouldn't it mean that he was afraid of Lin Ling? What a joke! A master who was specially instructed by the college to pay a visit to a senior, would he be afraid of a junior? Master Qingyun, why don't you come out and speak? Lin Ling spoke again when he saw the disciples in a difficult position. Meanwhile, the disciples of the various colleges were observing from afar, waiting for the outcome. However, many of them did not expect Lin Ling to have the guts to come out and ask. How audacious! So what if I am? At that instant, an aged voice could be heard. A kind-looking old man wearing a loose robe walked out from the crowd. The moment he appeared, an elegant aura filled the air, causing the crowd to feel a sense of reverence toward him. Master Qingyun's cultivation had reached the late-stage martial progenitor realm. However, his talent was only average. That being said, people admired him because of his knowledge, not his talent and strength. Master Qingyun. Many people exclaimed when they saw the old man. Master Qingyun was highly valued by the academy. Every time a student entered the hidden fog island, they would definitely pay Master Qingyun a visit. This also showed how unique Master Qingyun was. I see that you're lawless and unruly. Coincidentally, a student said that he wanted to teach you a lesson, so I agreed. I'm doing this for your own good. At least you'll suffer here. It's better than losing your life outside. Grandmaster Qingyun looked at Lin Ling and directly admitted it. Because if he didn't admit it, it would mean that he was afraid of Lin Ling. With his seniority, how could he be afraid of Lin Ling? Seeing this, Lin Ling also smiled and nodded. He said lightly, I didn't expect Master Qingyun to be so straightforward. You are indeed daring to take responsibility for your actions. Since it's like this, I will also get straight to the point. Previously, those who wanted to teach me a lesson, I stripped them naked and hung them on the road. Lin Ling laughed. Master Qing Yun's eyes narrowed when he heard that. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. He stripped them naked and hung them on the road because he didn't like them. He was too arrogant. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Ling spoke again. Of course, there's one more person who was stripped naked and hung on the road. That's you, Master Qing Yun. What? Master Qing Yun's eyes narrowed. Previously, he wanted to reprimand Lin Ling for being too arrogant and not taking anyone seriously. However, in the next moment, Lin Ling told him that he was going to strip him naked and hang him on the street. That meant that he didn't have to persuade him because he was also involved. Master Qing Yun couldn't help but point at Lin Ling. He was so angry that he was speechless. The surrounding onlookers gasped. Although they had already guessed it, they still couldn't believe it when they saw Lin Ling threatening Master Qing Yun with their own eyes. Most importantly, with Master Qing Yun's seniority, he was going to be stripped naked and hung on the street. Lin Ling didn't know how to respect his teacher. Now, is Master Qing Yun going to do it himself, or am I Lin Ling? Ignoring Master Qing Yun's anger, Lin Ling spoke again. You ignorant child, you're dreaming. Master Qing Yun was enraged. His body began to emit an endless amount of treasure light. It seemed to be floating rapidly, causing the lower half of his body to disappear within the light. A strand of ancient immortal energy also quietly permeated the air. On Master Qing Yun's body, the light of the sun floated up, sacred and ancient. Master Qing Yun. Seeing this, many people shouted in excitement. Master Qing Yun was going to make his move. He was going to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Master Qing Yun was a person of virtue and prestige. If he were to teach Lin Ling a lesson, Lin Ling would definitely be dead. The sacred light of the sun slowly shone out. That strand of immortal energy actually wrapped around the sun, causing the treasure light to shoot up to the sky. It was sacred and inviolable. According to legends, this was a breath of Qing Yun's godly energy. It was a breath of God. Master Qing Yun's talent was very ordinary. All these years, he had been cultivating this breath. When he cultivated it to a certain level, he could borrow it to become God. In reality, that breath of Qi was indeed powerful. It actually showed signs of transforming into God's energy. A breath of immortal energy is gradually transforming into God's energy. Lin Ling's eyes couldn't help but flicker. However, he already knew that Master Qing Yun wasn't weak, so he wasn't too surprised. Instead, his hand reached out from the void and actually grabbed that breath of immortal energy. Then, with a bang, he actually grabbed that breath of immortal energy. However, upon closer inspection, that wasn't a breath of immortal energy, but a scripture. Unknowingly, that breath of immortal energy had already transformed into a scripture. And with this grab, Master Qing Yun's expression changed greatly. This was because he never thought that Lin Ling would actually be able to grab his 10 days, 1-leaf scripture. One had to know that this scripture was simply impossible to touch without great perseverance. In your dreams, Master Qing Yun spat out a breath of air at that page of scripture. That scripture immediately seemed to take root in the world and became motionless. And from afar, the scene was extremely shocking. Many people saw that Lin Ling's hand reached out. In the sky, a page of scripture was held in his hand. However, when Lin Ling wanted to pull the scripture, that scripture was impregnable and didn't move at all. Of course, even so, many people were surprised by Lin Ling's methods. After all, being able to grab that page of scripture explained everything. However, being able to grab it didn't mean that it could be moved. And Lin Ling also noticed that that page of scripture seemed to be connected to the 9 continents. It was firm and unyielding. It wouldn't shake even if the heavens and earth were to shatter. I don't believe it. Lin Ling muttered to himself. His palm turned black as if a black light was flowing. His 5 fingers instantly turned into the shape of a dragon's claw. Gotcha! The moment he suddenly grabbed the scripture, Master Qing Yun's expression changed greatly. Lin Ling actually had such a method. 10 days, 1 leaf, motionless scripture. Master Qing Yun immediately roared. What's the use? Chapter 35:21. Fight. Lin Ling's pitch-black palms shot out like the arms of a fiend god, exuding a domineering aura. His strength continued to climb, causing Grandmaster Qingyun's countenance to turn increasingly heavy. To Master Qingyun, that page of scripture was obviously of great importance. It was even more precious than his talent. This was because this scripture page was a divine scripture. Although it was damaged, after Master Qingyun obtained it by chance, he used his blood essence and talent to refine it every day. Right now, it had already become the strongest method to surpass talent. However, Lin Ling seemed to want to snatch such a treasure. Most importantly, Master Qingyun's current refinement was at fault. Otherwise, Lin Ling wouldn't have the chance to snatch it. Kakaka. Also, Grandmaster Qingyun discovered that the strength Lin Ling exerted when he held the scripture continued to increase. Gradually, it reached the level of 4,000 worlds. In addition, there was a vast amount of world essence roaring. This caused Grandmaster Qingyun to feel that he couldn't resist. Lin Ling, do you know what you're doing? You're too bold. Thinking of this, Master Qingyun roared with unwillingness. Do you know why I don't treat you as a master? Because in my heart, you are nothing more than this. However, Lin Ling didn't even look at him. The dragon aura and ferocious aura on his body became denser and denser. The three great talents began to fuse together, and his strength rose steadily again. Master Qingyun immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression changed greatly. Impossible, you actually have the power of 5,000 worlds. His heart was pounding. He couldn't believe that a mere junior like Lin Ling could be so powerful. The power of 5,000 worlds? Lin Ling's entire being was like a demon or a god. His long hair danced crazily in the wind, and his strength increased once again. His arms seemed to transcend the sun, moon, and stars, spring, summer, autumn, and winter. It was like the river of time as it grabbed onto the scripture and took root. At the same time, his power was raised to the limit, reaching the power of 6,000 worlds. He suddenly pulled the scripture. Rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. A strong wind blew in the hidden Fog Island sky. It was as though heaven and earth had turned upside down. What's going on? It can't be that Lin Ling can actually fight against Master Qingyun. The onlookers in the distance were all shocked. To them, Lin Ling was a rising star while Master Qingyun was a titan. The two of them were simply not people of the same world. But now, this rising star was actually fighting against Master Qingyun. No, not fighting but suppressing. Just what kind of limit had Lin Ling's strength reached? At the same time, Master Qingyun spat out a mouthful of blood. He realized that the scriptures that he had painstakingly cultivated for so many years were losing their connection. Originally, I wanted to strip you naked and hang you on the streets to vent my anger. However, seeing that you have contributed this page of the sutra, I will forgive you. However, this page of the sutra belongs to me. Lin Ling sat cross-legged in the sky like a god as he muttered to himself. After he spoke, he forcefully pulled the ancient scripture out of Master Qingyun's control. Master Qingyun spat out another mouthful of blood. His expression instantly became dispirited. The page of the sutra appeared in Lin Ling's hand. After he examined it carefully, he could not help but smile. This page of the sutra belongs to you. Yes. After he checked, he realized that this sutra was very suitable for Xian Yuange. Therefore, he gave it to her. With this sutra, Xian Yuange's strength would undoubtedly increase by 50%. Lin Ling really snatched Master Qingyun's page of the sutra. What a sin! What a sin! Aren't we here to visit Master Qingyun? Why is Master Qingyun being humiliated like a dog? Wind Snow Academy's Lin Ling has committed a grave mistake. When the surrounding people saw Lin Ling's tyrannical actions, they were all scared out of their wits. Visiting the predecessors of the Hidden Fog Island had been the rule of the 36 academies for many years. But now, the rule had been broken. The son of the devil, Lin Ling, had actually robbed Master Qingyun. Master Qingyun, do you admit defeat? At that moment, Lin Ling stood up in the sky and looked down at Master Qingyun. Master Qingyun's heart was still pounding. He had not expected Lin Ling to be so powerful. When he heard Lin Ling's question, he felt as if a knife had pierced his heart. He felt humiliated. However, he could not do anything to Lin Ling. Do you admit defeat? Seeing that Master Qingyun was silent, Lin Ling asked again. Bastard! Master Qingyun cursed in his heart. He had snatched his sutra and now he was asking him if he admitted defeat. Admit defeat, my asterisk. Since you admit defeat, don't blame me. Lin Ling did not seem to know that Master Qingyun was angry. Seeing that Master Qingyun was silent, he spoke again. I admit defeat. Master Qingyun knew that Lin Ling would not be merciful to him. Therefore he roared and admitted defeat. That's more like it. Let me tell you, it's better to keep a low profile. Don't go around causing trouble when you're weak. I'll let today's matter go. If there's a next time, I'll strip you naked. Lin Ling nodded his head and waved at Xian Yuange. Let's go. Let's leave this place. After saying that, he led Xian Yuange and Yu Yu away. Master Qingyun was stunned in the sky. His face was green and red. He was so angry that he almost lost his mind. This was because not only did Lin Ling snatch his treasure, he even asked him if he admitted defeat. After Master Qingyun admitted defeat, Lin Ling even used the tone of a senior to lecture him. This was humiliating him to the extreme. Son of the devil, Lin Ling. Master Qingyun stared at Lin Ling as he left. In the end, he spat out another mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. This guy is so cruel. The people around were dumbfounded. Their eyes were filled with awe as they stared at Lin Ling. In the following days, Lin Ling did not wander around. He found a quiet place and started cultivating with Yu Yu and the rest. As for the one-page sutra that Master Qingyun gave him, Lin Ling read it for Xian Yuange. He realized that it was a language of the gods. It had great powers and was comparable to the 5th grade ultimate desolate body. Moreover, the limit of the one-page sutra was not as simple as a 5th grade ultimate desolate body. Lin Ling did not expect that he would obtain such a treasure while walking around the hidden fog island. This one-page sutra is similar to my space-time divine steel. It can unleash its power in an instant to suppress the enemy. Moreover, the power of this one-page sutra is slightly stronger than my space-time divine steel. After familiarizing himself with the one-page sutra, Lin Ling guided Xian Yuange to familiarize herself with the one-page sutra. Xian Yuange naturally treasured the one-page sutra. With Lin Ling's help, she familiarized herself with the one-page sutra and mastered it. In this way, she was the same as Yu Yu, possessing powerful means. However, Yu Yu's was a talent, while hers was a one-page scripture. It wasn't a talent, but more like a divine tool. Chapter 35-22. The 4 Talisman God Paladin, Duan Wujan. On this day, everyone began to leave the hidden fog island, including Lin Ling and the others. However, as soon as they left the hidden fog island, everyone outside the hidden fog island looked at Lin Ling, who was walking out. Their eyes were filled with rage. Teacher is this a student from the Snow Wind Academy? He violated the rules and humiliated the older generation. He is too lawless. Don't you think that the Snow Wind Academy should give us an explanation? The messengers from the other 5 academies joined forces to teach Lin Ling a lesson. If you are unhappy about this, you can look for our dean. It is useless for you to talk about Lin Ling's crimes in front of us. Moreover, we have no right to convict him. However, the teachers from the Snow Wind Academy were obviously on Lin Ling's side. They acted as if it had nothing to do with them. This time, the teachers from the 5 academies were furious. The same went for the students. They thought that by pressuring the academy would definitely punish Lin Ling. However, it seemed that it was useless. Lin Ling, let me tell you, you can't leave here today. The teachers could not do anything to Lin Ling, but many of the students were indignant. Among them, Duan Tianzhan was the leader. Duan Tianzhan was the disciple of the Duan family. Ordinary people had to respect him. However, he had been humiliated and stripped naked by Lin Ling on the hidden fog island. How could he take this lying down? However, in the face of Duan Tianzhan's anger, Lin Ling was still indifferent. Duan Tianzhan, I stripped you naked, but you don't seem to be happy about it. You should know that not everyone has the opportunity to be stripped naked by me. Moreover, I feel that you seem to enjoy being stripped naked. Perhaps some people have a habit of being naked. Although Lin Ling was indifferent, he saw that Duan Tianzhan was being overbearing. Hence, Lin Ling still said it nonchalantly. This sentence undoubtedly made Duan Tianzhan tremble in anger. He did not have a habit of being naked. Alright, stop pretending. Let me tell you, if I, Lin Ling, am not as good as you on the Hidden Fog Island, what would happen to me? At this time, Lin Ling spoke again. If you are not as powerful as me, I will make you kneel for 3 days and 3 nights. I will use all the humiliation in my life on you. Upon hearing Lin Ling's words, Duan Tianzhan immediately roared in anger. That's right. So, stop pretending to be innocent. Since you want to humiliate me, why should I give you face on the Hidden Fog Island? To put it bluntly, it's not strength that decides everything. I can only say that you, Duan Tianzhan, are a piece of trash. Your skills were inferior, so you were humiliated. You'd better swallow this humiliation obediently. Duan Tianzhan gritted his teeth. Although he knew that, how could he not do anything when Lin Ling stripped him naked and hung him on the street? What a sharp tongue. If that's the case, if I humiliate you and you are not as powerful as me, you will have to accept the humiliation. However, at this moment, an angry roar was heard. Then the crowd parted. A handsome man riding a dazzling warhorse slowly walked out. This person's strength was obviously extraordinary. The moment he appeared, even the teachers from the various academies could feel the intense pressure. 4 talisman gods holy knight. Many teachers said solemnly. Although they were teachers of the academies, most of them were God's messengers. The God's holy knight was an expert who was above them. They were also known as God's knights. Could that be Duan Tianzhan's half-brother, Duan Wuzhan? The students from the various academies started to guess. Their eyes were filled with respect. Brother! After seeing the young man, Duan Tianzhan could not help but laugh. The young man nodded. His eyes were still fixed on Lin Ling. Of course, he had heard of Lin Ling. He was an arrogant junior in Jiuzhou. He had countless enemies and had even killed Duan Yi from the Duan family. He could not understand how such an ant could survive until now. You are Duan Wuzhan. At this moment, Lin Ling was also looking at Duan Wuzhan. His heart couldn't help but become serious. Duan Wuzhan's strength was indeed extraordinary. He was at the intermediate martial ancestor realm, but his talent had already surpassed the rank 5 realm. It could be said that Lin Ling was no match for such a strong opponent. That's right. After seeing me, you must be very surprised. Duan Wuzhan said lightly when he saw Lin Ling looking at him. His expression was filled with pride. Seeing this, Lin Ling was stunned. Then he could not help but laugh. You are really arrogant. Although you are a little strong, compared to Duan Wuhan from the Duan family, you are still a little weaker. You must be Duan Wuhan's little brother. You are courting death. Duan Wuzhan obviously did not expect Lin Ling to dare say that to him. He thought that Lin Ling would only admire and respect him. After all, he was a 4 talisman holy knight. How could a mere Lin Ling look up to him? Am I wrong? However, among the Duan family's holy knights, I have heard of Duan Wuhan. As for you, I am sorry. I have not heard of you. Even Ningbo Tao from the New Heavenly Court seems to be more famous than you. Seeing that Duan Wuzhan was obviously angry, Lin Ling said lightly again. I have long heard that the son of the devil has a glib tongue. Today, I have seen that your reputation is not undeserved. However, what is the use of saying so much? Today, in front of absolute strength, if I want you to die, you will die. Suddenly, Duan Wuzhan laughed loudly. There was a tinge of arrogance in his words. A 3-meter-long purple dragon broadsword appeared in his hand. He pointed it at the teachers of the various academies. Do you think that they can protect you? Believe it or not, I can kill you in front of them and they will not dare to have any objections. Domineering. This was the domineering aura of a holy knight. With powerful strength, he dared to look down on the academies. The teachers of the various academies were all silent. Only the teachers of the Wind Snow Academy had ugly expressions. These people from the Duan family were too arrogant. They actually dared to touch Lin Ling in front of the Wind Snow Academy. Do you believe it or not? Seeing that no one dared to speak, Duan Wuzhan said again. Do you believe it or not, son of the devil Lin Ling? When Duan Tianzhan saw that his big brother was in high spirits, he also clamored. He stared at Lin Ling, his eyes full of the light of, "You are dead." He obviously knew that he was no match for Lin Ling, so he had informed his big brother earlier. Now, he just wanted to see how Lin Ling would die. Sir, no matter what conflicts there are between the students, it is a matter between the various academies. As an outsider, you are interfering in these matters. This is somewhat against the rules. Moreover, this will also implicate the academy that Duan Tianzhan is in. Others will mock them for being incompetent and having to rely on outsiders for help. Chapter 35-23. Using his head to block the blade. None of your business. I like it. What can you do to me? But who knew that Duan Wuzhan's blade would shoot out a purple flame that turned into a wall of flames in front of the teacher? The teacher's face turned pale and he didn't dare to say anything. None of your business. I can't beat him, so I called my brother. If you don't agree, you can call your brother. If not, then shut up. Duan Tianzhan wasn't ashamed. Instead, he was proud and arrogant. The teachers of Snow Wind Academy didn't dare to say anything. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Ling, especially those who had a grudge against Lin Ling. They were the happiest and couldn't wait to see Lin Ling make a fool of himself. Good. In the hidden fog island, Master Qing Yun couldn't help but laugh. You asked me before that if you killed me in front of them, they wouldn't dare to have any objections. Now I'll tell you that you're dreaming. But at this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. As soon as he spoke, the surroundings fell silent. Not only the students, but all the teachers were stunned. Lin Ling meant that Duan Wuzhan couldn't touch Lin Ling? What a joke! Duan Wuzhan was a 4-talisman god paladin and was stronger than the teachers. How could Lin Ling fight against him? Even if he cut Lin Ling into 17 or 18 pieces, Lin Ling wouldn't be able to resist at all. You said I can't touch you? Duan Wuzhan was stunned, then he laughed loudly. Clang. He raised his saber and pointed it at Lin Ling from afar. I can kill you with a single slash, and you say I can't touch you? I'm sure you can't touch me. However, Lin Ling smiled and shrugged. Looking at him, he was completely fearless. At this moment, even the teachers of Snow City frowned. Based on the current situation, if Duan Wuzhan really wanted to kill Lin Ling, he wouldn't hesitate at all. No one could stop him. So, what kind of trick was Lin Ling playing? Deliberately mystifying things. Brother, kill him. Duan Tianzhan frowned and immediately shouted angrily. He didn't believe that a mere Lin Ling could stop his brother. Duan Wuzhan nodded, his eyes cold. Of him? Duan Wuzhan roared. His whole body was covered with purple light, and a terrifying aura burst out. Not only was this person talented, but his ancestral power was also extremely powerful. He was worthy of being one of the twin prides who shared the same reputation as Duan Wu Hen. He held the purple broadsword as if he was holding a dragon. With a speed beyond everyone's imagination, he pounced on Lin Ling. At this moment, many people began to shake their heads. That frightening broadsword slashed down from the sky and smoothly landed on Lin Ling's head. This time, everyone's hearts trembled. Lin Ling, was he dead? In fact, some of them had heard of Lin Ling's name and knew that Lin Ling was a thorn in the side of many big forces. However, there was a mysterious force around Lin Ling that seemed to be quietly protecting him. Otherwise, based on the people Lin Ling had offended, he would have been dead long ago. But now, this mysterious force didn't seem to appear. Clang. The purple broadsword landed on Lin Ling's head with a deafening sound. However, many people saw that Lin Ling's head was extremely hard and had blocked the purple broadsword. No, that's not right. That's not Lin Ling's head. But soon, someone realized that something was wrong. That was because a burly man had appeared in front of Lin Ling and was using his head to block the sharp saber. He must be crazy. Someone was using his head to block the saber. That was not an ordinary saber, but a full-strength saber of a middle-stage martial progenitor. Who would use their head to block the saber unless they were crazy? What a powerful saber. It seems like he's really trying to kill him. However, he's right. He won't die. No one can kill him. While the crowd was still in shock, the man who had blocked the saber for Lin Ling finally turned around slowly. That man was tall and burly. A terrifying aura rolled around his body like a tide and clouds. He touched his severed head and a bloodthirsty smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Plop. His appearance undoubtedly caused the hearts of the surrounding people to tremble incessantly. Duan Wuzhan's pupils trembled violently. What was going on? Someone had really saved Lin Ling. Lin Ling really couldn't be killed. Moreover, that man was crazy. He had actually used his head to block the saber for Lin Ling. You asked Lin Ling before if anyone could touch him. Now let me tell you. No, not a single person. That man's gaze turned and landed on Duan Wuzhan. His hoarse voice made Duan Wuzhan tremble subconsciously. That was because Duan Wuzhan sensed a terrifying power from that man. It was a power that could easily kill him. Lin Ling had such an expert by his side? Duan Wuzhan quietly took a step back, his face unusually pale. Even Duan Tianzhan took a step back. Unless they were idiots, they definitely knew that they were in trouble. Senior. As Duan Wuzhan retreated, he spoke anxiously. However, before he could finish his sentence, a figure appeared in front of him. At the same time, a hand reached out and grabbed Duan Wuzhan's neck in an instant. Beside Duan Wuzhan, Duan Tianzhan's legs went weak, and he almost wet himself. However, at that moment, another hand grabbed Duan Tianzhan's neck. Believe it or not, I only need to move my hand, and the two of you will be turned into ashes. That man had a hideous smile on his face as he held one person in each hand. As for Duan Wuzhan and his brother, they couldn't say a word. They could only continue to tremble. Not long ago, they had held Lin Ling's life in their hands. Duan Tianzhan even thought that not only could he wash away his shame, but he could also kill Lin Ling here. However, in the next moment, Lin Ling didn't die. Instead, they were threatened by an expert. City Lord Song, do me a favor and let them go. However, at that moment, an ancient voice suddenly sounded in the sky. So it's the Duan clan leader. However, why should I do you a favor? The mysterious man suddenly raised his head and smiled faintly as he looked into the distance. He seemed to have guessed who the owner of the voice was. The disciples of the Duan clan are ignorant. You are a magnanimous person. Please let them go this time. As for the inconvenience this time, the Duan clan will bear all the consequences. How about that? The ethereal voice sounded in the sky again. Hearing that, the mysterious man didn't say anything else. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling in the distance. As for Lin Ling, he was deep in thought, causing the outside of the hidden fog island to suddenly fall into a dead silence. Chapter 35-24. The Dragon Ball was in their hands. Although they did not know what had happened, they guessed from the mysterious man's conversation that the master of the Duan clan was here. Most importantly, the master of the Duan clan was here, but he did not flare up. Instead, he gave the mysterious man face. For a moment, everyone was shocked. They did not expect Lin Ling to have such a big face. Even Master Qing Yun and the others in the hidden fog island were terrified. They realized that they had been implicated in a big conspiracy. The conspiracy was so big that it was not something they could meddle in. Pay 50 billion royal crystals and we'll drop the matter. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. Did you hear that? 50 billion royal crystals. The mysterious man smiled and said to the sky, Okay, 50 billion royal crystals. It won't be long before someone delivers it to Snow City. Now let them go. The voice in the sky agreed immediately. I hope the master of the Duan clan won't go back on his words. The mysterious man opened his arms and let Duan Wuzhan and the others go. Duan Wuzhan and the others immediately started coughing violently. After a while, they raised their heads to look at the sky, their eyes filled with disbelief. They naturally knew who had come, but they hadn't expected that such a great figure would still compromise with Lin Ling. This was too shocking. Go back. The man in the sky said coldly. Duan Wuzhan and the others did not dare to say anything and quickly left. However, they were more and more shocked. They did not expect to go for wool and come home shorn. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, he was not simple, just like the rumors said. Of course, not only Duan Wuzhan and his brother, but also the experts from the Duan clan were surprised. They did not expect that Song Chiri would go to such lengths for Lin Ling. Although he had heard about it, after seeing it with his own eyes, he was sure that Lin Ling was not simple in the final world. He's gone just like that. Am I dreaming? Not only did Duan Wuzhan not teach Lin Ling a lesson, but he was also extorted a large sum of money. This script is completely different from what I imagined. The students of the various academies still couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. Only Lin Ling knew that all of this was possible. This was because he had predicted that there would be trouble if he left the hidden fog island. Therefore, he had already informed Governor Tsang and the others. The truth was just as he had guessed. Lin Ling thanked Song Chiri and then took Yu Yu and the others back to Snow-Blowing City. After a long time, Lin Ling and the others had just returned to Snow-Blowing City. At the gate of Snow-Blowing City, several figures had already been waiting there. Among them, a little girl blinked her big eyes and looked very expectant. When she saw Yu Yu and the others, she immediately ran out excitedly. Sister Yu Yu, Sister Gu, Xiao Yu has been waiting for you for a long time. The little girl who rushed out was Xiao Yu. She knew that Lin Ling had gone to pick up Yu Yu and the others, so she had been waiting here for a few days. Xiao Yu. Seeing the cute little girl, Yu Yu and the others were very happy. They immediately rushed over and carried Xiao Yu. Yu is here. Do King and Kin Jian also smiled. Lin Ling, since you came to the final world, you have been staying here. Yu Yu and the others carried Xiao Yu and greeted Do King and the others. Then they followed Lin Ling into Snow-Blowing City. Yu Yu and the others were undoubtedly very curious about Snow-Blowing City. Lin Ling smiled and then roughly told them what had happened in the final world. Then, Lin Ling brought Yu Yu and the others to the courtyard where they were staying. As soon as they entered, Yu Yu and the others immediately felt that the courtyard was extraordinary. The two girls couldn't help but be shocked. Lin Ling explained to them that Yu Yu and the others should stay in the courtyard for a period of time. It was absolutely helpful for the improvement of their talent. Yu Yu and the others naturally agreed to this because they also wanted to stay by Lin Ling's side. A few days later, the Duan family also sent people to deliver royal crystals, not one less. This sum of royal crystals was enough for Lin Ling to reach the 9th level of the Sage Realm. However, he didn't use it for cultivation for the time being. Instead, he continued to wait for another day. A day later, the old woman finally returned. This time, the old woman returned with a dragon pearl. The dragon pearl was one of the rarest treasures in 9 regions. It was not produced by the Dragon Clan, and even if it was the Dragon Clan, ordinary Dragon God level dragons would not be able to produce the dragon pearl. Only the king of Dragon God level dragons could produce it. For example, in the Rainbow World, the ghost dragon god that Lin Ling met was at the king of dragon gods and had the strength of a martial god. Only such a giant could produce a dragon pearl. And the dragon pearl could greatly improve the dragon god's bloodline, especially the pure dragon pearl. The effect of the dragon pearl was even more obvious. As expected of Lei Gong, he even has a dragon pearl. After receiving the dragon pearl from the old woman, Lin Ling was undoubtedly extremely excited, because this dragon pearl could greatly improve his dragon god's bloodline. This is Lei Gong's reward for you. Lei Gong once said that as long as you complete the mission, you can obtain any treasure. When the old woman saw that Lin Ling was very excited, she couldn't help but feel happy for Lin Ling. Moreover, Lei Gong's second divine trial mission has also appeared. It is to make you become the first in Snow Wind Academy's Divine 3 Hall. Following that, the old woman told him the mission that Lei Gong had given her. Divine 3 Halls first. Lin Ling immediately narrowed his eyes. He also knows a little about how powerful Snow Wind Academy's Divine 3 Hall is. If given another 8 or 10 years, Lin Ling is confident that he can become the first in Divine 3 Hall. But at present, he still lacks confidence. However, he now has the Dragon Pearl, which can greatly improve the Dragon God's talent, so it is not impossible for him to become the first in Divine 3 Hall. After chatting with the old woman for a long time, Lin Ling also entered into a state of cultivation. At present, I have 5 dantian, but there are only 3 kinds of truly powerful talents. For example, the help that the space-time divine steel brings is getting smaller and smaller, so if there is a chance, it would be good to find a more powerful talent. Dragon Pearl, I wonder what level my Dragon God's talent can reach with this Dragon Pearl. A bright ball appeared in Lin Ling's hand. From time to time, this ball exudes a rich dragon aura, and if one looked carefully, one can see that inside the transparent crystal ball, there is a dragon shape, rolling and roaring inside the ball. It's really amazing. I wonder if there are many of these dragon pearls in the Dragon Clan. If I have the opportunity to go to the Dragon Clan, that would be great. Staring at the ball, Lin Ling could not help but lick his lips. He wanted to refine the Dragon Pearl, but at this time, Song Chiri's voice suddenly came, with a hint of anxiety. Lin Ling, the current Miao Emperor invites you to see him. Chapter 35-25. Miao Divine Palace. After hearing this news, Lin Ling couldn't help but be shocked because he didn't seem to have any connection with this Miao Emperor. City Lord Song, in your opinion, should I go visit this Miao Emperor? Lin Ling wasn't too familiar with Miao Emperor, so he asked for Song Chiri's opinion. I'm guessing that Miao Di wants to see you because he wants to confirm something. That is, whether you are a challenger or not. So, to avoid unnecessary trouble, I think it's better to go see him. Maybe you can get some treasures. Song Chiri pondered for a moment and finally agreed with Lin Ling's decision. The old woman was also the same. Since these 2 seniors agreed, Lin Ling had no reason to refuse. Thus, the matter of refining the Dragon Pearl could only be delayed for now. The next day, under the lead of the old woman, Lin Ling also walked in the direction of Miaozhou Imperial Palace. This trip invited all of Lin Ling's people, so Xiaoyu, Yu, and the others also went. Song Chiri took out the Fire Phoenix Palace and carried Lin Ling's group forward. Along the way, he explained the power of Miao Emperor in the final world. In the final world, the number 1 clan was undoubtedly the Duan clan. The number 1 sect was the true inheritance of Miao Emperor, the only sect recognized by the final world. However, this sect was not a gathering place for martial artists, but for boundary masters. As for the number 1 dynasty, it was the Miao dynasty. This Miao Emperor's strength was just as Lin Ling had guessed. He was the number 1 god emperor in the 9 provinces. His strength shook the 9 provinces. He was also one of the 10 martial gods in the 9 provinces, known as martial god Qingning. What? This Miao Emperor is also one of the 10 martial gods in the 9 provinces? This news shocked Lin Ling. He was keenly aware that the martial god realm was a huge barrier. Many people would spend their entire lives stuck at the martial god realm, such as the 9th god Ai and the ghost dragon god he had encountered in the Rainbow World. The martial gods were also divided into strong and weak. The strongest and most famous 10 were none other than the 10 great martial gods of the 9 provinces. And now, Miao Di was also one of the top 10 martial gods. It seems like the Miao Prefecture God Emperor is from a completely different world from the other 9 prefectures. Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh. Just the Flame Emperor of the Yen state alone could be dealt with by Lin Ling. However, against the Miao Emperor of the Miao state, even 100 Lin Lings wouldn't be a match for him. The gap between them was clear to see. The waters of the final world are very deep. Many people have powerful backgrounds, so in the final world, powerful martial artists don't dare to easily kill weak martial artists. This is because if you attack a weak martial artist today, an even more powerful martial artist will come to kill you tomorrow. So in the Miao Prefecture, strength is sometimes not the most important thing. Instead, one's background and relationships are sometimes the most important. Song Chiri explained. What he meant was that this Miao Di probably had a powerful background. Lin Ling had heard Song Chiri's words many times. Sometimes, relationships were more important than strength. The waters of the final world are indeed very deep. Even the new Heavenly Court and the Flying Dragon Organization know that I am in the final world, but they still don't dare to touch me. This shows that they are afraid of me. Lin Ling secretly said. The Fire Phoenix Palace followed the sky and quickly flew towards the Miao Prefecture Divine Dynasty. In fact, the Miao Prefecture Divine Dynasty was one of the 36 main cities. However, it was the largest and most magnificent of all the main cities. Moreover, it also had an academy called the Miao Divine Academy, which was ranked at the top of the 36 academies. After a long time, when Lin Ling's group arrived at the Miao Prefecture Divine Dynasty, they were all attracted by the magnificence of the Divine Dynasty. Here, the tall buildings reached the sky. The style of the buildings was like that of a divine tower. The top of each tower was shining with a treasure light. The light was connected from end to end and covered the entire Miao Prefecture Divine Dynasty. This treasure light seemed to be a powerful defensive light shield, which could protect the entire Miao Prefecture Divine Dynasty from attack. When Lin Ling's group landed, they immediately saw a large number of guards in silver armor walking back and forth. These guards were not weak. When they wore silver armor, they looked like the holy knights of God. When Lin Ling's group was about to enter the city, a guard shouted in a dignified manner. Song Qiri, the governor of Snow City, was invited by Miao Di to visit the Divine Dynasty. Song Qiri immediately said. Hearing this, the guards immediately looked up and down at Song Qiri's group. Then, as if they had confirmed something, the leader finally waved his hand. Song Qiri was one of the governors of the 36 main cities. Naturally, they did not dare to slight him. Song Qiri led Lin Ling's group into the main cities. After entering, Lin Ling's group found that the Miao Prefecture Divine Dynasty was much bigger than Snow City. Moreover, there were many experts, including martial ancestor realm experts. Of course, Lin Ling also saw many existences with 5th grade ultimate wild bodies. Although martial ancestor realm experts were rare, they were not rare in the final world. However, martial ancestor realm experts with 5th grade ultimate wild bodies were extremely rare. It could be said that martial ancestor realm experts with 5th grade ultimate wild bodies were the only ones that Lin Ling needed to be wary of. For him, such experts were the real martial ancestor realm experts. As expected of the imperial city under Miao Di, there are indeed many experts. Lin Ling said as he led Yu Yu and the others forward. Yes, if such people were placed in the 9 prefectures, they would be godlike existences. The final world is indeed the world of gods. There are so many experts. Yu Yu and the others also exclaimed. They felt that their horizons had been broadened. This way. The old woman was apparently not surprised. She led Lin Ling and the others forward. Soon, they arrived at the gate of the imperial palace of the Miao Prefecture Divine Dynasty. Upon closer inspection, the imperial palace was also filled with countless divine beasts. The flowers and plants in the garden were all rare treasures of the 9 prefectures. The guards and maids in the imperial palace were all experts. Even the weakest one had a wild body. This imperial palace is one of the oldest imperial palaces in the 9 prefectures. In the past, this imperial palace was where the gods lived. The old woman also stared at the imperial palace and murmured, "No wonder this imperial palace always gives me a sacred and ancient feeling. I'm afraid this imperial palace is already alive." Lin Ling sensed a powerful aura from this ancient imperial palace. "Come in." The old woman nodded. She took out her identity jade token and greeted the guards. Then she led Lin Ling and the others into the imperial palace. The imperial palace was majestic and grand. There were people entering and leaving one after another. Today, Miao Di held a banquet and invited heroes from all over. That person over there must be the Supreme Battle Monarch. That's right. The Supreme Battle Monarch has lived in seclusion for 10,000 years. Those over there must be Marquis Pingbei's residence. Legend has it that this residence gave birth to 8 palace god sacred knights. Look, that's the Grand Tutor's people. Along the way, voices of discussion could be heard. Chapter 35-26. Impudent. Hey, that guy over there, if I'm not wrong, he should be the son of Devil, Lin Ling. The son of Devil, Lin Ling? The enemy of the new heavenly court? I heard that he offended the Duan family? That's right, it's him. I didn't expect him to be qualified to come to the Miao Prefecture's divine palace. Suddenly, an old man looked at Lin Ling with a meaningful look in his eyes. Lin Ling was surprised. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so famous that someone would recognize him in the Miao Emperor's territory of the final world. However, he didn't pay much attention to it and led Yu Yu and the others into the palace. Inside the palace, immortal energy was faintly discernible. It didn't look like a palace in the mortal world, but more like a divine palace. Not only was it vast and majestic, but there were also many cheilants, divine tigers, and other beasts lying on the ground. It was majestic. Huge pillars were placed on the ground, supporting the entire palace. At this moment, a large number of people were standing in the palace, and their strength was monstrous. Lin Ling saw the new heavenly court, the Flying Dragon Organization, and other major forces of the 9 prefectures. However, in front of the experts of the final world, these major forces were much more low-key. Duke Taiping has arrived. Eastern Deity King has arrived. Not long after, loud voices rang out from time to time as more and more people walked into the palace. Son of Devil, Lin Ling has arrived. When someone announced Lin Ling's name, the vast palace was momentarily silent. It was obvious that many people were hearing this name for the first time, and their expressions were somewhat puzzled. As for those who had heard of Lin Ling's name, their eyes flickered as if they were extremely surprised. Lin Ling's expression was calm, neither arrogant nor humble. Miao Emperor has arrived. At this moment, a majestic voice suddenly spread throughout the entire palace. Greetings, Miao Emperor. Everyone bowed slightly, and put their palms together. It was obvious that Miao Emperor's status was extremely high in the Miao Prefecture, and he could be called the #1 god. Except for those top experts, everyone who saw him was like seeing the emperor. This was something that was impossible to see in the other 9 prefectures. In other words, the god emperors of the Miao Prefecture were not on the same level as the god emperors of the other 9 prefectures. Among the crowd, Lin Ling was also a little surprised. This was because he had not seen such a scene in many years. If he remembered correctly, when he was in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom, when he met the second prince and the others, he also bowed like this. Later on, his Lin Ling's strength continuously grew stronger. The emperors he encountered, he did not place them in his eyes at all. Therefore, Lin Ling did not bow this time. He only cupped his fists slightly. Seeing him like this, Yu, Do Xianing, and the others also cupped their fists slightly without bowing. Although they were standing in a corner, Miaodi's power allowed him to see everything clearly. This must be the son of Devil Lin Ling. You're quite bold, daring to not salute me in the final world. Miaodi's eyes flickered as he secretly said, in the final world, apart from the gods, everything else was his people, unless there was a special existence. Today, he wanted to see Lin Ling, and a large part of the reason was to see if Lin Ling was such a special existence. At this moment, many people noticed Lin Ling's actions and could not help but show a gloating smile. The son of Devil, Lin Ling, is quite bold. Even our Duan clan has to salute him here. He actually wants to let things go by just cupping his fists. He's really bold. Don't worry, someone will teach him a lesson. Many people started whispering to each other. How dare you, City Lord of Snow City, Songchiri, not salute Miao Di when you see him today? How dare you, Lin Ling, the son of Devil, defy the laws of the gods? You met the God Emperor in the Miao Prefecture Divine Palace but did not salute him. How dare you? After a moment of silence, someone finally spoke. The Grand Tutor. He was a highly respected figure in the Miao Prefecture Divine Dynasty who had met the God Emperor before. His identity and status were extremely high. He was an old man who looked to be in his 60s. He wore a gorgeous robe and his hair was neatly combed. He was full of majesty. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Ling, and the gloating smile on their faces deepened. However, Lin Ling had already expected this scene. He knew that someone would take this opportunity to suppress him. He immediately took a step forward and said, "Old man, who are you? Why do you say that I defy the laws of the gods and defy the laws of the gods? In my opinion, you are the one who is defying the laws of the gods." As soon as he said this, the entire divine palace suddenly fell silent. No one expected Lin Ling to be so arrogant that he dared to speak in front of the God Emperor. How impudent! Who gave him the courage? In my opinion, this kind of person who despises the majesty of the God Emperor should be beheaded in public. That's right. The Miao Prefecture Divine Dynasty is the ultimate world of the 9 prefectures. If etiquette is abolished, how will others view the Miao Prefecture? After a moment of silence, many people pointed at Lin Ling and reprimanded him. It seemed that they wanted to behead Lin Ling in public. Seeing this, Lin Ling's lips curled into a sneer. He didn't know many of them, but he could roughly guess the origins of a few of them. One of them was the Flying Dragon Organization, another was the New Heavenly Court, and the last was the Duan clan. These 3 enemies couldn't wait for Lin Ling to die, so how could they give up this opportunity? Lin Ling smiled faintly and said slowly, "Bullshit. You said that this young master is looking down on the God's order, but I think you are the ones who are looking down on the God's order and ignoring Lord Miaodi. Lord Miaodi hasn't even spoken yet, so what are you talking about? Do you think you are Miaodi?" Nonsense. Hearing Lin Ling's words, those who accused Lin Ling immediately panicked. They were so angry that their teeth creaked. They had long heard of Lin Ling's sharp tongue. Today, they saw that it was indeed as sharp as the rumors said. Presumptuous. The Divine Emperor's Great Hall is majestic and sacred. It's fine if you don't salute and defy the Divine Emperor, but you even call yourself a young master. Do you still have any respect for the Divine Emperor? At this time, another person reprimanded Lin Ling. It seemed that he was a member of the Duan clan. "Don't bullshit me. I will call myself whatever I want. If you don't agree, then get lost. Also, you said that I don't have any respect for the Divine Emperor. What a joke. The Divine Emperor is in your heart. What's the use of having him in your heart? Could it be that in your heart, the Divine Emperor is only barely worthy of your attention?" Lin Ling sneered again and looked at the person who spoke. The entire Divine Palace immediately quieted down. No one thought that Lin Ling would be so arrogant. In front of the Divine Emperor, he called himself a young master. That was fine, but he was so reasonable. Did he think that the Divine Palace of Miao Zhou belonged to his family? Moreover, the seniors of the Duan clan and the Grand Tutor were all being scolded by him. This son of Devil Lin Ling was too arrogant. "Song Chiri, don't you think you owe me an explanation?" Right at this moment, Miao Di, who'd remained silent until now, finally spoke.